And so they thought it was fraudulent. So about 10 times they rejected the payment to Apple for 800 quid. So we wrote them a stinging letter basically saying, I mean, come on, could you not have picked up the telephone and done this? Anyway, I got £105 compensation, which, only goes to prove if you write and you do it properly and you do it nicely, not give me my bloody money back. That doesn't work, does it? And so £105. I think it was 50 for one. Then there were two 25s and a 5. So about £105 in total, which was better than nothing, better than a kick in the so-called. And then Stan Lee died. He was editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics. Later he was the publisher and the chairman. And then it went from a small division of a publishing house to a large multimedia corporation. Apart from Spider-Man, which is the one that everybody talks about, of course, he did Doctor Strange, Daredevil, Black Panther, X-Men, and then with his brother, co-writer, Larry, he did Ant-Man, Iron Man, and Thor. And so, but everybody's quite right. Not my sort of thing at all, actually. I don't know anything about comics. The only thing I know about comics is they do it on The Big Bang Theory, where they go into this well-known comic shop and they want to buy the characters and why do they do this and all the rest of it. I seem to remember that he went to the Hall of Fame, the Will Eisner Award Hall of Fame in 94, and also the Jack Kirby Hall of Fame. And then it was... what was it, 2007? 2008, he got that National Medal of Art. So, in terms... Stop it. I'm just giving of my knowledge of Stan Lee, that well-known, revered comic bloke. The rest of it's a bunch of old cobblers, isn't it, really? I mean, I don't know anything about him at all. Seriously, I'd heard the name, but I didn't know what I mean, I'd heard, obviously, of Spider-Man and the Hulk and Doctor Strange and all the people like that. I mean, he was 95, but there again, they don't have to do a lot. They just sit at an easel and they draw all these things. He did cameos in the films, of course, but what would be worth having would be the original drawings. Because in Hollywood, at Disney and places like that, when they did all the drawings for all the cartoons, at the end of the day, they would throw them out. And so a friend of mine managed to acquire quite a lot. They're just pencil drawings of characters that came on to being big. Now, of course, you have Seri cells, and it's all done on a computer. You don't need a team of artists, to do these things. It's all done on computer. So now you've got a new Toy Story coming out. That won't be drawn by anybody. That will be created on a computer. So that's why they look so lifelike. So that's about as far as I know. That's about as far. But I always fancy being Spider-Man. I don't know why, actually. Why we actually took to Spider-Man. I suppose because he could hold his hand out and go like that, and it would throw out these threads. And I used to think that'd be a cool thing to do, wouldn't it? Swing between buildings. No, my luck, I'd be straight into the side of one of them. But it was good stuff. It was all good stuff, and I appreciate the fact there's loads of you who love comics and who love his work. But to me, it didn't touch my life at all. I don't think my mother would have ever known what a comic was. We certainly didn't have anything like that. American comics, not really our sort of thing. Although my cousins, Stephen and Martin, they had American comics. And as I say, when I used to go around, I used to read them, but not avidly, because I just wasn't really interested. For some strange, inexplicable reason. Anyway, quick slurp, ready? Oh, delicious. Delicious. So the Jungle lineup's been confirmed. Now you know who all the people are out there, or you might not know who the people are. So I shall tell you. You've got John Barrowman. He's over 50 now, but he doesn't look it. Harry Redknapp, they say he'll have loads of stories. Nobody's going to want to listen to an old man droning on about his stories. And he is filthy rich. Rita Simons from EastEnders, Fleur East. She's only known because she's got all that hair. James McVeigh is a pop star, pretty boy. Sayer Khan, an actress from Coronation Street. Nick Knowles, I think. Oh, look, bless him, look. Oh, it's all falling apart for Scottish boy this morning, isn't it? What's the matter, Popsy? You're not well, you sicky poos. Oh, dear, honestly. I have no sympathy for people who drink at all, because I think it was that. I think it was the alcohol. I think... what did he say? It was from drinking. Don't start shouting at me. It was from drinking. 2 days ago, you got alcoholic poisoning, and it's lasted. And you've eaten something since then, which has now made you worse and sicky poos. And then we get the usual, not well, And I like to give sympathy where sympathy is due. If I think there is sympathy, then I will happily pass it on, and I will sort of say we wish you better, and we hope that you get better soon. But obviously well enough to eat something, aren't we? So it's goodness that the sickness has passed. Oh, dear. Oh, force that marshmallow into your mouth. Go on, just really. Oh, you're going to make you sicky poos. No, we're managing to eat it. Oh, look, and we're smiling at the same time. So we're obviously not as sick as we thought we were in the first place. In other words, it's a case of it's school day today, and Mumsy's going to make you go, and you're going to do that act of, I don't feel very well. And nobody's going to believe you because you've cried. What did that boy cry in that dike in Holland? It didn't cry wolf, was he? What did he cry? Did he cry what? No, was that something else? I can't remember. Can't remember what it was now. Who remembers, honestly? Boys and their fingers in dikes, and I'm trying to work out exactly, whether that one was crying. Who was crying wolf? Did somebody cry wolf and then the wolves did come and eat him or something? I didn't know who he was. Sorry to see you're not well, though. Really, honestly. It almost makes me feel a little bit depressed. But then again, I thrive on other people's misery, so I'm quite happy, you see. Which is great. See, look, you managed a marshmallow. Do you want to take another one with you for the journey home? No? Fruit gums, strawberries. Look at that. Look, a raspberry biscuit. That will pick you up. Look at that. Oh, you don't have to stand on ceremony and just take little bites of it. You could shove it in your gob all the way. That's nice, isn't it? That a nice one? That's nice. That's a nice biscuit. Yeah, it's okay. There you go. You see, I told you. I offered him all this before. No, I couldn't eat anything. He was dragging out I'm really not very sick. It was all we could do to sort of put him in a wheelbarrow and get him back downstairs again, but we didn't. But no, it's been nice to see you tomorrow, looking all bright and cheerful. You're not doing us tomorrow, are you? Are you doing us? Oh, well, I hope you're going to be well. Otherwise, we'll have to get somebody better. Sorry, somebody else in to cover for you. Because I've noticed you perked up within the last minute and a half. Those biscuits are really doing the trick. I didn't realise they were that effective. You know why? It's the sugar. The sugar in there has counteracted the sicky sugars that you've had in the alcohol. But that's good. You sure you don't want to take another one of those biscuits with you? Take another one for the butt, you sure? I don't want you to get halfway down the stairs and then realise you need another biscuit to help you through the day. You sure? You're going to go straight home to bed? Yeah, you go straight home to bed. Wish you better. If you need us, don't call. Honestly, I'm the same. Excuse me, another slurp. It's got to be another slurp. Oh, Nick Knowles is on there. The producers were saying, Nick Knowles can be on the I'm a Celebrity thing because he can talk about DIY. No, he doesn't know anything about DIY. He just runs the programme, and he could talk about his relationship with William and Harry. He won't be talking about that at all. Of course he won't. Anne Hegarty, she'll be just infuriating. But that's okay. Somebody called Malik Thompson Dwyer, an actor, never heard of him. Apparently he's in Hollyoaks. And Emily Atack, she was an actress, but she's not worked in ages. I think the last thing she did was The In-Betweeners. Well, how many years ago was that? Obviously not that interesting, but then she did have a snog with some bloke who apparently laughingly is called a comedian. I say laughingly. So footy legend Harry has got a huge fee, 250,000. And as I say, let's see how long he'll last. The rest of them get between 75 and 40,000 pounds. Listen, it's only going to be about 3 weeks' work. 40,000 quid. No, I wouldn't do it. Also, John Barrowman is the final celeb and vowed to become the first gender-fluid king or queen of the jungle. He doesn't care. Katie Price has hinted at a return. You don't want that old has-been. I'm sorry, there's nothing interesting about her that could ever entertain a programme. She'll only talk about her dreariness, and we all know about that already, don't we? Spice... Oh, yes. Yes. Peter Andres launched a bedding range. How exciting. Obviously in keeping with the fact that he's an old married man with loads of children. Why he'd have a bedding range, I've got no idea. He's got about as much sex appeal as me. But here we are. This is the Spice Girl. Mel B slammed a sex saboteur who secretly slashed her car tyres. I mean, it was quite dangerous to me, actually. She says, what person would do that to a mother who uses her car to drive her kids to school and back? It's the second time they've been done. So you think by now, get a garage, and lock it up in the garage. Much, much easier. The far-right terror is growing fear, warning as neo-Nazis are convicted. A pair of sad, pathetic little people, they really are. They named their baby son after Hitler. They face, I think, at least 5 years in prison. they're rather pathetic and sad. And then apparently one of them, a former Amazon security guard, claimed all non-whites are intolerable. I mean, you can't believe there are thickos like this out there, but sadly they are. I can't help at all. Steve, I agree. Spider-Man was indeed a very magnetic character. I'd love to be able to swing off buildings. And apparently hearing Steve imitate Spider-Man's web sound effects is going to be the funniest thing I hear all week. It'll be a quiet week. Oh, yeah. I mean, the idea, where does that stuff come from? Is he holding it in his hands? Is it underneath his clothes? And he gets bit by a spider, does he? Why doesn't he take it on the characteristics of a spider? That's a bit odd, isn't it? So you just get the bits. You imagine doing that. I could swing from here out to the... But of course you have to swing. I couldn't do it. I feel ill even thinking about it. It's not my kind of thing at all. Also, the airlines in trouble for charging you extra if you want to sit with your family. God help the fact you've actually got a family. I've just tied a huge red bow around my teddy's neck, adorned with a gold bell. Steve, he looks really Christmassy. Oh, that's nice, actually. That's nice. We like things looking Christmassy. James Jordan, you remember the stupid, immature James Jordan, who yesterday was taking the mickey out of the Danny bloke from Strictly Come Dancing. His mother was in the audience, and she looked miserable because she's got Alzheimer's. John Jordan tweeted, she looked as miserable as you did. She's got Alzheimer's. That's how thick James Jordan is. That's how really, really bloody thick he is, honestly. So he's turned on Brendan Cole this time. Any more Alzheimer's jokes you've got? AIDS jokes, perhaps, John? Anything like that you want to sort of share with us? James, sorry. Also, what was the other one? Katie Price's latest disaster. She's filming her dreary programme. To be honest with you, the sooner it finishes, the better everybody will feel. And she found a parking ticket in the drawer which she hadn't bothered paying. She obviously thinks she's above the law, so I can't wait for all this to come crashing down. Shane said, have you got your Christmas puddings yet? No. I don't need to buy Christmas puddings because Christmas dinner is supplied to me. So I don't need to get Christmas puddings. Somebody else buys them. And I don't tend to eat them either. Plus, new Michael Jackson musical. And the actors going up for it, you can either be black or white. They're not bothered. So I suppose it's whether or not you can do the dance and whether you can sort of dance and sing like Michael Jackson, I suppose. Also, the pressure is on, and so it should be. We said yesterday on the programme. You know that Pakistani Christian who apparently was jailed for blasphemy, which turned out it wasn't blasphemy at all, just a load of old cobbled up sort of charges. Anyway, they've then released her. She's now had to go into hiding because there's a lot of nasty, ignorant little people out there who want to kill her. They have no hesitation in killing her. I promise you, if she was released into a square this minute, they would attack her with knives and machetes. She would be dead within seconds. And so she wants asylum here. And I think Boris Johnson is campaigning for it. Why would we not give asylum to her? I thought that's what we're supposed to be doing. So I think the Prime Minister better pull her finger out and do something very quickly. Otherwise, you'll have somebody's blood on your hands, because you could give her asylum quite easily. It's not a difficult thing to do. We didn't give it to the Russian royal family, though, did we? So I suppose this might be following through. The National Trust are in a row over ditching BC and AD, before Christ and Anno Domini. And also, how much for a Hockney masterpiece? This is one that I used to call A Bigger Splash, but the film was called The Bigger Splash. And it was David Hockney's obsession with this young man. And the picture itself is very well established in the art world. It's coming up for sale. How much do they put on it? 62 million quid. A world record, I think, for David Hockney. 62 million pounds, which is lovely. The one Christmas weepy none of us can avoid. I can't remember what that story was, actually. Oh, that's right, the Icelander. Have you seen it on the LBC website? Do watch it. Do watch it on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. I think that'll kind of make your day. That'll set us up quite well, I think. Right, what are we going to do today? What is it? Tuesday. What do we do Tuesday? Nothing. I don't think I did anything yesterday of any note, did I? I can't remember. What the heck did I do? I've got lunch today with Paul, so I don't know where we're going to go today. The cleaner. Oh, the cleaner in the car park, yes. Oh, I felt so sorry for him, having to clean up all that mess from those yobbos. But don't worry, it was all done. You'd never know. And what else I did? I did something else yesterday. I can't remember what it was that I did that was particularly interesting. I think I did a little bit of shopping. Did I go? I went to get my tablets from Mr. Shah at Goods, and we had a little chat about all sorts of things, actually. We kind of put the world to rights. And what else? Nothing. I was very lazy yesterday. I went to Costco. What did I go to Costco for? Oh, I wanted to buy a new toaster and a new kettle, so I bought a new, begins with D, very expensive ones. This was about 140 quid for a toaster. Not DeLonghi. It's, so it doesn't matter, come to me later. You'll know which one it is. It's the one that everybody goes, oh, do you have a, whatever it is, kettle? It's all in chrome. So it looks quite nice. I bought that yesterday. And then I went to, where did I go to? Kingston or Richmond? I went to Richmond and picked up a few little bottles of, and I can't find the Graham's milk. The Graham's milk's vanished. Well, that's ridiculous. Come on, Waitrose, pull your finger out. Goodness sake, honestly. The dogs ran off, says Sel, while walking in the park. So for the last half an hour, I've been walking around shouting his name. The wife says I should look harder. So I shaved my head and got a tattoo. God, honestly, it started early, hasn't it? Why on my show? 3 minutes, nearly 24 minutes past 4. Welcome to Tuesday morning, the 13th of November. It's true. Just in case you needed to know, blokes really are better at putting flat pack furniture together. See, I thought anybody can do flat pack furniture. It's not so difficult to do, is it really? Well, I don't think so. And Amber Davis is in the papers. She's found a boyfriend. You'll know him from Diversity. He's the one with all the hair. And I think he's still got it. I think it's his sort of trademark, which I think is quite interesting. Imagine having a trademark of hair. I think that's a good idea, isn't it? I like that. I like that idea. I do. It's a Dualit toaster. Thank you for everybody who's told me. Dualit, Mags, and Zara, and somebody else, and then somebody else as well. So that's it. So it's a Dualit toaster, and it comes with it's a four space toaster, whatever they call it. And then it came with a kettle as well, but all in this sort of chrome kind of thing. I quite like the look of it, actually. So I was taken. I had to buy it. I thought there is no point in sort of pretending that you don't need this, and I did need it, and I liked it. And then got a lovely picture sent to me by Michael down at the Barmy Arms with all these nice people. And also, look at it, kind of trendy. Got my little hat on and all the rest of it. It's all lovely. Everybody was liking it. In fact, it was good. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of us. Oh, that's very sweet, isn't it? We quite like that, actually. I love this one. Somebody was sending me a tweet that somebody else had done. Another one here, and this must be quite old, actually. Oh, I thought it was ages ago. This is from somebody else in the radio business, but they've got no audience. That's the embarrassing thing. They've got nothing. I haven't even got their own hair. And so that kind of narrows it down. Could be anybody from Carol Vorderman, who incidentally turned up. I don't know. I didn't see the whole thing. I thought I watched the whole thing. I watched the Festival of Remembrance from the Royal Albert Hall, which again was just stunning. Just brilliant. Nobody does it like we do it. And then in the audience, Carol Vorderman was there, and they had a couple of boys from Busted. Was it Be Busted or something? Actually, really good. Really, 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 really good. Or were they McFly? They were McFly. 2 members of McFly, and they were brilliant. The whole thing was just brilliant with the marching bands and everything else. It was just absolutely wonderful. And then as the camera panned across, I thought it's Carol Vorderman, and they had all sorts of. Tom Jones was singing. It's getting on a bit now, Tom Jones, but it was still an event to enjoy. I got invited actually by somebody called Kaylin. Morning, Kaylin. I don't know if it's a bit too early for you. Says, hope you're well. I work as the manager of the London Community Gospel Choir. Woo! And we listen to you in the mornings with hilarious oncoms. And we didn't know what oncoms meant either. You have to check it out. Go to Google. Anyway, we would like to invite you to our Christmas show at the Royal Albert Hall on Tuesday, the 18th of December, as a guest +1, and we'd be delighted if you accepted. Well, Kaylin, I have to tell you, as I tell everybody else, I would absolutely love to come, and the but is it's a school night, and I can't do anything after 5 o'clock. I'm just totally wiped out. Seems odd, doesn't it? But I wish you the very best, because I'm a big fan of community gospel choirs, and yours in particular, because I've seen you so often on YouTube and on the telly and everything else. So the date for their gig is the 18th of December, and it's at the Royal Albert Hall. You don't get a better venue. So, Kaylin, I wish you the very best for that, and I wish you all a fantastic Christmas. I really do. They had a gospel choir actually at the Festival of Remembrance, and they were very good as well. There's lots of very good gospel choirs. They started putting them on Songs of Praise some years ago, and they got such a good response, they made it a regular feature, which is great. Angela says Dualit is rubbish. We bought one a few years ago, cream-coloured. Now the casing has split from the heat. They used to be good quality, but now they're rubbish. Well, I have to be honest, this is probably about my third Dualit toaster. I've had quite a few over the years, all different sorts of colours, but this one in chrome, I quite like, actually. I think it looks okay. I don't use it every day. That's, if I used it every day, I could understand people, sort of saying, oh, it's not going to last or it's not going to do this. My one's okay. Got my Graham's milk from Asda. Oh, right. We don't have an Asda where I live, I'm afraid. Steve, fed up with listening about Katie Price. She's a loser. No, she's a failure. She's not a loser. She's a failure. She's a failure at everything. She's not a businesswoman. She doesn't have an empire. She doesn't have anything. So it's all hogwash. The Boots Christmas advert isn't very good, says Dean. It's one of the adverts, I'm having a quick look at it actually, that seems to last forever, where you have to work out what it's about. So it's somebody having their hair done. Okay.
While she tries,
she's singing Robbie Williams.
Massive smudge.
This is Christmas, is it? Oh, right, okay.
If there's somebody.
So she's spraying herself with perfume. But so far there's no Christmas tree. Woman with towel on head. Oh, look, lights going up the banisters. Love you, Mum. And she's giving her some tissues. Wipe that makeup off. Got too much makeup on. Everybody does that, don't they? Everybody does that. Oh, and here they are. Oh, I like this. I like this one. Dean, how can you say you don't like it? This is a choir. Look. And she sings. Is she going to sing? She's going to sing, isn't she? Oh, this is Dean, this is pretty. You can't diss a choir. Is she going to sing? Go on.
It was her. Did you see?
Oh.
Standing there.
You're right, you've got no idea it's Boots.
By the tree.
Not a clue. There's no mention of Boots at all in this.
I can see her.
Oh, and the thing inside says keep singing. And they've given her
She's me, Mum.
piece of number 7 makeup, I suppose. Get them something that says you get them.
Boots. Let's feel good.
Oh, that's so sweet. Don't like the end bit. Oh, Dean, you've got to like it. It's got a choir in it. It's got a choir. Come on. Let's be nice about Christmas. It's it seems so funny when they were talking the other day, and when you watch the Festival of Remembrance, and they bring down the war widows and a woman there who'd lost her daughter and everything else, and it always takes me back. What was that brilliant advert that was done years ago where the two sides came together and they played football on no man's land? Was that Sainsbury's? I thought that was... I wasn't sure about that one. It was the Christmas truce, and it actually happened. They did hold up flags going, listen, there's a truce for a few hours. And so they went and they swapped gifts. And their gifts could be something like a cigarette or, some chocolate or something like that. And then the whistle sounded and they had to go back to their opposing side. And then they were back at war again. But for that brief moment, for that Christmas truce, they played football. And many of them didn't come back. Many of them didn't come back. And that's what's so sort of, I don't know, just makes you feel wistful, doesn't it? Because that was some mother's son who didn't come back, who was very young, or failing that, they'd been cut down in a hail of bullets, and they weren't ever going to be rescued because it was too dangerous. There's bullets flying about all over the place. You could be caught by one. Oh, dear. I was thinking about a Christmas present my sister sent me once. It was a pair of bed socks that made me itch and a box of biscuits, which I think were out of date. Oh, a pair of bed socks is nice. Come on, bed socks, good idea. You can't find a toaster these days, says Pablo, that toasts the same on both sides. It's an outrage. My one's doing it. I saw some biscuits called petticoat tails. Yes, they're shortbreads, aren't they? And they come in a fan-shaped. You know the ones? We've had them here before now. Now, Ron says, when are you switching on the Christmas lights? 25th. It's this month. It's the Sunday, and it's, well, they've said 5:30. I think it'll be about 6 o'clock, 6:30, something like that. But they've said 5:30, and it'll be, I'm assuming, at the end of Church Street, this end, the High Street end, because that's where the tree is. So it'll be around there. So this oh God, I'm so sorry. Honestly, I get worse and worse for these time things. Poor old Rachel. Honestly, news time 4:30. Morning, everybody. Tuesday, 13th of November. As we get ever how many days is it now to Christmas Day? How many bells will ring so that the angels get their wings? How many days we got now? 42, is it? 42 days. Hey, look at that. That's good for a guess, isn't it? 42 days to Christmas. In fact, actually, I saw the father of the family where I'm going for Christmas Day this year, because, you know, I do 2 Christmas lunches, Christmas Day and then Boxing Day. So my brother's family must be enormous by now, because they have 2 Christmas lunches. Most years, well, every other year, they have 2 Christmas lunches. So what I've got to do is I've got to get down, I've got an hour when I finish on Christmas Day to get down to Epping. That's what I've got. I've got an hour to do it. I think I should just about be able to do it. Just about be able to do it. So I'm going to try that. But they've said that because we're eating out in a pub. It's a very nice pub, though. Very famous pub. And so I'm going to go to that. There'll be about, wait a minute, how many we got? I'm trying to think, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of us. 10 of us for Christmas Day lunch, which is quite good, isn't it? I think 10 is actually good. 10 is enough for Christmas Day lunch. And so they said, don't worry, we will not start eating till you get there. I said, well, don't worry, I can be in constant contact with the car telephone, which is always a brilliant thing to do. So I've had all sorts of things going on recently. I mean, it's going to happen so quickly. There's so many things happening between now and Christmas. So Christmas Day morning, I'll be here for breakfast, and I think Boxing Day, I'm also here for breakfast as well, so we can see in the season. We can actually literally just put our feet up and rest, I think. I take it back about the Boots ad, says Dean. I've only seen the advert once, although it took time to make it clear it was for Boots, but the choir was great. I thought the choir were brilliant. That's what makes it to me. You know, if you hear a choir singing, it doesn't matter where they are, they're singing. And when you see, and you can find it on YouTube, Festival of Remembrance at the Royal Albert Hall for 2018. If you've got any shred of emotion in your body, this'll make you cry. This'll make you cry. Hannah says, Steve, it looks like Katie Price is morphing into Janice Dickinson. Whatever happened to Janice Dickinson? Disappeared completely. They have delusions of grandeur in common, as Dickinson describes herself as the world's first supermodel. Mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. The trouble is, poor old Katie Price, you know, she's not the big clever person she thought she was. It's slowly collapsing and getting there. She's offered to pay back $1,000 a week. I thought it was $1,000 a month, but $1,000. Where's she going to get $1,000 a week from? I've got no idea. There is no money. There's no career. There is nothing happening at all. She hasn't had a book out for ages. I mean, even that won't cover all the debt she's got. The mess in the house. She might as well just sell it at a knockdown price. Give it for £1 to somebody and then pay off for the rest of her life. So she's been a failure. But the trouble is, because she's a bit thick-skinned and a bit thick, she doesn't know she's a failure. Because people go, oh, she's a businesswoman and she used to have 43 million. And I'm going, she's never had 43 million. They say, she got 6 million for doing these and 3 million for that. You go, all right, that's 9. Where's the other 30-something million gone that never materialised? It's just codswallop, it really is. Ulrika says, good luck with your chrome toaster. You or your cleaner forever removing your paw prints from the chrome. I've tried it, actually. It doesn't look too bad at all. I'm quite. I do have cloths to clean things. Don't worry. Steve, M&S Christmas pudding with prosecco added. You see, they're just picking up, Lee, on what I do. You know, I do think Christmas pudding's got to have brandy in them. I'm not sure about prosecco. That's really not so great. Janice says, I bought a Tefal toaster and the bread is too big for it, so only 3/4 of it gets toasted. How big are your loaves down there? And Albert says, have you ever heard the German troops singing Silent Night? Isn't that Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht? I seem to remember at prep school we learnt it in German. Don't ask me why, but I always remember it. And so when we came to singing Silent Night, Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, alles, and so it went on like that. I can't remember the bit after that. It's awful, really, isn't it? But he says there was a lull in the fighting on Christmas Eve. It's very touching. Yes. Do you think you'll put on weight over Christmas, Steve, with all the eating? I don't eat that much over Christmas. I don't drink over Christmas. I'm one of those good people. I don't drink, and I don't tend to eat I just eat normal amounts. So, I mean, will I put on weight over Christmas? God, I hope not. Carol. So I had to have some milk. Actually, I shouldn't drink milk. I just remembered, actually, there was a well-known presenter some years ago, and he said to me, you should never drink milk. And I said, why? He said, because it does something to your, whatever it is, it makes you go dry. You have to be very careful. It's what? Affects your vocal cords. And I said, but I love cold milk. And he said, yeah, but it's not very good for broadcasting. I said, perhaps it'll make me sexier. He said, I don't think so. And so I don't talk to him anymore. I'm a sucker for a choir. Reminded me when I was 16, says Carol, and walked down the stairs with black eyeliner and white lipstick plastered in my face. Dad, who was waiting to drive me to the local youth club, got out his hanky and said, I think less is more. Yes, that's too dangerous. I've got a young goddaughter, and she loves makeup. She's 14. She loves makeup. It's as simple as that. And, you sort of go, I think you've got too much makeup on, or it's the wrong colour, or something like that. But they do what they do, don't they? Guess who's going back to Emmerdale? Believe it or not, Lisa Riley. After 17 years, and goodness knows how many reincarnations of her body, which has got smaller and smaller and smaller. So after 17 years, she's back as Mandy Dingle with a big secret that'll cause a bit of a ding-dong with her ex-husband, Paddy Kirk. So I should be looking forward to that. I always think Emmerdale get the rough end of the pineapple, don't you? Everybody talks about what's going on in Coronation Street, what's going to happen in EastEnders, will they blow up the Queen Vic, will they finally get rid of Ian Beale's fish and chip shop? Has anybody seen anybody leaving Walford Station? They seem to walk into it, and that's the last you ever see of them. And so over in Emmerdale, I wonder if they've got snow this year. I wonder if they'll be thinking about, should we spray it with snow just in case we get a light dusting? But she's going back after a 17-year break. That, as I say, you always wait, and eventually they will invite you back. Guess who's playing Vegas next year? Yes, it's Robbie Williams. He's having another crack at America. He's tried it before. It didn't really work, actually. Next March, he'll be heading to Sin City for a run of high-octane shows. He's only doing 6 shows. That's all he's doing. And ticket prices are on sale from robbiewilliams.com/tickets. And I think they're from 45 quid or $45 or whatever it is. And so he's going over there. What he's going to sing, I don't know. And I don't know how big the venues are. I'm always keen to find out how big venues are. And Gary Barlow meditates every day. That comes as no surprise to me at all. I always imagine that he would be the sort of person who would be meditating. And he reckons it's helped ease the stress of life and improve his health. He's 47. And he says sometimes, you just lie on the floor with your feet on the sofa and either just put some classical music on or just something that takes you out of the world for 30 minutes. Perhaps a Take That show. That would take you out of yourself for 30 minutes or so, wouldn't it? Very nice indeed. Mind you, if he's 47, John Barrowman's 51. He's the only gay campmate, we think. Although I think there's a couple of others that could be slightly suspect. But, far be it from me. Far be it from me. Gordon Ramsay treats every meal as if it's his last, so he can enjoy it while he still has his own teeth. His dream meal is lobster ravioli and fillet steak with foie gras and truffles. So there you go. I'm quite simple as well in my extreme. I had that butterfly pasta the other night. I just did that with some cheese on it. It was delicious. Delicious. I didn't buy it. I couldn't find the blooming stuff. My friend Mike bought it for me from Tesco's. And it's delicious. I've had it a couple of times now. I'm really enjoying it. I keep convincing myself it's pasta, it's good for you. The one thing that isn't good for you, which is a shame because I love them, is milkshakes. Some of the calorie counts on the milkshake front, blow your socks off, as you will hear on this programme this morning. And who's the most popular royal? They've done a table of the most popular royals. There's some interesting ones in there. And some that you'll be going, well, you were right all the time, Steve, because we are never, ever wrong. We're like John Lewis. We're never, ever knowingly undersold. Which, of course, is wrong because we generally are. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Ron says Katie Price is one of those people who's useless with money and spends more than she earns. Yeah, she's got beer income and champagne lifestyle, but unfortunately, she doesn't even do champagne. She's not classy enough for champagne. And have you seen the I'm a Celebrity lineup? Very good, I think, to make up for Ant's absence. I don't think anybody's going to miss him. Seriously, Holly Willoughby will do it, and she'll be as good as anybody else, because that's what she does. She's a presenter. You know, he sort of does it. People go, oh, you know, what could you... Well, Deck's already presented by himself, proving that he can do it, and it doesn't make any difference at all. You know, he does it very, very well. I feel young girls, Steve, are sexualised far too early now. They wear makeup far too early. They do, but the trouble is it's up to the parents, isn't it? It's like the girls, you know, I mean, the amount of short skirts there are on girls going to school now is almost phenomenal. Especially, I don't know what it's like round your neck of the woods. Round our neck of the woods, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Morning, everybody. John Barrowman, very good choice for the Jungle, says Duncan. I don't know if he'll survive there without his hair colourist. Well, because obviously he put some sort of colour through it, but then loads of people do that. He's still seriously good-looking boy. He really is, seriously. And he's a member of a club, isn't he, as well? Which I can't talk about, because it's too rude. But there's only a few men in it. One including my fishmonger. Joe Swash, oh dear. Cockney Sparrow, Joe Wash. Joe Swash is back on. I think he's awful. Most worst presenter I've ever seen on the television. Oh, no, there's worse presenters. There's a couple of queens who've been given game shows, and they're dreadful at the moment, which isn't so good. And then somebody says, this is odd, isn't it? If you don't eat or drink much over Christmas, Steve, how are you going to have fun? What are we, a nation of alcoholics or something? Gone are the days where you went, you know, oh, you can only have fun if you've had a few sherbets, or if you've had loads of food or stuff like that. Well, I can have fun quite easily without any alcohol or without any food, really, actually. It doesn't sort of bother me either way. If I'm eating, I'm eating. And if I'm drinking, I'm drinking. Silent Night was written by a German priest. Looks like God was on holiday between 1914 and 1918, says Paul. And then Brian says, you devil. There is an Asda close to you at the Ivy Bridge Retail Park in Isleworth. I'm not taking my car to the Ivy Bridge Retail Park. Have you seen it? No, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. Honestly. He says, small but perfect for a few things. I've got other places around me. I'm not going to the Ivy Bridge Park. I mean, it's down the road. It's sort of at the back of... Well, I know where it is, actually. It sort of backs onto Tesco, doesn't it? But I don't think I've normally done an Asda. I'm sort of more than happy with Marks & Spencer. Although, a manager in Marks & Spencer yesterday, I sort of lumbered up there with my basket, which had a few little bits and pieces in. And because my arms are particularly weak and all the rest of it, I don't pack bags. Okay, it's a simple... I never have done. I've told you about this before. And so this manager, whose name... I think he must be trainee manager. His name's Kevin. Because I heard somebody call him Kevin, so he could be called Brian, I don't know. But, and so I said, I have a couple of bags. And he gave them to me. And so, I didn't touch them. I sort of left them. And he starts piling the stuff on the side. I thought, small wonder Marks and Spencer are closing their food brand. Worst thing you can ever do to me is go, you pack your own bag. I said, are you not packing the bag? He said, do you want me to? I said, well, I'm not packing it. I wanted to follow it up by saying, excuse me, this is what I pay Marks and Spencer's prices for, and this is, by your attitude, the reason why they're closing their branches. You know, watch it, pal. You could be out of work before long. They could close these places down. I've got influence in the Marks and Spencer's department. I shop there all the time. I can see where the problems are. You know, and the problems are, you're supposed to go that little bit over the top. You know, absolutely ridiculous. I walked out of the shop thinking, you're coming in for it tomorrow morning, I'm telling you. Fancy give me the bag and you pack it. What, at your prices? I don't think so. But as I say, that is exactly the reason that you're going down the Swanee. That is exactly the reason that Marks and Spencer's are losing out to other competition. Reduce your prices, I'll pack my own bag, but at the prices you're charging, you pack them. Oh, dear, honestly. I've just seen on the Mail Online that Christopher Reeve's Research Foundation has helped to pioneer new help and hope for paraplegics. His son is quoted as saying his father would have been really proud. Feel-good story for today, says Dallas. Yes. And no, I haven't heard Dan, the story about Tony. Let me know. Thank you. I'm sure it's a good story. Or bad story. Do let me know, please. And Shane says, have you ever shopped on Christmas Eve? No. No. If I haven't got stuff by at least a week before Christmas, sometimes I might go out for one item. And poor old Shane has done it an hour before they close. Forgot a present. No, I don't. Because if in doubt, money. Money in an envelope. In fact, most of my presents now tend to be money. I take down boxes of chocolates and things like that, and a candle, If it's somebody over the age of 35, 40, it's a cat. But mainly for my godchildren and my brother's daughters, it's going to be money and a gift. But mainly for my godchildren, it's money, because that's what they want. They're running cars, they're going out, they're socialising. Money is far more useful to them. Little Julie says there's an Asda in Feltham. Pop in when you next go for a Chinese. Actually, we're going out for lunch today. I might go for Chinese again today. I don't know, because I found another one. There's one in Esher, which looks quite nice, which is the Good Earth. It's making me hungry thinking about it. And then there's a Thai restaurant apparently in Teddington, which I quite fancy as well. Steve, I've watched the Boots advert after talking to my wee sister on the phone for hours about whether we could arrange to take our mum shopping for Christmas. She lives in a nursing home after a massive stroke at just 70. That was 6 years ago. And I just sobbed and sobbed. I'd give anything to have her back as she was. I know. That's what life is like. It's sometimes it's not fair, and sometimes you think it's all geared against you. Sometimes you think, why me? Why me? Everybody else seems to have their parents to go out with. It's like, you sort of watch the Festival of Remembrance, and I always think, well, I don't have any parents anymore. And sometimes you wish that you could have your parents back. I don't know what state they'd be in at this, late stage in their life, but it would still be nice if you had enough money. Can you imagine if they said, listen, we'll have 24-hour care at home? And, I didn't know that, Dan. Oh, good Lord. Well, that is a shock. This is somebody I know who we've had some bad news about. I don't want to say it because I need to check out these sort of things, as you can well imagine. Good Lord. Do we know what the cause was? Do we know what the reason is or anything else like that? Let me know. Dear me. I wonder if John knows about that. He probably will, actually. So, anyway, what was I going to do? I've completely thrown me now. Royals. Apparently, we still have a very healthy interest in the royals. And who is the most popular royal? Harry. I don't know why, because Harry and Meghan, between them, have lost 3 members of staff. Now, normally, people stick with the royal family for donkey's years. I wonder why people are not staying with Harry or Meghan. Is it because they don't know how to treat people? Is it because those stories of Harry standing in Windsor Castle going, whatever Meghan wants, Meghan gets? Do you think that could be it? And these people concerned, because the royal household has got no comment to make at all, which makes you think, have they been behaving badly to staff? That was it. You'd have to sort of check out these things. They might be awful to work for. They might be really, really bad. She might be going, oi, get me a cup of coffee. We don't know because we're not inside there. So it could be anything. But anyway, he is the most popular royal. 77% of people have a positive opinion. He's followed by the Queen, second place, and William in third place. He's described by his fans as admirable, likeable, humorous, fun-loving, bone idle, genuine, and Prince Charles is in 7th position. Kate is 4th. Prince Philip is 5th with 56%. Meghan in 6th place with 55%. You're not totally convinced by Meghan, are you, yet? I've noticed this quite a lot. Camilla is in 10th place, with 29% of people having a positive opinion of her, ahead of the Earl and Countess of Wessex. And then here they come, the dreary twosome, Eugenie and Beatrice. Yes, and Prince Andrew, who came 15th, with 22%. Only 7% of those quizzed had a negative opinion of Harry. 36% have a negative opinion of Camilla. And she shared joint first place in this ranking with Prince Andrew. You don't like Prince Andrew at all. You don't like Sarah Ferguson, and you don't like Eugenie and Beatrice. You don't like them at all. Bone idle, I think some people described as. Granted, you won't eat or drink much, but you still haven't explained how you will have fun. Do you play charades? No, we're just always fun. We're not miserable. We're always fun. You don't have to do something to have fun. Oh, so you think that if you play charades, that means you're having fun? No. Just being all together. We still do quizzes at my brother. There'll always be a quiz at Christmas. That's not fun. No, but he knows that. I always tell him to his face. I always go, not the bloody quiz again, please. But he takes great delight in doing it. But no, you can have loads of fun by not doing anything. Just being in the company of nice people. I'm having fun this morning. Whatever. We're all happy. That's it. Woo, woo, big up Steve Allen kind of thing. Margaret in Great Yarmouth. Ooh, I wonder why it was called Great Yarmouth. I wonder why. There must be some reason, mustn't there? But anyway, she says, I never mind being awake in the night whilst I can listen to your cheerful chat. I hope I'll have the same benefit whilst I'm on my own at Christmas, but I'm on my own. And I know you cheer everybody else up. Well, you come with us on Christmas. Come on, we're going to be here Christmas morning. Don't want any excuses. You just, we're all welcome to be part of the Christmas merriment. But no, we always have fun. It's like, if you didn't have fun, you couldn't do this job. I really don't think you could. If you're a miserable person, and I can't think of anybody off the top of my head who sort of comes in to do this job, why would you be miserable? Every minute I sit here, I'm earning money. I mean, how does that not make you happy? It's a wonderful day to be celebrating the fact that it's 42 days to Christmas, celebrating the fact that it's freezing cold out there this morning, and you will suffer. So put on a jumper, put a scarf on, put a hat on, do something. Do something. Thank you, Dan, for that one. Thank you. And that's very sad news. Natalie says, my husband and I are planning a few days in London before Christmas. As a Christmas lover, where's the best Christmas market? It's almost Christmassy place to go. South Bank, really? South Bank. You'll find markets all over the place. All over the place. We've got one outside this window. I don't think it's the best one, but it's outside this window. And there's all sorts of markets all over London. You can find them at all the tourist attractions, all sorts of little bits and pieces. Says, I know London fairly well, but I've lived in Dubai. Well, start on the South Bank and then take it down there. And then sort of you can wander around there. There's all sorts of things going on. It's lovely. Somebody says we have a Booths Country store up here in Lancashire. You pay a bit more than you would at the big stores. Staff are excellent. They always pack customers' bags, says Dean. I know. And then somebody wrote here. I'm assuming, have they written before this person? That one on the top one. Have they written before? We just have to find somebody's name. I always like it when you can find their name out because they're always trolls. So we have to name them, which is so much better. Are they not nice? Oh, are they a nasty person? What's their name? Do we know a name? Oh, they have no name. Who do they normally write to? They normally write to... Yeah, okay. And I always like to find out, just in case somebody's a complete peasant. Oh, right, and they've written to Clive Bull as well. Don't worry, we got you. And this one says, how can you call William bone idle when you can't pack your own bags? Shame on you for treating somebody like that. Shame on you, you old bag. Shame on you. You know why? Because everybody gets their bags packed in Marks and Spencer's. All the girls there pack all the bags and everything else. So you're obviously living in a bad part of town, and obviously you've got a lot of on your shoulder. Sarah Ferguson strikes me as being the don't you know who I am type. I might be wrong, says Ron. Well, I think she clings on to anybody who can help her out in her dull existence. And Prince Andrew's the main person in it because they were married. And then they say they might get something, going on this year. They might go. You really shouldn't have chocolates in the car, not with your diabetes, surely. I think if they're in the boot, they're fairly safe, don't you? Only guessing, unless they manage to walk. John says, why do you hate Katie Price? Has she done something to annoy you? Yes, she's living. It's just lies, isn't it? It's just lies. I mean, I shouldn't imagine, John, you would really welcome anybody who tells lies like that and treats people so badly. What are we, 3 husbands down, 4 husbands down, and every single one she's slagged to the ground. Slagged to the ground. That time she looked on her own doorstep, John. I should imagine you probably got people who don't like you. I have. So there you go. Steve, I'm 65 today, says Stephen Fleetwood. You're not long for this world then, are you? 65? I mean, how many more Christmases do you expect to go through? I often wonder, actually. Somebody said, sometimes when you get a little bit older, you sort of... This morning, I was on my knees. Don't ask why. It's really not worth it. Because I dropped some money on the floor inside our entrance hall. And I went... Well, I had a devil of a job getting myself back up again. And I remember thinking, this is stupid. Get out. Get up. Get up. Paul says, I won't be happy this Christmas. I'll have to spend it in Wales. Oh, I think that's quite nice. I would welcome that. I wouldn't worry about that at all. The Good Earth Anisha is very nice, says Caroline. You should definitely go. I thought it would. I have a lovely tie at the Pachari restaurant in Kingston the other day. I wonder where's that one? I don't know that one. And unlike your good self, Steve, I'm only really happy and giggly when intoxicated. Really? Oh, God, no. I can have a great deal of fun without having any drinks at all. And Andy says, I wonder how my parents amused themselves before the days of the internet and television. None of my 19 brothers and sisters knew the answer to that one either. Yes, that's why it was all big families, wasn't it? Oh, good, blackout tonight. Whoopee! We're going to be having rumpy bumpy. Britons will devour an average of how many in your adult lifetime? 504 mince pies. In your lifetime, is that all? 504 mince pies, and also 1,008 sprouts in your adult lifetime. What do you mean? I could do that on a Saturday. 1,008 sprouts. The average Brit will receive 630 gifts, and you will travel 20,000 miles almost once around the world to get home and back again for Christmas. You'll go to 126 festive parties. You'll pull 252 crackers and fork out for 1,386 gifts. What a load of rubbish. What a load of rubbish. Honestly. So in your entire lifetime, 504 mince pies. Could do that on a decent Friday. Decent Friday for that one. Also, pupils have blasted the Kirkdale Industrial Training Service in Brighouse, claiming it's a breach of human rights. They banned toilet rolls from the toilets. What's the point of that? They have to ask for the class toilet roll from the teacher, carry it to the toilet, and then return it. One says, they've told us, the students, you can't be trusted with the toilet roll because we're flushing them down the toilets. Well, that's I've never heard of that. What, having to ask for the toilet roll? That's not very good, is it? That's not very good at all. We used to be rationed years ago. People used to say, come on, you don't need to sort of wring reams of toilet paper off and stuff like that. Well, you might. You might. I see no reason why we shouldn't be able to do things like that. Victoria Beckham has poured scorn on suggestions she may rejoin the Spice Girls. She doesn't want to go to the Spice Girls. And at the People's Choice Awards, which nobody knows what they are, they've just given her an award for being, costing £4,000 a day. She says, I get scared when I get up on stage and see a microphone. I don't know why, you never sang. Didn't make any difference at all. She did make a Spice reference. She says, with the Spice Girls, it started as girl power. Now it's about, wait for this rubbish line, empowering women through fashion. What does that mean? How does that empower women? I'd love to know where they get some of this garbage from. Oh, say this, Victoria, it sounds intelligent. Somebody should question it. What does that mean? Empowering women through fashion. What does that mean, love? Try and explain it to people, because I have a feeling you can't. Stan Lee gets coverage in all the newspapers. Co-creator of Marvel Comics, age 95, and a flight attendant caused a fatal crash whilst falling asleep driving on an epic journey from Scotland to Kent. I think, sometimes I was speaking to somebody the other day, I won't tell you who it is, somebody the other day, and they were sort of saying that they have this thing in the car which says to them, you need to take a break, you're doing too much driving. And I get that sometimes. If you're driving a long way, you have to sort of stop and get a bit of rest. The celebrities putting on the knits to help kids. And so they've got James Blunt, Amanda Holden, Holly Willoughby, who does everything like this. Also, you've got Aston Marigold. Oh, God in heaven, why Aston Marigold? And for some reason, Peter Andre. Aren't you a bit old for this, Pete? It's not really worked out, has it? But never mind, I'm sure you're really happy. And the Kiss and Tell pair, Danny and Jack. Don't give that very long, do we, actually? And I remember a really embarrassing time in the past, Steve, when I was so stressed I went to work wearing carpet slippers. I could have died. I sometimes do that. The Patchery in Kingston is just along from the cinema. Where's the cinema? I'm not learning anything at the moment. I'm terrible. And Jim says, you're always telling us what a lovely, comfy, out-like-a-light sleep you have, but never who with. Is it Teddy, the woolly giraffe, or your pet lizard? I'm not at liberty to discuss things like that. They have their right to anonymity and privacy. They have their right to... Oh, I found it. The OD... Oh, I know. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I don't know where it is. It's by the Rotunda. Oh, right. OK. So that's where it is. Very near the Travel Lodge, by the look of it. So why is it not listed? Oh, that's it. Patchery Thai Restaurant. God, it's miles away, isn't it? I'm never going to find... It's near Custom Tattoo and Piercing Studio. Can't wait. Call in and do... Wait, I know where that is. I know it... Oh, there it is. Oh, there. Oh, I know exactly. That never seems to have anybody in it. It's right next to the station. I know it. I know it very well. I've walked past it a million times. How can I forget that? I've never seen it busy. Is it busy in the evening? Food good? We'll have to check all that, actually. Adam says, I remember at school we used to have some horrible scratchy tracing paper for toilet paper. I know. It was Izal. Izal was the manufacturer. Always used to say on it, now please wash your hands. Always. Marks and Spencer's Food in Sunbury, always pack your bags. I know, it's something, Jackie, that people who live away from civilization don't actually get. You know, so I always love it, actually. Can recommend Simply Thai in Teddington, says Jackie. Thank you. And thank you for cheering me up in the early mornings. I can't sleep recovering from an op. Oh, God. Never mind. Dell, never liked Brussels sprouts until my partner cut into pieces and dry fried in little oil with garlic. Just fab. Love the show. And this mild weather, fab too. Actually, it's not very mild this morning. It's a bit chilly out there this morning, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's only a bit of cold. We can always cope with it, can't we? There's a council here. Actually, there's a couple of councils in the papers today, one of whom spent a small fortune sending all their staff to the local pantomime. You know, why would you want to go to the local pantomime if you're not into pantomimes? And here's another one here. This is Bournemouth Council. Hello, Bournemouth. They've managed to put cameras up costing £20,000 to trap speeding cyclists. Critics claim the excessive amount of money used to fit the cameras has demonised cyclists. Last year, a 72-year-old grandmother was run down by a cyclist travelling at 20 miles an hour. Louise Ritchie's son Tyler was only 5 when he was left with cuts and scrapes all over his body after being hit by a bike on the promenade, because 100,000 people can visit Bournemouth Beach daily in July and August. So they've got these £3,000 cameras because you get selfish cyclists who cycle on the place which is meant for other people. In London, you get them cycling on the pavement. You get it all the time. You get it in Twickenham. Nothing you can do about it. You can shout obscenities and do the whole bit, but you know what cyclists are like. Steve, I'm giving the youngest in my family money for Christmas, and I bought some tiny Christmas trees and mini pegs from Poundland, and I'm pegging £5 notes all over the tree. Shame we don't still have pound notes, as it would look even better. It'd be nice if you could do the mixture of the two. You could put £5 and £10 notes, couldn't you, on the tree? Could you not? Sounds a bit expensive, doesn't it? Sounds like an awful waste of money. We'd all be going round sort of stripping the trees of all their money. That'd be great. Should you ever check on Gold? Are you kidding, Steve? Who was it dreamt up that name? Says James, previously Starburst Moonshine. Yes. Welcome to... I couldn't think of anything stupid enough, actually. I was going to say chromium teapot, but it came out as chloroform, so I kind of gave up. You can buy sprouts in tins, says Dorothy. No, you can't. No, you can't. It's ridiculous. Shout out to Julie and the Facebook Spikers, a very refined club. And obviously, talking about toilet rolls, I'm in India. You get attendance in some larger public loos handing out tissue paper and greeting and thanking you. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I don't want to be spoken to in the toilet. Definitely not. I think we've had enough toilet talk this morning. Enough toilet talk. Other stories in the papers for today. The Shield of Dreams, the historic emblems that are badges of honour for fans. Do you know people have started selling on eBay lots of Leicester City stuff? Why would they want to do that? That's very odd, isn't it? Lord Sugar is one of the richest people in the UK. He's worth more than £1 billion. Okay, that's okay. I can cope with things like that. Plus, apparently, he's starting to tighten his purse string. He used to send his losers on The Apprentice to the Bridge Cafe in West London to discuss who was to blame for flunking the task. £3.80 a head for coffee and a bacon sandwich. But he's spotted in the latest show. He's been sent into a new place, La Cabana Cafe, just down the road. And in fact, it's cheaper there. Bacon and coffee, slightly less at £3. Piers Morgan, who loves it, they've been ribbing each other for ages and ages. He says here, it looks like the expense account is dropping at the same rate as his ratings. I love people always get really, really good about ratings, don't they? Especially television ratings, of course, are particularly interesting. Where sort of somebody say, "Oh, we've got this, we've got that," it's like the radio ratings. People who don't have any audience don't bother saying anything at all because there's no point, because it can be proven within a matter of seconds that it's off the scale, and so so basically they're talking to themselves, which I thought most radio presenters did anyway. But you do get people who sort of try and over-egg the pudding, and it doesn't matter who you put on there. It's just never going to do it. It's just never going to do it because you've got to have a believability. And fake hair stuck on your head doesn't kind of do it really for many people, does it? What do we got? We got 24 minutes past 5. 24 minutes past 5. So, are you interested in this? I wasn't sure if this was a going story. Actors playing Michael Jackson in a musical can either be black or white. Is that because Michael Jackson could be either black or white because he went for this sort of pigmentation and he had all sorts of problems? So people said, are you sure he's black? And the answer is, of course he's black. These are his brothers. It's just that he doesn't look black. So presumably, in this thing, they're going, it can be somebody black or white. It's like Father Christmas. I don't know if Father Christmas is supposed to be a particular colour. It's like Jesus. Is Jesus supposed... In all the pictures we see of Jesus, he's a white man. He looks white to me, and yet, being brought up in the Middle East, he wouldn't be white at all. So why has he been sanitised? Why is Father Christmas, white? Could he be black? Could he have come... I don't know. I really don't know. So when it comes to Michael Jackson, and they've said, he can either be white or black, I'm assuming they've said that so that you can't discriminate. I can't think of any other reason why you'd be saying that at all. David says, my fiancée is stick thin, but hates Victoria Beckham's clothes and disagrees with feminism as it meant she had to get a job. Oh, right. I don't know anybody who's buying Victoria Beckham's clothes. You've got to be so tiny. It's teeny tiny stuff. So occasionally you'll see something in the paper, but if she's losing, a lot of money. St. Nicholas was Dutch, so presumably he would have been ethnically white. So St. Nicholas is Father Christmas. Is it the same person? Santa Claus. Is it? Oh, right. It's the same. So the person who comes down my chimney, which I don't have, is St. Nicholas. He's Dutch, Santa Claus. And he used to be wearing green, but he wears red because Coca-Cola changed it for the advert. So it was Coca-Cola that changed him into red, and that's holidays are coming, with the gayest thing you've ever seen coming along there with all the lights on it, which is good. Roasted cauliflower, says Chrissy, with parmesan, garlic and breadcrumbs. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I just like it with cheese over the top of it, but it's really fattening. I discovered that because you need sort of an extra dose of insulin to try and get you through the blooming thing. But it looked quite nice, actually. Anything. Do you know, as long as somebody cooks and I've got crispy roast potatoes, I can guarantee I'm the happiest person going. Michelle Obama says, how I feared a royal faux pas and I put my arm around the Queen. You're not supposed to touch the Queen. Didn't the Australian Premier do that as well some years ago? She went over there and I'm thinking, don't touch her, you'll be in the tower. People sort of worry about things like that. The Jungle lineup, which, as I say, is confirmed. Hitler's disciples, this peculiar couple. I mean, quite clearly they must be on some sort of things. Simon Cowell admits he's been living like a vampire. Just bought himself a new £200,000 car. Why? Because he's rich. Because he's very successful. Why shouldn't he? But he doesn't pack his own bags. Also, the Hitler's disciples, as I say, not the full ticket, a sad, pathetic little waste of space. And travellers being warned about rabies. I know it seems dim and distant past, but I promise you it's very real. A Brit caught it from a cat bite and died as a result. Not so good, not so good. I must tell you the story about the vigilante cowboy who's been jailed for a bike hunt, but not just a bike hunt. This is a bloke who has he's saved something like 300 bikes from being nicked. And unfortunately, in one of the cases, he chased the bloke who just nicked the bike in his car, rammed him, gets out the car, and beats him to within an inch of his life, which, of course, was the thing that got him sent to prison for 7 years. The judge said he'd never met such a cowardly act in his entire life. Last week, somebody nicked a milk float, says Ron. I know, I read that in the paper. Somebody nicked somebody's milk float. I mean, they don't exactly go that fast, do they? Have we heard from Kevin lately? I think we have, yes. Pretty certain. I'm sure that Kevin will be the first one. Oh, no, don't say that. Not since last week we haven't heard from Kevin. Is it really? Oh, goodness. Kevin? Let us know, for goodness sake. Oh, dear, honestly, I can't bear it when we lose people to No, that's not very good, is it, at all? We don't want that kind of stuff going on. So we shall find out whether or not Kevin is in one pit. I think he is in one pit. I'm pretty certain. I would like to honestly put money. Cauliflower steaks are nice, Steve. They're very yummy. Yeah, I do like cauliflower. I don't know if it's good for me. I'm sort of assuming it's okay, isn't it? It's okay. It's not going to make any difference, is it really? The airlines wrap, and I think it's Ryanair, where they're literally charging you if you want to sit with your family. You pay extra. You pay extra for this, pay extra for that, because they're determined to get you every which way but. I mean, all you have to do, though, if you don't want to do that, don't fly with them. Go fly with another airline. You know, people always complain about it. They say, well, you're flying with them. If you don't want to do that, fly with somebody else. Well, they are cheaper. Well, you can't have it both ways. You only have it the one way. So, but people are complaining about that this morning. And Chris Eubank sitting on aeroplane, hadn't even taken off, had a bit of a mare of a day, wanting to sort of get his bag of money or something. There's something the matter with him. He's not the full ticket at all. And in the end, the people on the plane, because they were quite frightened by his shouting, they called the police. And the police arrived and they escorted him off the plane. There was no charges. He was coming back from pretending to be a policeman in Louisiana or something. This is a man who's been stopped by the police twice in this country. And he has the power of arrest over there. He's that mad. He will go to a place. But as I said before, it doesn't mean anything. I'm an ordained minister. I can, do weddings and funerals, which is quite nice. Just in case you were thinking of one or the other. Kevin the Milton is still with us. Thank God for that. Honestly, I couldn't bear to go to the news and discover that he wasn't, and that he's sort of propping himself up on a car tyre. 5:30 today. Do you know we said this last week? I got to Tuesday and went, I think this week's dragging. And you think... when you had Monday, didn't we? And then all of a sudden we were at Friday, and then we were at the weekend. And then it whizzes through. It's seriously going very, very fast. Steve, I wouldn't want to sit with my family. It's one sister, and she's a pain in the neck. I've seen that on the television before. Kids who don't get on with each other, or sort of, siblings who don't. There's a lot of sibling rivalry. Our image of a white Jesus is based on the Roman image of their god Sol Invictus. Says Paul. I've got no idea. I just know he wouldn't have been white. It's as simple as that. Father Christmas was slim, serene-looking and green. In the 1920s, he started to look jovial, became fat and red, being used for the Coca-Cola campaign. Yes, I remember. Because he was St. Nicholas. And I told you that when we were in Hong Kong, St. Nicholas came in on a boat with two little boys. One little... I mean, here you go. Think on this one. One little white boy, one little black boy. Each had a big book. The little black boy had a book with all the bad names in it of children who'd been naughty, and the little white boy had the names of all the children who'd been very good. And that was how Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, dished out the presents. And I remember thinking he looked very imposing, actually. As a child, Father Christmas was very imposing. St. Nicholas was quite amazing. Justin says, I've just got my new van yesterday with DAB radio. So I can listen to you and your colleagues on a regular basis. What colleagues? What are you talking about? What colleagues? There's nobody. We don't talk about colleagues. Good Lord above. And Steve, I thought you might find this funny. Last week, somebody sold a police van from Lowestoft Police Station. Remember, the public found it dumped a few miles away. No, not particularly funny. Not a particularly funny story. That just means that we'll have to cough up, because we actually make these things, don't we? So we'll have to pay to have the van put back together. Somebody obviously nicked it. I mean, in Lowestoft, I asked you, what's famous about Lowestoft? Nothing. You've got to try cauliflower rice. Fewer carbs than normal rice, says Chrissy. Yeah, cauliflower rice is, you just put it in a blender, don't you? Cauliflower, and it sort of mangles. You can buy a bag of it, I think, in Marks and Spencer's. I wouldn't pack it, of course, myself. I like Brussels sprouts I got in the garden, Steve, says John. I can go out any time and pick them. I can eat, like, they come out of my ears. I love Brussels. It's the little ones I like, little Brussels. I like little Brussels. They're always my sort of favourite. 670,000 people were tested by the Cambridge University researchers to find out who can put together flat-pack furniture. Boys or girls? And I have to tell you, it's the boys. Boys can put it together much better, so we're better suited to rule-based jobs, such as engineering or being a mechanic. Seriously, I'm looking at my hands now thinking, being a mechanic, how's that going to happen? So anyway, Professor Simon Barron-Cohen says it's the biggest study of its kind and confirms a difference in key character traits in general. Who cares? How much money have we paid for that? Honestly, some of these professional university people, they come up with something and go, oh, riveting. And they go, of course, it now means that men, I mean, there used to be there was a joke I was told some years ago. And it was a man knocked at the door of a house late at night. The door was opened by a voluptuous young lady wearing a neggly-giggly kind of thing. And he said, it's very windy and wet out here. My tent's blown away. I was wondering, could I have a bed for the night? And so she says, yes, of course you can have a bed for the night. And so he comes in and he spends the night. And then in the morning, he goes down for breakfast. And she says, you have a choice. You can have toast, cornflakes or Rice Krispies. And he goes, I'll have cornflakes. And so he has the cornflakes and he leaves. And the next night, somebody else turns up on the door. This joke goes on forever and ever and ever. I promise you, you can make it last half an hour with loads of people turning up at the door. They spend the night. They go down for breakfast in the morning. What do they have? Toast, Rice Krispies, and the end punchline of this joke, wait for this one, is that only goes to prove that in a recent survey, more people eat cornflakes in the morning than anything else. And I remember looking at this bloke who told me this joke, which had gone on for like 10 minutes, and I went, you have got a death wish. You really have. It was the most boring joke I'd ever heard, but it was because it was so stupid. So they do a survey that men can do flat pack furniture. I mean, should they not have isolated it down? Should it be more Chinese men can do flat pack furniture? More gay men could decorate it? You know, it just gets ludicrous. Who cares? Who cares? Oof, dear me. Airlines blasted by ministers for hoodwinking people. That's you. You've been hoodwinked. So they pay more to sit together. Do you know, travellers spend £400 million a year to book their seats, and they've got the temerity here to split passengers up, and when the family want to travel together, they're charged more. That's cynical, exploitative, because it's hoodwinking the public. So they're going to be looking at it. It's called ripping you off. Well, fly with somebody else. If you don't want to fly with these airlines, don't. It's like they still haven't sorted out fruit machines, have they? They've got no idea what to do with fruit machines as people are addicted to them. Also, the Border Force staff regularly fail to check the back seats of cars with tinted windows. And you see more and more tinted windows. I love it when they get stopped by the traffic police and they peel the film off, because there's a certain level it's got to be, because otherwise you can't see out of it. Can't see out. Lowestoft is famous for being the most easterly town in Britain, the driest town of having police van thieves, says Fraser. It's terrible, isn't it, really? Poor old police, honestly. Who was I talking to the other day? I was talking to a friend of mine, actually. Left his car unlocked and somebody burgled it. I said, what'd you leave it unlocked for? He said, I don't know. And the Ocado driver. Ocado, yeah. This is a delivery driver for the online supermarket Ocado, has been sacked for urinating into bottles in the back of the van while delivering fresh food. He was caught out when cleaners complained about repeatedly finding wee-filled bottles in the van. Oh. So he's gone, this particular, but who isn't named, incidentally. He's not named at all. They just sort of say weed in bottles. Seems fair enough if you're driving a van all the time. How are you supposed to manage? Also, more than 200 problem kids spent a whole week in school isolation units last year. There were 225 unruly pupils. And Top Gear presenter Chris Harris has pranged a £110,000 Porsche whilst working for the show's mag. The BBC One host, 43. Why do they tell you how old they are? Does it really matter? 43. Was in a black GT3 Touring when it hit the side of a pickup truck, which was in the middle of a three-point turn. God, honestly. Because you've got Freddie Flintoff doing it, and Paddy McGuinness. But this bloke will also feature in it as well. So that's good news, isn't it? Ali Ross on television today. He's talking about Johnny Mercer MP. Celebrity hunted. I've never even heard of him. Never heard of him. But he's another one of these people. They put on reality shows where they go celebrity-based, you know, fill my sausage roll or something. And we all go, who are they? And everybody else goes, I've got no idea. No idea. They're nobodies at all. They're nobodies. Great lies and delusions. Good Morning Britain, Susanna Reid. This Doctor Who series with Jodie is incredibly special. A runaway success. Ratings are off the scale. Oh, they're not, dear. Down 2 million. Down 2 million. Loose woman, Janet Street Porter. I take my clothes off. I think I look great. Kato Starr wasn't so thrilled, but Janet thinks she looks great. She's a bit delusional, Janet Street Porter, isn't she? Is that a medal for me? Oh, I'll take that, thank you. Even though I've been condemning them for years and years and years. But I've done it now for my mum. Yeah, of course you have, dear. Of course you have. Picture here of Gerard Butler among a string of celebrities to lose their homes in the California wildfire. And when you look at the shell that's left, these things can be built. They can be built. You know, they can rebuild them again. They don't seem to build. They seem to be built for sort of just disappearing. They've got a horrible picture of a cat awaiting help. It's all scorched because its fur got burnt. And that's not very good at all. Helping out is Jack Osborne. I think, didn't Jack Osborne have some illness or something? Did he have Alzheimer's or something? I seem to remember something years ago. I thought he was on borrowed time. I don't know why I thought that. I mean, I could be totally wrong. But they say former reality star Jack Osborne son of metal legend Ozzy, was seen in uniform as he helped the Malibu police, who he serves as a reserve with. Obviously, he's got MS. Wow. But he's a reserve with the police over there. They're amazing. They never tell us about things like that until you get sort of a bit of a disaster. Also, can't do that one. Can't do that one. And, it's interesting. 2 of Saturday's 4 £2.3 million lotto wins and a £76 million Euro Millions jackpot remain unclaimed. I'm convinced it's me. But they've already said it was bought in a shop and mine wasn't bought in a shop. And then I dreamt last night that it wasn't really bought in a shop at all. It was actually online and they've done it to fool you. And it's me and I've got 76 million. Whee! There you go. How good is my life? Iceland has a great tradition called the Yuli Lads. Oh, right. A different one appears for each day for 12 days before Christmas. And each one does something different, like slamming doors, licking spoons, pinching candles. You can buy the figurines. Fantastic for the children. Do you know, vaguely, this rings a bell with me. I seem to remember this somewhere, but I can't remember exactly what it is. Lovely fresh morning, says Stephen Hamburg. Bit of a queue at the bakery. So I brought home the custard-filled hot croissant. Woo! How nice. Talking of cauliflower rice, Iceland do a fab green rice consisting of kale, broccoli and spinach. Fab with a lovely piece of fish. Ooh, no, thank you. Definitely not. Sprouts cooked into the cuisine art with 2 teaspoons of butter, grind them for 1 or 2 touches, and then lovely sprouts, better than mashed. Bit of a revelation, thank you. The character of St. Nicholas and Sinterklaas was created by the Dutch, but he's actually based on St. Nicholas of Myra, what was then part of Greece and now part of Turkey. He's said to have put a sack of gold coins through the windows of 3 young girls to save them from becoming prostitutes. My God, it gets more complicated by the minute. Anybody else got a theory on where he comes from, what he does, and what he stands for? Because we just assume that's where the presents come from, isn't it? That's what we tell the little ones. And then later on, they kind of work out for themselves. And I'm not here to dispel the myths. I don't know why I tell the same stories as everybody else. I feel a bit guilty sometimes. I can't remember what year I was when I found out about, I think about 37, something like that. I was very disappointed. Very disappointed. The 6, I see that the Air India flight from Delhi to London was grounded when the pilot failed the breathalyzer. How many drunk pilots are we? Didn't we have a Japanese pilot a short while ago who was so far over the limit? I mean, he was in another planet. It was like 10 times over the limit, wasn't it? I remember thinking that. That was absolutely unbelievable. Boris Johnson's dad returns to the jungle next week, but not on I'm a Celebrity. He's taking part in a bike ride in India to save tigers. So there you go. Cyclists hoping to raise £25,000 riding over there, and he's one of them, which is good. Plus, the teleantiques expert Tim Wonnacott is starring in his own version of Cash in the Attic. He's got loads of things for sale, and he's acquired much of it filming Bargain Hunt. He could flog it for £100,000, their moving house, and he's got all sorts of interesting things, because he would know. Wouldn't you love to know what was an antique and what wasn't an antique? When you go to a car boot and you go, I wonder if they've spotted this one. Oh, how much is this? It's about £40. Oh, I couldn't give 40. It's worth 1,000. 20? Would you take 20? They all seem to get the most amazing deals, and I wonder whether it is because they've got a film crew standing with them, and they go, it's at 95. What would be your best price on that? I could probably do it at 60. Could you do it for 15? Sorry? Could you do it for 15? Yeah, okay. And you think, I wouldn't be able to get things like that. I'm hopeless at negotiating stuff. And so they all do it, don't they? Antique experts. And then you see them, they go, and then they put it all in front of the auctioneer. And they go, OK, what do you like about this thing here? Well, that's a tea caddy, early Victorian. Probably worth about 15 to 20. They paid 150, and it's obviously not going to make any money on that one, are they? It's not going to sell. And they've got this thing here. Ah, yes, you know what this is? No, this is fake. This is a fake drawing. There's quite a lot of them about. They were done by this man called Santini, and he did them, and they pop up in auction houses all over the world. But they're all fakes. They're not what they're supposed to be. Oh, right. So you're hoping that what Tim Wannicott's bought is all fantastic. He says, we're moving house. It's time for a sort-out. He's got lots of... I mean, to me, it just looked like dust collecting. I like the bird paintings. I really like that as well. Then they've got a beheading thing with Herod. Whether it's King Herod, I've got no idea. Oh, look, another picture of Rita Ora. Does she spend her entire life just posing for ridiculous photographs? Is that all it is now? Amber Davis could be going out with with Diversity's Perry Keeley. They've been dating for several weeks after meet, and God, oh, Perry, your little heart's going to be broken, Popsykins. Seriously, she's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. She's only doing it for attention, that's all it is. Also, Sade's got a new song. Cheryl's also got a new single out, but it's not doing very well, unfortunately. It's not doing as well as she was hoping it would be. And although they've said in the official charts, she's made it in at number 8. The interesting thing is with these, and you have to watch them, so they go in at 8. If the next week it drops out, then it's slightly peculiar. Frank Warren is facing a bankruptcy claim. Frank Warren? Good Lord, I thought he was quite big. He's acted for Joe Calzaghe, Ricky Hatton and Amir Khan. He's going to be served with a bankruptcy petition tomorrow. He'd not yet accepted service of the paperwork, but accepted he had been in America promoting Tyson Fury's fight. Well, I'm sure he can pay his... blimey, on that commission alone. He lives in a £2.7 million home in Hertfordshire, and all sorts of things. So he's facing this bankruptcy claim here. His alleged debts were not disclosed. How's he got debts? I'm always amazed at these people who end up with debt. You think, how is this possible? How is this possible? My friend says, what rhymes with orange? And I said, no, it doesn't. Because there's nothing that rhymes with orange, is there? Nothing. If you can think of anything, do please let us know. And the Lord said unto John, come forth, and you will receive eternal life. John came 5th and won a toaster. Got them all out this morning. I tell you, I get everybody. I get people on major medication. And Steve... says Kevin the Milkman, I've now got to explain to my 2-year-old grandson about Santa Claus and the 3 wannabe working girls, Flasher, Scrubber and Hooker. Christmas will never be the same again. It's honestly, there's so many different stories that do the rounds, and people say to me, fake news, Steve. And I go, I don't know. Ron reckons the houses that are in California all seem to be made of wood. Surely brick would be better and make more sense. Yes, I mean, they seem to burn down fairly quickly, but all the people who burnt down, not all of them, but a lot, have the money. That's why they're living where they are. You know, it's supposed to be very, very prestigious to look at Lady Gaga up there and everybody else, so they can. It's also prone to earthquakes, isn't it? I don't think... I've been in the middle of an earthquake. Was it an earthquake? I don't know. Hurricane. Might be hurricane. Over in Hong Kong. That was quite good, actually. Steve... what I really like about the Steve Allen show at LBC is at least for 3 hours it's something other than Brexit. They like Brexit. People want to talk about Brexit. It's just that I'm the calm before the storm. Before you start getting excited about Brexit and what it's going to involve, and you've listened to Dave doing his sort of programme, I'm the light end bit. Cauliflower's a very watery vegetable, says Dallas. Very little nutritional value, save for trace vitamins and a bit of fibre. If you want steak, buy decent rump. And if you want rice, buy the stuff that grows in a paddy field. Same goes for spaghetti. It's made from flour, not courgettes. Janet Street Porter, Steve, may not be delusional. The bits of her body visible when she takes off her clothes may look great compared to the bits normally exposed in public. Thank you, Fraser. And orange has almost no perfect rhymes. The only word in the 20-volume historical Oxford English Dictionary that rhymes with orange is sporange. See, it's pronounced sporange as opposed to sporange, which is a very rare alternative form of sporangium, a botanical term for a part of a fern or a similar plant. But it doesn't rhyme with orange, okay? Orange... sporange. Okay, it doesn't quite work, does it? Looks like it would be the same, but I promise you it's not. And don't start telling my pronunciation is wrong. I'm word perfect, honestly. I could have been on Countdown, Mastermind, all of these programmes, but I chose not to do them. Love Island blame for a rise in steroids. I wonder why all those people look the same like that. I mean, underneath my body and clothing, I would look exactly the same. Halliborange. No, well, that starts with doesn't it? Halliborange does not rhyme with orange. Halliborange, and it's a brand name. So, not getting around that one. I've decided I'm not letting you get away with these things. We're going to put our foot down on it. Prince Charles After years of criticism, who's written this? Oh, it's Ingrid Seward. She's a fan of Charles anyway. Charles has a few fans, and they say why he believes the world finally understands what he's about. We don't. William doesn't always get on with his father, but says he has a big heart. Well, he had nothing to do with them. As they were growing up as children, they were farmed out. You know, we had a couple of pictures taken in the Sprogs. Kind of Sprog 1, Sprog 2. And here they are. They're bouncy, 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 bouncy. OK, give them back to Nanny. Nanny will look at... And so they did. They grew up with nannies. Loads of them did. How about lozenge to rhyme with orange? Orange, lozenge. No, not really. I mean, it's close. Orangey rhymes with glemorangie. No, it doesn't. You might think it does because it sounds similar. And then Blorenge, a valley in Wales, rhymes with orange. There's Blorenge, honestly. What are you doing, making these places up now? Here's a town called Orange. Good Lord above, it rhymes with orange. I'm not having that. There's nothing that rhymes with orange. Whether or not there's a valley in the middle of Wales called Blorenge because people fell down in it. Oh, Blorenge. You know, people are like that. There's a video of Eminem rhyming words with orange. Oh, God, I really couldn't cope with it. So here we go, because I can think of lots of things rhyming with orange. Yes, we're worried it might have a rude word in here.
Ignoring skill, because I stand out like a green hat with an orange bill. Then I got up and ran to the janitor's storage booth, kicked the door loose and ripped out the foreign screws, grabbed some sharp objects, brooms and tools.
Rubbish.
This is for every time you took my
This is
orange juice. When I was there, now I'm even more so.
Oh, it doesn't rhyme with orange. Oh dear, he's past his sell-by. Is that Marshall Mathers or something? Oh, I've had enough of it. He's not rhyming anything with orange at all. There's a Ford engine, door hinge, orange door hinge. He's rhymed orange with syringe. You're mad as a whale, you are. Completely barking mad. Oh, dear me. What else we got? Caroline Flack will get her dream dance partner, Gorka Marquez. This is for the Christmas special for Strictly. You're going to have to put up with Anita Rani, Aston Marigold, Jake Wood, who did very well first time round, Michael Vaughan, and Anne Widdicombe, who's being reunited with Tony Beak. So that'll be lovely, won't it? I think he'll find she's eaten a lot of food this year and she's put on a lot of weight. So I hope he doesn't have to actually lift her up, which he had to do last time round. Also, she was one of the worst dancers because she doesn't make any effort. She just goes on the fact that I'm Anne Widdicombe and I'm a former MP and I've sat in the House of Commons and I know what I'm talking about. And of course, it turns out she doesn't know anything. Which is almost embarrassing. Somebody says, I really like to hear about your daily life shopping and lunching. It's good fun, yes. Isina, you're very welcome to Tuesday, 13th of November. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Florange rhymes with orange. Orange, Florange. No, if you say orange, Florange, again, still doesn't work, does it? It's a place in France, says Lee. No, we're not having that one at all. Isn't there Orange County in America? Well, how can orange rhyme with orange? What's that got to do with it, Geraldine? And another one here says, there is an old name from Sussex in my family history called Gorringe. So you think orange and Gorringe sound the same? No, they don't. If you change porridge to porange, it would rhyme. But it doesn't. You're not winning this argument at all well. And then somebody says, doesn't have to be spelt similar, it's how it's pronounced, and syringe rhymes with orange. Syringe and orange. No, you're not having that one. Ridiculous. It's syringe and orange. Blorenge is a mountain in Wales. The other caller is right. Stop being argumentative, says Dorothy, who rhymes with nobody at all. Dorothy Morothy. You know, what does that go with? Nothing at all. There's Nurple, as in purple Nurple, but I don't think that's in the dictionary. No. And then Sanjay says, I thought I was listening to the Steve Allen rap show on LBC when he was playing that music. I don't think we've ever played Eminem on the show. I don't think or will again. Or will again. Ozzy Osbourne is the one suffering from cognitive dysfunction. Jack was the chubby son who had a bit of a drug problem, cleaned up his act and became very fit, and did another reality program called Adrenaline Junkies. So he's been suffering from MS for years, Raj. I mean, that's years old story, that is. Years old story. But he's now a part-time policeman. Part-time policeman. I seriously doubt, Steve, that males have superior flat pack assembling skills. Hubby bought a flat pack wheelbarrow. He fiddled with it for hours, didn't succeed. Eventually he admitted defeat and took the bits back to the hardware store where he'd bought the flat pack wheelbarrow. The young salesperson confidently started to assemble it to no avail. More salespeople joined in. Still no success. Eventually the checkout lady pointed out they were trying to assemble with two left halves of the wheelbarrow. It's always the way, isn't it? I always think you start doing an assembled wardrobe, one of those flat pack things, which I've got a few of, and all of a sudden there'll be two or three things missing, and you can't assemble it without these two or three things, which is so annoying. So annoying. St. Nicholas comes from Turkey, the south near Kaz. How about binge to rhyme with orange? No. Binge, orange. Doesn't quite work, actually. There is a town in New South Wales called Orange, says Ken. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously orange is going to rhyme with orange, isn't it? So that doesn't quite work that way. On the subject of rice, we move about all over the place here. I only learnt recently that the famous face on Uncle Ben's rice was not Uncle Ben, but actually a maitre d' of a Chicago hotel by the name of Frank Brown, who was spotted by the founder of the Dice company who wanted an image to be identified with his product. Frank Brown was paid just $300 for agreeing to have his picture taken, little knowing that one day he'd become one of the most famous faces in the world. It's funny because when you get Kentucky Fried Chicken, there really was a Colonel Sanders. You know, there really was the person who did the turkeys and the person who did the shavers and everything else. I don't think there's anybody who came up with orange. Okay? Just thought I'd let you know. Steve, orange porridge. No, not with any will in the world there, I'm afraid. And I'm going to change my name, says Simon, to Simange. It'll rhyme with orange. No, it won't. It won't. Blancmange, says Paul in Wigan. I think you need to stay in Wigan. You're not suited for down south. Blancmange. Blancmange, orange. No, doesn't go at all, does it really? Beyonce's sister is an orange. Sorry, it's Solange. Yeah. And your point is what? Solange, orange. No, it doesn't rhyme, does it? Honestly, I shouldn't have to point these. Just say it yourself. If it sounds disbelievable, it probably is, actually. The word orange was a garage before the word garage. Thank you. Before the word garage existed. Somebody says it's a fairly common surname called Gorringe. Does that? No. Phil Vickery's up early, thank goodness. Bit of sanity in the world, honestly. All gone completely mad. So a fairly common surname called Gorringe. I've never heard of Gorringe before, but it doesn't rhyme with orange. Okay? It's, you might think it does. It's like saying, does it rhyme with dual-lit toasters? No, it doesn't. But people like to think it does, don't they? I think that's what people say. And from Phil Vickery, we just get a good morning from Phil Vickery. We're assuming he's up doing something. I think he should do toffee apples, don't you? Toffee apples, that'd be lovely. Good, love him to do toffee apples first thing in the morning. That would be my favourite. But he just said morning, because this is Phil Vickery. Is the one who says not a lover of flaky pastry on pies, prefer a short crust made with butter and lard. I love it. What came first, the colour or the fruit? Stop it. Jill goes, Steve, orange, Slarange. Are you all on medication? Is there nobody who's in the real world this morning? It's terrible. Flange for orange. Orange, flange. Why do you think that sounds like it rhymes? Doesn't lozenge rhyme with orange? Says Matt from Leeds. No. Orange and lozenge, says Tina. Stop it. You're catching the same infection he had a minute ago. Lozenge, says Martin. Another one who's infected by it. We've all got images. Oh, shut up, for goodness sake. That's driving me mad this morning. It's all gone mad. What was this one here? Oh, right. We were going to do a toffee apple cake last week. Do you like black pudding? No. I can't stay. It's blood, isn't it? Blood pudding. Don't they call it blut pudding or something in different countries? No, not blood. Oh, God, no. Oh, who can? I mean, I can't. I can do it. I haven't done it for ages. If you cut yourself sucking your mother used to say suck it because you had this anticoagulant or something in your spit or whatever it is, and that could sort of stop the bleeding. Not in my case. It seemed to go forever and a day. But no, I don't do black pudding. I don't do white pudding. Anything like that. I've never tried it, but just because I know what it is, I definitely don't. What was I listening to then? I thought I was hearing music. We've had this before. Do you remember? We had this. I seriously thought of calling Yvette to let her know that we think there's a haunting going on in Steve Allen's studio. Do you remember when... Oh, here we go again. Do you remember when the phone started ringing all by itself and we didn't know who it was? Oh, no, black pudding. Veggie one here, he said it was really delicious. Oh, it looks disgusting. It seriously looks disgusting. It looks awful. Actually, talking of orange... Not rhyming with anything. The Housewives of Orange County, a more disgusting bunch of people. The time you've got Tamara, who confesses to being Christian. You've never met such an evil woman in your entire life. Seriously, unbelievably vile. And a couple of other old baggages on there. And they sent them over to Ireland. And they thought they'd help them improve their people skills by taking them to a farm where they supply the cream to make Baileys. And but they, first of all, would you like to milk cows? Yes, so they had to put these uniforms on. Oh, why are these things going to poop and wee? Yes, it's a cow. It's going to wee and it's going to do stuff like that. Well, Vicky, who's the stupid one out of the entire group, her relationship with the evil Tamara, a woman who needs, basically she needs dropping from a very high building, I think, because she's very odd, very odd. She's just nasty. Just a nasty person. And so they didn't want to do it. Only one person managed to actually put the things on to milk the cows. The rest of them ran away. Oh, I'm not doing that. And you think, that's why you're stupid. That's why you're stupid. Florence. Orange Florence. The original colour for carrot, Steve, was purple, not orange. Stop it. Stop it now. Okay. Alex says, Steve, slight change from the orange debate. Only English word ending in MT is dreamt. Okay, so dreamt. I think I'm losing the will to live this morning, actually. How about blue, says Graham in Bushy. But then again, I am colourblind. Thank you. Alinka says, what rhymes with silver? I'm going home early. And Frank says, I've been writing songs for many years. It's always easier to find a rhyme for a single syllable word than ones with more than one. Nearing Dad's sausage baguette at the ready. Well, I don't get that at all. Nearing Dad's sausage baguette at the ready. Is everybody on? People on are they drunk or something this morning? Jason Orange rhymes with orange. Stop it! It's his surname. And then somebody says, I was in the middle of the 1984 Port Maddock earthquake. I slept through it. I only know about it as my mum asked me if I'd felt it when she brought me up a cup of tea first thing that morning. We were on a holiday there, says Kim in Morden in Surrey. Then she gives me a postcode for some reason. Don't know why. Mark says, read the orange thing, Steve. I bet you wish you'd never started it. That's exactly how I'm feeling. Angela said, I recently observed the most efficient way of assembling a flat pack item. Lay out all the bits first with the instructions. Make sure you have everything before you start. Yes, I agree with you. Steve, arrange an orange. No, it doesn't rhyme with it. Orange, arrange. It just doesn't work. Binge, cringe, hinge, and tinge. What planet are you on this morning? You're all mad. Steve, if you say orange backwards, it sounds like gullible. I'm not doing it backwards. Listen, we haven't had enough trouble doing it forwards, let alone backwards. First text from me, says Dick. He says, long time listener, off to Benidorm tomorrow. Understand it's being invaded by swingers. Yes, apparently they're going to be invading a Christian festival. And we couldn't actually work out what would be the problem. I think people were then assuming if you were Christian, you didn't do things like that. Did they eat black pudding in Austria? I don't know. I didn't know people. I didn't go knocking on door. Hello, Grus Scott. Wie geht's, meine Namen, ist Steve Allen. Have you eaten black pudding this morning? They're not going to be responding to that, are they? Oh, dear. Another way round. Range rhymes with orange. No, it doesn't. Oh, God, so honestly, I'm driving mad this morning. I'm surprised I've still got, everything together. Steve, you've got lots of listeners who've got far too much time on their hands, says Phil Vickery. You are so right. I think it's because none of them start work till 9 o'clock, so I kind of get it in the neck until then. Would you try haggis, says Simon. No, I wouldn't. Not interested. Not interested. I can tell you the time, though. It's 6:15. The LBC News is the time. I was a child in the 40s and 50s, Steve, and there was a department store called Gorringes. No, wasn't it called Gamages? I don't remember something called Gorringes. I thought there was Gamages. I might have to take that back. The Bloringe is a prominent hill overlooking the valley of the River Usk in Monmouthshire in southeast. Will you stop it with these words? Orange certainly rhymes with hinge. What? Orange and hinge. Sound it out, says James in Manchester, when said with my Mancunian accent. How about orange and anti-disestablishmentarianism? It's been closer than some of the others you read out, says Mark. Yes, you're probably right there. Here is an odd story. Here is somebody who's been accused of playing the system. It's a mother and her so-called disabled daughter. I say disabled because they're not sure what her disability is. They've been living in an NHS hospital, for 15 months and are ignoring messages from the council offering them a home. So far, it's cost £150,000 to taxpayers of this particular hospital. And so the health chiefs claim they're powerless to evict Mimi Tabeji and Ruth Kidane from their top floor room at Barnet Hospital because they've got no council house to return to. Last night, the council in Grimsby, where they come from, said, of course we've got a home for them, but they're playing the system. They refused to return. They weren't evicted. They just decided they could live rent-free somewhere. And so why is the Royal Free London NHS Foundation Trust, which runs the hospital, still agreeing to accommodate the pair and cover their living costs when they had the option to leave? Neighbours said the tenant moved into the specially adapted home in January after the family disappeared. They were desperate to move to London to be near the rest of their family. They don't even have the same names, do they? Somebody said she always wanted to move back to London because her family's there. She didn't want to live in Grimsby. She had a disability car, which was leased, a big gold disabled cruiser, specially adapted. And we had the council knocking on the door asking about her. They couldn't take the house back for ages because she didn't tell anybody. One of the neighbours says she played the system to give herself an easy life. Well, that wouldn't be the first time. And so she went into hospital for something, and then he said, OK, that's finished now. She said, well, we can't leave. We don't have anywhere to go to. So she's enrolled at an art and design course at a London college. Nurses are said to deliver her packages from the clothes firm, and they're served 2 meals a day. I mean, this is absolutely outrageous. Absolutely £150,000. A spokesman for the NHS Trust refused to answer questions about the case due to patient confidentiality. I'd quite like to know why she's in a hospital which is so far away from home. Don't they have any hospitals in Grimsby? They'd lived there for 5 years. She attended a local disabled support group, and her mother worked as a chef. And yesterday, a friend from Grimsby says they've just disappeared. North East Lincolnshire Council says we tried to contact them. They've not yet responded. Well, they're milking the system, that's why. £150,000 it's cost us on the NHS. Somebody tell the Daily Mirror. They'll have something to say about that. Dreadful. The parents... The army corporal was a Nazi who tried to recruit soldiers for a race war. You get these people who are sick in the head. And Jamie Oliver says, we don't need more children, but I may not get a say in it because we think that the wife would like one more. And so really, it's got nothing to do with him at all. Nobody's going to check with him. And he's got all the kids now, Poppy, Petal, River, Buddy and Daisy. And he thinks that the wife would like to go for one more. I think she's keen to get pregnant before she turns 44. And what she wants, she gets. So there you go, another child as well. But they all look very happy. Why not? If you can afford to have a big family, have a big family. Goodness sake, I'm always a huge fan of things like that. More of the Harry's your favourite royal ahead of the Queen. But that's good, at least she's up there. You know, Harry, I just think because he's sort of the moment, isn't he, really? Of course, way down the bottom of the list is Beatrice, Eugenie and Andrew. No mention of Sarah Ferguson, thank the Lord. And here we go again with the National Trust. Oh, dear. We've had this before. This is David Pearson, a member for 32 years, has told how his visit to an historic house had been ruined by an omission. They've been accused of dropping the terms BC and AD. A timeline at Avebury Manor in Wiltshire used BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, instead of before Christ and Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. Mr. Pearson, who comes from West Yorkshire, said the politically correct terms spoilt the visit. I had to ask what they meant. I'm educated and mastered standards and history, so I'm not a numbskull. He says, I was told they use those terms as not to offend non-Christians. What? That spoiled his visit. We're more worried about that. The Trust has also been criticised for asking volunteers to reveal their gender identity and making some helpers wear gay pride badges. I think they've lost their place, haven't they, really, the National Trust? They're quite mad. Anyway, it spoiled his visit. You know, things like that, as indeed they would. Milkshakes. Come on, there can't be many of you don't fancy a milkshake, even at this time of the morning. Even at this time of the morning. The lists are... blimey, I tell you. Toby Carvery's unicorn free... What is it with unicorns at the moment? Every time I open up the newspaper, somebody's talking about unicorns. But anyway, here is Toby Carvery's unicorn freak shake. Okay, how many calories has it got? 1,280 for a milkshake. Sugar, 156 grams of sugar. Over at the Five Guys, banana and chocolate milkshake is 1,073 calories, 149 grams of sugar, which is equivalent to 37 teaspoons. Pizza Hut, salted caramel ice cream shake. Only 738 calories, 95 grams of sugar, which is equivalent to 24 teaspoons. Gourmet Kitchen, Oreo milkshakes. They're on the way out, aren't they? They have a problem a short while ago. 850 calories in their milkshake, 92.1 grams of sugar, which is equivalent to 23 teaspoons. And finally, the Burger King Oreo shake. It's actually the best. 570 calories, which is equivalent to 19 teaspoonfuls of sugar. Good Lord. Good grief. And the one Christmas weepy everybody ought to watch. How tragic that the TV ad has been banned. It's a very touching little story and it's been banned. And you should see it. And you can see it on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Have a look and you will agree with us that it should not have been banned in the first place. Why people ban things, I do not know. I do not know. Farmers are more to blame than badgers for bovine TB. And whose birthday we're celebrating today? Art Malik. Art Malik is 66. Many happy returns of this day. Also born in 1850 on this day, Robert Louis Stevenson. So it's one here. We used to say... it's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, didn't we? The strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He said that let the name be pronounced as thought it's spelt, G-Kill, not Jekyll. I've always said G-Kill. Haven't you? Oh, yeah, well, I think we have anyway. So, and also in 1940, what was released? Big film. Walt Disney's Fantasia. I remember being on a beach in the south of France, in Cannes, and there were two American girls sitting sort of a little way away, but I could hear them quite clearly. And one said to the other, have you seen Fantasia? The other one said, oh, God, it blew my mind. I was stoned, and it was fantastic. The colours were so great. And I'm thinking, what are they on? So I said to Dale, I said, they're watching it when they've had a sploff. And he said, oh, people are like that, Steve. Don't worry about it. And but I was more intrigued in their conversation about having to be stoned to watch a Walt Disney film. But Fantasia was great. If you've never seen it, watch it. It does go on a bit. Orange... Derange. How could that ever be the same? I want an orange milkshake, says Francesca. They don't make them. They don't do orange milkshakes. Isn't that funny? I don't know why. After the gym, I juice an orange and then gobble down a bowl of porridge. Now you know my secret routine, which makes me fit and very lean. But I love your frank and funny talk. And that's Fifi Lafrou. Oh. Gamages in Holborn, Gorringes in Victoria, says Anna in Walton-on-Thames. All right, we're all clever today, aren't we? And so it can't still exist, can it? Because the whole of Victoria is all changed out. Josh says, I woke this morning to hear you banging on about the lack of words that rhyme with orange. Have you finally lost the plot? See, that doesn't rhyme either. Plot and orange, they don't go together. Gotta keep up with this. Tommy says, your phone going off is driving me mad. I keep checking mine. That's good, there you go. At least you're getting a bit of action. Tony in South Norwood says, I used to eat a black pudding dish in a bar behind the Credit Anstalt building in Wien. It was delicious. Oh, God, no. No, sorry, no. No, it's just not good again, is it? Phil in Streatham says, up again, dreaming sound systems in the park, lots of lovely people, made my wife a cup of tea, keeps us together. Cup of tea and a kiss in the morning is always good. That's always good, isn't it? Got to do the news. That's an advert on the television for Kevin the Carrot. This time, it just basically points out it's a carrot. OK. Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning at 7 o'clock here on LBC. Theresa May says the Brexit deal is in the end game. What do you hope she'll manage to agree with the EU? Nick will get the thoughts of Nigel Farage and the Remain campaigner Gina Miller. Nick will also be finding out how dangerous the far right is in the UK after a couple who called their child Adolf were found guilty of taking part of a banned terror group. Plus, after a charity revealed that bailiffs are breaching the rules given to them every minute, Nick will be asking how else they should be regulated. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. George the Warburton's driver says that Steve, Alexa reckons sporange rhymes with orange. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Steve, we milk the system every day for as much as we can get. We do get a lot. My secret, own a dairy. There is no orange milkshake as orange curdles the milk, says Kevin. I know, it's funny that, isn't it? You'd think they would do an orange milkshake. And in fact, it's actually quite nice. Perhaps they could do it so it wouldn't be real orange. Perhaps it could be like fake orange. And Steve, pardon me, says you shouldn't have your phone on at work. Mind your own beaky business. Of course I should have my phone on all the time. There could be an emergency. In fact, there could be an emergency. You know, somebody like Phil Vickery asking me if I've eaten black pudding. That's an emergency. We need to know these things. David from Erith says, or Erith, I had an eye test the other week and after 40 years the optician told me I was slightly coloured bling. Shocked. Right, bolt out the orange. Thank you. I met a woman, I told you the other day, in the eye hospital, and she's losing the colour in her eyes. She's seeing black and white, which, to be honest with you, most people look much better in black and white. When Kanye West visits the White House and raps with the president, he's rhyming with orange. Okay, Miles, that's good. That's a good one. Not normally acceptable, but it'll have to do. And Jangir says Steve, Penge in southeast London rhymes with orange. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Penge, orange. No, it doesn't work. It does not work. Mike says, me and my twin brother are 52 today. We're catching you up. Trouble is, you're never going to, though, are you? Because as you jump a year ahead, I jump a year ahead. Not so good. Would you ever eat escargot? I have eaten escargot. I didn't like it. But then I don't like lots of foods. I'm not sort of very good for things like that. Can't do that one, still in court. Michelle Obama's everywhere. I think she's obviously doing a one-woman show over here. She's got a book out, that's why. And she's also on this month's Elle magazine as well. And she says, I feared a royal faux pas when I put my arm around the Queen. You mustn't touch. You're not allowed to. I don't know what the reason is, but you're not supposed to touch the Queen. It's like you're not supposed to talk to her like, you know, how's it all going? Because she talks to you. If she doesn't talk to you, you can't just say, excuse me, can we have a selfie taken? Of course, you don't. For some reason, you don't ask the Queen things like that. The brother of Susie Lamplugh spoke of his anguish after a fresh search for her body proved fruitless, as indeed we all thought it might have done. And Kathy becomes quite risque at 60. This is Kathy Lett. And she's always been risque, actually. She's always been very risque, but always in an acceptable way. Always in an acceptable way. What have we got here? This is... I like these sort of things. This is a bomb disposal baronet. Okay. And I'll tell you now, his name is Sir Guy Quilter. He's taking a radically different approach. Sir Guy, who has 3 sons with his wife Jenny, has sold the family estate in East Anglia for more than the asking price of, and this is an 8-bedroom Georgian manor house, 11 other properties, more than 2,000 acres of land, and the price, 32 million. 32 million. He says here, with 3 sons, it's difficult to be fair, and we didn't want any of them to feel they had to take on the estate. Oh, why would you not want to take on the estate? God, I'd be chomping at the bit to go and do something like that. Orange Julius in Canada has always made orange milkshakes. Okay. And I don't know that place, actually. And I'm assuming it must be with some sort of thing that you put in it, such as change its sort of colour, I suppose. We went to see Neil Oliver's talk on the history of Britain in 100 places yesterday. Very good. Thought you might be interested to know his book is of the same name, says Jill. He loves Britain. Good. Well, he's in good keeping then on this programme, because we love Britain as well. What do we like as well? The supplements that the doctors take. These are the ones that the doctors take. So, vitamin B for ulcers, primrose oil. This is for premenstrual symptoms such as breast pain. Also, sports surgeon here. He carries a vitamin D oral spray. Vitamin C to prevent colds. I was always told that vitamin C, it's got to be so concentrated, it's not going to make any difference at all, really. A dermatologist, zinc for strong nails. An oncologist, vitamin D to warn off cancer. And a urologist, vitamin C to prevent urinary infections. So now you know. I suppose you can just go out and buy these things, can you? If you're going out and sort of say, you know, could I have some vitamin C? And they go, what's it for? And you go, oh, it's for urinary infections. They go, yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Another one here, Theresa May, which I think Nick will be talking about a bit later, not accepting any Brexit deal. Women train drivers. Finally, we're getting a few more women driving trains now. You know, I know we have guards and loads of other people. In fact, when I was watching Festival of Remembrance on YouTube before we started the programme this morning, there's quite a number of women in the bands, in the marching bands as well, which I was quite pleased to see. The actor playing, I couldn't get to the end of this one, Michael Jackson, actors playing him can be either black or white. It doesn't make any difference, presumably if you sound like Michael Jackson. And because Michael didn't look, to many people, the big comment was, oh, but he's supposed to be black, but he doesn't look black. And that was because of a skin pigmentation problem, as far as I know. Savaging is Craig Revel Horwood, the remaining celebrity. He didn't like any of them. But there again, it wouldn't be right if he didn't not like them. That's what he's always been very good at. He's known for being particularly caustic, which I like. Also, Jamie Oliver, we think definitely there'll be another one on the way by next year. Also, we're 20,000 police officers short. Can we have them back, please? Can the country spend a bit more money on police officers? Let's see more people out on the streets. Simon Cowell has admitted he's been living like a vampire. I don't really know what that means. And be very careful about travelling abroad and touching cats and things like that, because if they're feral and they scratch you, somebody was scratched, a Brit, got a cat bite and died as a result. Rabies. The Jungle lineup, no big surprises in there. I think it could be anybody's game at the moment. I love the way they always sort of tell you how much they're earning, and they're so far out from the real things. The cameras costing £12,000 to make cyclist rides slower. James Jordan looking like another fool again after his comments about Danny, the dancer, on Strictly, about his mother looking miserable. She has Alzheimer's, but of course James Jordan too stupid to know that. And this time he's turned his attention to Brendan Cole, obviously trying to get some sort of publicity for himself, but always the wrong publicity. And another one here. It's all right, I just gave somebody one of my books, and they said, John said, I've got to pay you in kind. Thanks again, love you. Oh, that's nice. A little bit of love does not go amiss on this programme. Do you remember Crepe Suzette? You used to have Crepe Suzettes. It was like a little pancake, and it would come flambéed. If you were eating out in a restaurant, everybody used to look over. They go, oh, it's like when you get a sparkler in the top of your drink. And Crepe Suzettes used to have some orange liqueur that went over it. I'm pretty certain. In fact, it did, actually. And then you could put brandy in. And somebody says, thinking about them, I got excited about making Crepe Suzette after pouring brandy into it. Everything went nuts. I almost set fire to the kitchen. Don't talk to me about setting fire to things. I'm an expert. Courage and orange. No. How about homage? Orange, says Martha. No. There aren't any words that rhyme. We could go round the houses with this one. Dee Dee says, hi, Nick. You see, medication. What can I tell you? Somebody who's completely off the scale. Steve, I know your show is the flagship of LBC, but I reckon you will get a rollicking later about your mobile. I don't think so. Not after 40 years. I don't think it's going to be very likely. They don't do things like that. This is a place of work. It's not school. They don't come around and go, you're very naughty, you had your phone on air. Yes, well, you have to know these things, don't you? Simon Cowell says, Steve, living like a vampire simply must be eating black pudding. And are you aware, Steve, you're pronouncing orange phonetically with an inge at the end. Therefore, hinge, binge and syringe all rhyme, says Roger. Back under your toadstool. It's not happening. Not happening. We've been able to buy a dairy drink with fruit made in South Africa for years. Comes flavoured with orange, or it's tangerine, guava, banana or pineapple. Visiting Americans back in the 80s were amazed. They couldn't buy anything like that. I love looking through the fruit juices at Waitrose. They've got the best display of different fruit juices. My favourite, banana juice. But I've only found that at Garston's family farm shop. And so I bought up all their bottles that they had. So I might have to go back there later on today to go and get some more banana juice. It's very nice. And I bought another one the other day, concentrated cherry juice. Little tiny bottle for £2.50. Little. So I thought, if it's concentrated, it must be really good for me. So I bought it. And it wasn't good for me at all, actually. I don't know. But it tasted quite nice, as do most of these juices. Is the time. Claudio at Little Italy still makes fantastic crepes. Flamed at the table, says Patsy, of course. Sam in Cuffley says Cointreau orange liqueur with crepe Suzette. There was a song about crepe Suzette, and I can't remember who sang it, but it was very good. Mohammed says, please wish my wife Shanaz a happy birthday. I'm taking her to Barcelona on Thursday. She wants to go somewhere else, but I'm taking her to Barcelona. Have you checked she wants to go to Barcelona? I thought it's an acquired taste, actually. I bought some banana and strawberry juice from my local Polish shop the other day. It was lovely, says Debbie. Oh, there you go. There's a new outlet. We have a Polish shop in Twickenham. Perhaps I should go and sort out banana and strawberry juice. How about melange? What, with orange? Melange, or no, definitely not. Also, Steve, Liz in New Crossgate, not related to oranges, but have you seen The Inheritance at the Noel Coward? Most amazing play I've ever seen. 2 parts, 7 hours in total. No chance. 7 hours? Good God, I'd be up and down most of the time going to the toilet. Dreadful. Don't drink tea within half an hour about eating a meal. It interferes with the absorption of iron. And, Steve, after an all-night drinking binge, I turned quite pink and then orange. I felt some pain behind my fringe, which made me cry and moan and whinge. That's what I get. That's what I have to put up with. Other people get normal people. I get the people who thought they were normal, but it turns out they weren't. Front page of the Mail, it's the story that everybody's talking about. The pressure growing to give this Christian woman asylum. This is the Pakistani Christian mother, freed from death row, but in fact there are people over there calling for her murder. They will, if they get the opportunity, hang her. She spent 8 years in a Pakistani jail. She's been released. She was accused of blasphemy. It turns out it was no such thing. It was one of these trumped-up charges. They've released her. But unfortunately, people in the country, there's some very simple people there, they think that because she's blasphemed against the prophet, she should pay. And paying is not just apologising. It's they want her to hang. It's as simple as that. They will be more than happy to hang her personally. So we have to absolutely give her sanctity and asylum over here. This is Esha Bibi. And I think she was cleared on blasphemy charges, but now faces being lynched. We absolutely have to help her out. I don't think there's any way that we can't do it. The Daily Mirror, Michelle Obama, why I should never forgive bully Trump. And Jungle Fever, a bunch of people who you didn't really expect to see out there, but now you know they quite clearly all need the money. Some people haven't worked in ages, so it's quite a good thing for them. And a Briton who's died of rabies after being bitten by a cat while on holiday in Morocco. Be warned. You know, you think, oh, I'll pat this on the thing, and the thing scratches you. Be very careful. This person died. They only got the bite weeks ago, but died back home in recent days. John Barrowman says, I'll be a gender-fluid jungle winner. He'll be fine. He'll be like Biggins. He will absolutely go through it. You know, he's very personable and very likeable. He'll have no trouble with it whatsoever. Simon Cowell says he's been spending years living like a vampire, but he's now booting toxic forces from his life. So he wouldn't go to sleep until 8 a.m. as his stress spiraled out of control. Little Mix and me just had to part. He says, no #MeToo skeletons in my closet. Daily Star today, the full lineup, and that's all the people out in the jungle. A few of them we knew about already. No big surprises. Thank God they haven't put boring old Katie Price out there. That'd be the dullest person ever, wouldn't it, really? Emmerdale favourite Lisa Riley is making a sensational return to it after 17 years. And there's going to be a few shocks for Paddy. Mind you, there's always shocks for Paddy. In the Daily Express today, give us back 20,000 police. The Home Secretary, Sajid Javid, facing calls last night to recruit 20,000 police officers to fight the explosion of violent crime on the streets. I don't even think that would do it. Cruel trolls targeting Strictly Judge Shirley. But there again, trolls you get everywhere. You can always find these people. There's some, they are a few screws loose. You know, the old adage goes, the lights were on, but nobody was home. The lift does not go to the top floor. A few sandwiches short of a picnic. And it was, you're quite right, actually. Somebody's finally told me Kenneth Williams sang about Ma Crêpe Suzette. And you're quite right.
Lost in love, he loved her and she loved him. But they cannot be married because they are, how you say, husband and wife. Entitled Ma Crêpe Suzette, which means a flaming hot dish.
That's Kenneth Williams from a long, long time ago. Ma Crêpe Suzette. Kenneth Williams was what's commonly known as arch. Very arch. But he did enjoy. This was an audience with, and he sings like this.
On est soir qui mal y pense, faites-vous jour et connaissance, Hammersmith Palais des danses, badinage, Ma Crêpe Suzette.
The rest of it you can find yourself on YouTube. It's lovely, isn't it? Good old Kenneth Williams. There was the man who sort of had so many different careers. Times this morning, men and women really do think differently, say scientists. Well, no kidding. Also, who's this? No, I can't do that one. Barnier tries to bounce May into Brexit deal. The Daily Telegraph, Mrs. Obama, why I hugged the Queen. You mustn't hug the Queen. I've told you before. Much as though we love you, Mrs. Obama, do not touch the Queen. We're not allowed to. Why do you think you are? Bad enough when she had to put up with that dreadful Nancy Reagan. Dreadful woman. You know, Nancy Reagan forgot to curtsy. And then somebody said she didn't actually have any intention of curtsying at all. She thought she was above the Queen. Ha! Who's still alive? That's what I say. Transgender lessons for primary pupils, and also the National Trust has been warned against ditching the phrase before Christ and after Christ, because they're doing it because they don't want to offend anybody. Goodness sake. Front page of the Guardian this morning. Suzanne Moore, why I was wrong about remembrance, revealed the bullying culture in Whitehall, and the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, leading celebrations to mark the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage at the German Historical Museum the other day. And that's it. Thank you very much indeed, my little orange friends. And we'll be back with you tomorrow morning. I wish you a pleasant Tuesday. I really do. Before I go, just let you know what's happening on my free podcast today. On the Little Bit Extra, I'll be chatting about the massively unsurprising lineup for I'm a Celebrity, and about how the lies about how each of the contestants has already started. By the end of this week, you'll hear that one of them's getting 10 million quid for doing it. You'll also hear about Pricey's latest pose picture next to the bins outside her house, along with her ex-hubby Pete's fabulously glamorous event last night. Are you getting a Peter Andre duvet set? And at the moment when hard-working Prince Charles met Sooty at some freebie dinner and appears to have assumed he was part of the staff. Still, we shoved money into it. You didn't seem to be at all happy about it last night. It's interesting because, you know, every time the police say, oh, we've got a new line of inquiry. No, they haven't. No, they absolutely haven't. You know, apart from somebody phoning up going, oh, I think I've just seen Madeleine McCann. They go, oh, right, where would that be? On a gypsy encampment in Tunisia. OK, we'll spend money flying over there and we're going to have a look. They come back, no, it isn't Madeleine McCann, and they weren't gypsies anyway. And so you get all of that kind of stuff, and it just perpetuates. It just keeps on going because they've got nothing. They couldn't find her. They don't even know how she vanished. So what are they looking for? They're looking for nothing. They're looking for a needle in a haystack. I mean, far be it from me to suggest it, but you certainly did a couple of times, that the police are on some sort of jolly with this thing. You know, they must be sitting in this room. I mean, are they waiting for the phone to ring? And somebody goes, I've just seen her in Bournemouth. or something like that. I mean, they've got nothing. All this codswallop about different leads. It's come to nothing after this amount of time. Nothing at all. No leads, nothing concrete. They didn't find a body. They haven't found any clothing. They haven't found anything. Absolutely nothing. There's other people living in this hotel room now. There's other people there. They've been renting it out for ages and ages. Where do you go from here? Also, they keep shoving more money into something that really is existing for the purpose of a group of men sitting in a room staring at the walls, because there's nothing to find. There isn't anything. Nobody knows how she disappeared. So you weren't too keen about that. Of course, a lot of people pointing out earlier on that, you know, it's because she's white, middle class. If this had been, you know, a black child, or if this had been somebody from a sink estate, there were suggestions that they wouldn't have shoved half this money into it. You imagine, we're going to look for your child, we're going to spend £12 million. Where does it come from? Where does it come from? The answer is, it comes from us. We're paying for it, but there isn't anything at all. The police keep coming up with this, oh, you know, we have a new lead. Do you say this just because you're running out of money? Because so far the last lead came to nothing, did it? Absolutely nothing. Somebody says that there should be, you know, a public inquiry to account for the spend. Well, they've given them the money. You can't have a public inquiry after you've genuinely given them the money for it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I think the thing is a no-brainer. But if I was the parents of Madeleine McCann, I'd be welcoming the opportunity for the amount of money that they put into it to achieve zero. Absolutely, a big fat nothing. Do you have any leads? No. Well, why do you keep saying you have? Because somebody phoned up, and so we have to pursue all the. Well, you could keep it going for ages. Enough mad people in this world keep phoning up saying, "I think I've just seen Madeleine McCann shopping in Aldi." You know, and they'll go, "Oh right," but you go, "Which Aldi was it?" Well, I can't remember which one it was, but she was definitely. Darren's what? She's been seen in Tesco. I mean, really, Looney Tunes, isn't it? It is Looney Tunes. It's just madness. It's an awful lot of money, though. It's an awful lot. I mean, £12.5 million to find nothing. They haven't found an item of clothing. They haven't got any DNA. They've got nothing at all. Nobody knows where she went to. She vanished in a spaceship some years ago and is never likely to come back down again, I don't think. But the government are obviously caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Oh, let's put some more money in. Well, how much? 150,000. Well, what's that paying for? I wouldn't mind, but the McCanns have got their own little secret fund, haven't they? That's what people keep telling me. And I keep going, well, I don't know. Why haven't they sort of questioned all the other people who were at the dinner party that night that she vanished? You know, might as well start on home base and try and find out what everybody was doing. It just doesn't make any sense to me that we keep shoving money into it and we don't seem to be getting any closer. What was the other one? 5 British cities. This is quite good, actually. I was quite pleased about this. We'll get super fast 5G broadband next year. Yeah, woo, thank you. Charles turns 70 today. Not king yet, Charlie. Not likely to be, unless your mother's going to be telling Porky Pies. She said she's in it for the long haul. She's not in it. You know, she in theory should not be stepping down at all. Not just because it's a case of, do you want a game, you know, playing with all the toys, Charles? You know, do your own thing so you can set your mark on it. Because otherwise people are going to be saying, why did she tell lies to us? Because, you know, we rate the Queen. She's like our second favourite royal. For many, the first favourite royal. And so they're all saying, you know, well, she'll be breaking a vow that she gave to everybody, which is she's there until she dies, and then the next person takes over. Just because Charles might be, you know, thumping his foot on the ground. He had a little do the other night. Loads of people turned up, and it was great. Sooty and Sweep turned up. Bill Bailey, always the star of the show as far as I'm concerned. I think he's so clever. Also, a lot of people not liking this money, are they? Another 150 grand into the Met Holiday Fund, says John. How many people are there working on it? Because I'm working out, it's for 6 months. How much would these coppers earn? 2,000 a month each? Take home? 3,000? I mean, so, I just don't, so if there's 6 of them, that's 8, well, it just doesn't work. Financially, it doesn't work out. Perhaps some of them are just sort of sitting there answering the telephone. Perhaps they just use it for a holiday fund, which has been suggested by quite a number of people. I mean, it is unbelievable to think that there are lots of missing children that we haven't spent a bean on. And here is a child who was abandoned by her parents. We know the story. They tiddled off and left her sitting in a room or asleep in a room with the siblings. And also, you have to ask yourself the question, if it was somebody who's out to steal a child and they've got no idea, this is just pure guesswork, why did they not take the twins? Or why did they take Madeleine? Because the answer is she wasn't abducted at all. And that theory is about as good as it's going to get. It does, I could say she was abducted by aliens. I think really, as I said before, I think she wandered out, as kids do. You wake up, because we've all done it. How many times, as a little child, you remember your parents guiding you back from the bathroom to the bedroom? And so I think she went off to look for the bathroom, wandered out into the road, got hit by a car, and somebody went, oh my God, and sort of took her away. I can't think of anything else. They didn't say anything. There was what sort of a dumb place was it they were staying? Doctors, and they're staying in a place that had no CCTV. Well, it wasn't working, as far as we know, and there were no available nannies. Well, why did you leave the children? All these, questions have been asked year after year after year after year, and there's no answer. At the end of it, there's absolutely nothing at all. I don't know what we're supposed to do about it. Very worrying. There's a mum here who kept cocaine in a Kinder Surprise egg. Just been jailed for 6 years. Susanna Reid says she misses shots. She's sort of stopped drinking alcohol. Cambridge is going to get the spitting image Margaret Thatcher puppet. I don't know what they want with it. What have we got here? Oh, the Ruthless Council's raking in £41 million a year from bus lane fines. There's also a case of a council on Remembrance Sunday. The service went over a little bit when they were at their war memorial. And so the council operatives came around and put tickets on the cars. What a bunch of peasants, eh? What a bunch of peasants. We'll tell you the council and just how mean they are and how mean-spirited. And a lot of people criticising old Corbyn, just copying what Michael Foot was, a bit of a slob, wandered about, didn't bother, couldn't really care less about people dying in war. That's why he turned up like that. He had no respect for them. I couldn't care less, what his beliefs are. You, at least when you're turning... if you don't want to turn up for something like that, Mr. Corbyn, well then, bugger off somewhere else. Don't waste your time dissing the people who gave their life so a prat like you can survive. Seriously, because they wasted their time. It was just really awful. But of course, you know best. You know best. And then there was a picture in the paper of the 3 degrees. Well, they didn't look like the 3 degrees that I remember. And they've got a couple of them. I didn't even recognise the names, which wasn't very good. And if you go out with Cristiano Ronaldo, and I would urge you to go out with Cristiano Ronaldo, he's got loads of money. He went to Scott's. Scott's is sort of a famous fish restaurant. It's where you can, sell people... bottles of wine at prices you've never even heard of before. So he spent on 2 bottles of wine at Scott's. How much? Come on, here we go. £27,000. One bottle was 18,000, and the other bottle was 9, I think, or something like that. On 2 bottles of wine. What's the most I've ever spent? At £6.99. No, I would buy a bottle of Prosecco at about 25 quid. That would be my top whack, because I know how much Prosecco costs, so I know how much they're ripping me off. But at least I understand it. If it's a bottle of wine at £18,000, I couldn't justify spending 18,000. I haven't got 18,000. Sorry? I would probably get a bottle of... In fact, I bought a bottle of champagne at the Royal Albert Hall for Cliff's show, and that was £100, because it was a vintage bottle. I wanted to take the bottle home and the chairs and the curtains in the box, but apparently I wasn't allowed to. But I spent £100 because I do that once every like 15 years. But to go and spend 27,000 quid on 2 bottles of wine seems extortionate to me. Excuse me. He does earn 30 million euros a year. But I don't want to be rude. But do you seriously think that Cristiano Ronaldo knows anything about wine? Cristiano, yeah, see? 18,000 for this. Oh, we have one of those. What does it taste like? Tastes like a mama used to make. It's a case of, it's an awful lot of money for a bottle of wine. Even 9,000 quid, I wouldn't spend it. But there were people who went to Gordon Ramsay's some years ago, and I think they spent 60,000 quid on wine in a lunchtime, in the days when the city was looking fairly promising. Lovely. Noel Edmonds has popped into the jungle for £600,000, they've said. That must really, really annoy all the other people who've only earned 40,000. They go, how much are you getting? 600,000. What? Why am I not getting that? Because you're nobody. Because you're nobody. Michael Parkinson apparently says he couldn't help George Best boozing because of his own drinking. Good Lord above, you're not telling me old Parky was a bit piddled. You know, I mean, it might be really. What else do we have today? The bosses. They've signed up telly favourite Eve Miles. And whilst you ponder on who in God's name is Eve Miles, we didn't know who she was either. But apparently they've been really excited to sign her up. Whoopie-doo! Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? What was the other one that I quite had? Oh, yes, a woman who ate for 20 years only ice cream and sausages. Ice cream and sausages. Oh, she's a Welsh actress from from Wales. Graduated from the Royal Welsh College of Music and Drama in 2000. This is Eve Miles. And then she was in the BBC drama series Belonging from whenever. And she was in Broadchurch. And she's been in Doctor Who. But apart from that, no idea, I'm afraid. I can't even pronounce where she comes from. I'll just tell you, she's got 2 children, and now she lives in London. That's all I know. But they've signed her up and everything else. And she met Bradley Freegard at the National Youth Theatre, and they married in Italy in 2013. They've got 2 daughters, born in 2009 and 2014. And she's also filmed Torchwood. I've still never heard of her. It doesn't help, does it? I do my best. Also, can you identify the backpacker attacker? There's a really, really good picture of him in the paper. Come on, let's pull together on this one. He pushed a woman into the road. So she fell nearly under the wheels of a car if it hadn't braked. But luckily, somebody standing on the other side of the road got a perfect picture of him, which means that I should imagine already somebody's phoned up, so I can tell you exactly who that is. It'll be somebody with quite a few screws loose. What was the other one? Oh, the Air Hunter. Somebody from television's Air Hunters tried to rip off a pensioner to earn a fat fee. We'll name and shame on the programme for this morning. And believe it or not, you can remember a name better than a face. Not me. Not me. I remember the face. I can't remember the blowing names. That's the most difficult thing. Ridiculous. Stuart says, I can't work out why the Portuguese police can't investigate the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. Would the Met police go over to America if a British child went missing there? Yeah, they would. They've been over to Portugal so many times. I mean, the Portuguese police are idiots. They don't want anything to do with this. They couldn't bear it. All they're trying to do is flog holidays. They didn't want, so a child goes missing. Oh, no, nothing about that. The police chief wrote a blooming book. What are Kate and Jerry living off? Says Simon the Milkman. Well, they work. They do work. They have jobs. Have they returned to work? Yep. All living off the donations. No, I don't think they can use things like that. But I'm led to believe they've got in excess of £1 million in their own little fighting fund. So why do they need to keep asking us for money? Use your own money. Use your own money. But I just don't see any end in sight. No end at all. Steve, is there a hunt for Ben Needham? Is it going to get the same amount of money put into his search, or do the McCanns only get this because they're upper class? Well, they're certainly not upper class, that's a fact. They're not upper class. At best, they're working to middle class, but because of their jobs, they would be classed as middle class, but they're certainly not upper class. And they are financially stable. They don't need to worry about money at all. It's just that nobody knows where their daughter went. And so for some reason, we're sort of pumping all this money in. I mean, please think they worked out what happened to Ben Needham, who you remember went missing in 2017. They believe he died and was buried on Kos on the same day. Now, that's what I think's happened to Madeleine McCann. I think she was knocked down by a car or a lorry, and I think she's been buried somewhere, and nobody will ever know. You won't know. I mean, Ben vanished in 1991, and it took ages. Was there any money pumped into it? Yes. Was there 12 million? Nope. Absolutely not. For some reason, the McCanns ended up going to Downing Street, and that's when they were able, they obviously thought about this quite carefully, and decided that, if you actually target the Prime Minister, can we have some more money to look into our child? How could you refuse? So, consequently, they didn't, and they've been stuck ever since with having to keep coughing up more money. I wonder, as we're 20,000 police officers short on the streets, how much this amount of money could have helped us. Really could have done. I mean, to be honest with you, much as I have every sympathy with the McCanns, it wasn't my fault. I wasn't over there, but it just seems a heck of a lot of money. Steve, now you've informed me what a Kinder's Egg Surprise actually is. Yes. Oh, look, cocaine. Heavens above. This is a woman who hid it in her children's Kinder Egg Surprise. I've seen them, but I've never bought a Kinder's Egg. It looks quite nice. You get a toy inside it. I'd rather have a Cadbury's chocolate cream egg. My mother used to buy 48 packs from Macro for my brother and I back in the days of Spice when my waistline was more elasticated. Whew. Can you imagine? Apparently she had something like £240,000 worth of cocaine hidden in all these eggs. Unbelievable. Oh, I'm late. They're banned. What, Kinder? What for? Oh. You can buy guns, but you can't buy Kinder Egg. Lord knows. I tell you, there's stranger things in heaven and earth. TV company Brenda says that child was made too hot to handle by the parents. National. But there are other children go missing. It means this cash is obscene and being taxpayers' money. Well, I don't know where it comes from. I couldn't possibly comment because I've got no idea. There must be some fund for this. You can't just sort of keep delving into it. So obviously this fund must have had millions of pounds in it. Whether it's added to, I really don't know. Somebody said, I'm sorry she went missing, Steve, but they shouldn't have left her in the first place. No, I agree with you. I agree they shouldn't, but I think they're aware of that. I think they're actually very well aware of they shouldn't have done, and they've got to live with it. But I forget how old she'd be now. I mean, there's no chance of recognising her. She'd be something like 13, would she not be? So, do we keep shoving... I bet Nick Ferrari will have something to say to about that. I'm just having a quick... Yes, he is. Yeah. He's questioning whether they should really have been given any more money. But the trouble doesn't go to them. It goes to this sort of fighting fund of these police officers. She'd be 15 now, would she? Good Lord, well, they're not going to recognise her at all. They sometimes do these pictures where they go, oh, this is what they would look like now. Well, that doesn't help me in the slightest, because the image in your mind is of a young Madeleine McCann. Very odd. I have a Dualit toaster too. It's a 4-slicer in chrome. It's been going strong for 12 years. And it will toast crumpets nicely, says Holly. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I do like crumpets every so often. Not all the time, because they took longer to cook, because you've got to, so they have to go sort of crunchy on the top. I don't like soft crumpets. They've got to go sort of quite hard. Gareth Southgate has been made an honorary Yorkshireman. He's lived there for 15 years. Perhaps I could be a sort of an honorary Twiconian or something. I don't know. Bit odd, isn't it? And that woman, only ice cream and sausages for 20 years. She had an aversion to fruit and vegetables. So now she's been cured of it, which must be quite... I mean, I should imagine after... you probably think to yourself, oh, lovely. I mean, I don't think it's actually sausages in ice cream. I think it's ice cream and then it's sausages. And actually, it doesn't sound like a bad diet at all to me. I'm fuming, says Shane. Waited all day for my TV box set. Just got a text. The courier couldn't find my address. I live on the main road. I bet he didn't want to walk up to the first floor. Now I've got to wait till Friday. I always think in cases like that, get it delivered to somewhere local. We have no end of places that will accept parcels. And they just take them in and just go round and collect them from there. It's like an automated system. Seems quite good, actually, although at the moment I haven't lost anything at all. Well, I don't think I have, because sometimes you can't remember exactly what it is you've actually ordered. The bowing to mob rule, this was being talked about yesterday. A row over a cup of water that led to death threats, riots and global outrage. This is this woman in Pakistan who's had to go into hiding because this mob rule out there, quite clearly sick, demented people, are quite happy to string her up. Not only her, the judges who made the decision to release her from prison. They obviously think they know better. They're not the most bright people, as it has to be said. So we'll wait there. We were complaining yesterday about the fact that the government dragging their heels. Of course she should be given asylum here. Of course she should be. And we should do our very best to protect her. And the government is saying, well, there could be riots. Why would there be riots? The judges have decided to release her. There was no blasphemy. There was no blasphemy at all. Daily Mail today. How old are you now, Grandpa? Prince Charles, this is your son. Do you remember William? And Harry? Remember Harry? Oh, yeah. How are you, boys? And here are their wives. Oh, Lord above him, pretty little thing. And here's Camilla, trying to make sure that Princess Charlotte is looking in the right direction for the photograph. So can we all smile? We all look happy? I think the baby's got wind. Okay, and we take the picture, and so you've got Camilla pointing, and then you go, like that, and then you take the blooming picture. So Camilla has to put her arm down very quickly. JK looking as wizard as ever. This is at the Crimes of Grindelwald, Fantastic Beast. All sorts of people were there. Johnny Depp with Jude Law, Eddie Redmayne with his wife. He's very good looking, Eddie Redmayne, isn't he? I mean, very good looking. And J.K. Rowling. From 2001 to now, she doesn't look as though she's aged at all. She looks exactly the same. And she's filthy rich. She's absolutely filthy rich, which is something we like as well, because she's not really affected. Well, she doesn't appear to be affected by anything at all. She's, you're going to see the film on Friday. Would you like to? No. Okay. I said, no, of course not. No, definitely not. Can't think of anything worse. Sitting in a cinema, I'd be asleep in 5 minutes. I can't even manage to make screenings nowadays. They say we've got a screening of whatever it is, and I'll go. I can guarantee within 2 minutes of sitting in these screening rooms where you're sitting in big, luxurious armchairs and big comfort, I'm out for the count. You're going to a cheap cinema. Yeah, I've been to cheap cinemas. I don't like cheap cinemas either. How much is cheap? A £5. That's very cheap. That's very, very cheap. Anyway, so on the Madeleine, McCann, 150,000. The Home Office confirmed yesterday they've allocated the money to allow Scotland Yard to continue its investigation until March. So you've got January, February, March, December, January, February, March. 4 months that money's going to survive. And so it's 11.75 million so far. Madeleine was 3 and she disappeared. Her parents have pledged never to give up the search, but they're not searching. They're sitting at home. The police are doing the searching, and they've sifted and translated 40,000 documents. 600 persons of interest have been examined, and alleged sightings of Madeleine in Brazil, India, Morocco and Paraguay on a German plane and in a New Zealand supermarket were followed up before being dismissed. Oh, for God's sake, honestly. You can't make it up, can you? Well, I don't think you can make it up much more. So I think this has to be it. You just have to do it. But then, of course, the police are going to come in for it, aren't they? Because they've been doing it for all these years. And they're going to go, oh, so all of a sudden you've now decided to withdraw the money. And they're going to have to go, hold their hands up. We haven't got any leads. We've never had any leads. We've just faffed around for ages. Remember, it's LBC. A little bit later on, we'll have a chat to Theo Usherwood about Judgment Day. Tory rebels crying betrayal and warning that the Prime Minister's days are numbered. This is after Theresa May has secured, they say, a withdrawal agreement with Brussels. What does it mean? Where do we go from here? We'll find out about 6:20 this morning with Theo Usherwood. There's also Cambridge to get the Spitting Images Maggie. I don't know where it's been, actually. Oh, it's been owned by Roger Law. And he's decided that other items, including puppet moulds and sketches and scripts from all 18 series from 1984 to 96. The Thatcher puppet was one of 3, adding children see that and think it's Theresa May. Not those of us who used to watch Spitting Image. Not those of us who used to watch it. So it got 10 BAFTAs, 2 Emmys and all the rest of it. I went to the Cartoon Gallery a couple of years ago now, and they had a Spitting Image thing with some of the puppets. They were really good. They were really good. I miss Spitting Image. I think we should definitely bring it back. That would be a very good one. Sarah Vine talks today about Holly Willoughby is mild because she's, they say, replacing naughty Aunt McPartlin in the jungle. And I thought, well, they weren't. They were never naughty on. I mean, they just presented it as a straightforward programme. And of course, she can do the naughty because she's done Celebrity Juice, produced by her husband. They say, well, Sarah says she's a very professional presenter, but in terms of personality, isn't she a bit, well, safe? I imagine Willoughby's idea of cheeky is asking for an extra shot of decaf in her soya latte. Oh, well, don't watch Celebrity Juice then. You'll hear the most amazing things emanating from her mouth, and you'll watch her doing things. You'll be going, oh my God, what's she doing that for? Answer, her husband told her to. He produces the programme. Also, a lot of people invited to contact Clarence House beforehand for Prince Charles's 70th birthday tonight. So there'll be a group of select people there. A source says Charles's office maintains a list of relatively inexpensive items that he would prefer. A present is never expected. Donations to charity are preferred. You know, like $1 million. And that'd be quite nice. In fact, you could probably give more than $1 million. You know, he doesn't want a set of beach towels, does he? He's not going to be worrying about something like that. Also, comic book creator Stan Lee, who died aged 95, disapproved of claims that Spider-Man might be portrayed as bisexual. Never even thought about it. Never thought about it. He told a fans' convention, if it's true, I'm going to make a couple of phone calls. I figure one sex is enough for anybody. Well, there you go. Going to prove that, you know, you can get to 95, but you still might not have your marbles around you. Who comes up with this stuff? Who seriously thinks, oh, Spider-Man's bisexual? I never even crossed my mind. I wouldn't be remotely interested, actually. An MP has accused the Foreign Office of stalling on asylum for that Christian mother over fears that British diplomats in Pakistan face attacks by fanatics. When they have fanatics, they have fanatics. And to be honest with you, this Asia Bibi, with 2 of her children, should be given asylum. It's as simple as that. And it's our job to protect her from these lunatics. I mean, seriously, you know, she mentioned something. It was nothing. But because they're all a bit simple, you know, these fanatics, they don't really know. And then it's sort of mob rule. And they'd be more than happy to hang her up. Seriously, if they managed to get hold of her, she'd be hanged. It's as simple as that. Mylene Klass, very cross today. Why? Because she's been used in a cosmetic surgery promotion ad. And she says here, I'm all real. And she says, I've got this through hard work, hustle, and a whole reel of gaffer tape. No knives, no silicone, no extra pressure on women, full stop. And so she's attacked this particular company. I think it's shameful that they've actually used her in an advert for something like that. I mean, it's just appalling. She should be taking legal advice. She hasn't ever used this company. She's got nothing to do with it. I would think there's money there. And also, can pregnancy really change your face, honestly? So Cheryl pops out the other day, and last time we saw her, she looked quite nice. Now, she looks dreadful. Dreadful. The face has all gone puffy, full of cheeks, dark circles underneath the eyes, plumper lips, a rounded chin, a broader neck, and darker hair. But the hair's in terrible condition. When you look at it last time round, because it's all done for the cameras, it's all primping and preening. But, so she claims it's pregnancy and a pillow. Also, other side effects you could be experiencing: swelling feet, shrinking brain, lower voice. Hormones can change the pitch of a woman's voice. Standing taller. It's quite common, actually, for women, during the side effects of this, grow taller. I mean, not hugely tall. They're not going to go from sort of like 2'6" to 9 foot, but you could grow a few centimetres. Always useful, I always say. And changing tastes. They say not just during pregnancy, but afterwards. Some people reported food intolerances as well as a stronger sense of smell, all due to your fluctuating hormones. Honestly, I was going to say it sounds quite exciting, but any woman listening who's going through it is going, it's really not, Steve. It really is not. Also, the police who say we may only be able to offer a basic service in Wild West Britain. And the rogue TV hunter, oh, here he is, Andrew Fraser. He's an air hunter who's featured on the BBC. You see the programme, somebody dies and they have to try and trace the family, and it's between a few companies. They all try and get to the person first. And this particular one, Andrew Fraser, now faces a £250,000 legal bill following his belligerent and provocative actions over the estate of a 1930s model. She left her North London house to her nephew 2 years before her death, aged 98 in 2011, but the will was mislaid and not formally admitted to probate, bringing the seemingly abandoned home to the attention of the air hunter, Mr. Fraser. Air hunters track down missing or unknown relatives entitled to unclaimed estates. And then what they do is they offer to do it for them and they take a percentage. That's how they make their money. So Mr. Fraser, Andrew Fraser, set about tracing this lady's heirs in an attempt to make a £75,000 commission. That's how much is in it. There's a lot of money at stake here. And he unearthed up to 30 distant relatives and tried to sell the house. Taking control of Mrs. Amstell's estate with gusto, he changed the locks on the home, cleared it, and ran up six-figure bills in a bid to play the game and squeeze her rightful heir. He also embarked on a hugely expensive 12-month trawl through medical records in a pointless attempt to prove that this particular lady had lost the mental capacity to make a will. Even after he dropped the challenge to the inheritance, Mr. Fraser went to court to get him and 22 animal charities, also named in the will, to pay his £134,000 air hunting costs. Well, anyway, the Judge Gerald ordered him to pay the entire costs, more than £250,000, and said he had been primarily focused on his financial gain. Oh, that's what they do it for. It's a business, isn't it? The judge said Mr. Fraser acted in a belligerent and provocative manner, which appeared to be intent to run up costs and bring pressure to bear on this man to withdraw or settle the claim. Obviously not a very pleasant person at all. And so the home, I don't know how much the home was worth, but obviously quite a bit of money. Anyway, Mr. Fraser said last night his bill was nowhere near the 250,000. He'd also insisted he'd acted properly, and nobody had done anything with the will in the 6 years before we became involved. What's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. They could leave it there for as long as they want, actually, I would have thought. But representing the man who was hoping to get the money at Central London County Court, somebody said to Mr. Fraser, if he's left out of pocket, that's entirely his fault. It's understood there are no criminal charges arising from the case. A bit naughty, isn't it? You go in there, you change the doors. A friend of mine had something very similar, not with this company, but with others. There's quite a few of them. And they will contact you, or they put an advert in the paper, you know, looking for relatives for so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And estate worth 40,000. It'll generally be either, you know, made up of shares and things like that, or if it's in case of a property, it can be worth, you know, 500, 600, 700,000, if not more, if the person's lived there for a long time and it's in a particularly good area. So that's why. But when you start sort of messing around with things, you get yourself into trouble. And then you bring shame on the company, which is not so good. Congratulations to Prince Charles. Cornish organic biscuits all round, says Paul. And Jim says, on the subject of funds, would it be okay if we started a crowdfunding to purchase a cryo cubicle for you, just in case? Then you can be preserved for future listeners. What a wonderful idea. I thought about that some years ago. We did a feature on LBC years ago with one of our reporters, and she was looking at, is it cryogenics? And this is where you die, but you can have a bit of you frozen. And they made a film, Mel Gibson starred in this film, where sort of kids discovered a freezer in a lockup. And for some reason, it had still been plugged in. Oh, nobody mentioned the electricity bill, which would be absolutely enormous. Oh, before anybody texts in, Walt Disney was not frozen, okay? He does not exist in the Magic Kingdom. He died, okay? It's as simple as that. It's a good story, but it's not true. I know, just in case you think he's buried in in Snow White's castle or Cinderella's castle, somebody's blooming castle, in Anaheim, it's not true, okay? Just, you know, but, sorry? I did fancy it, but then I thought to myself, and you say to somebody, right, I'm going to set aside $250,000 to look after me, and you could just freeze bits of you, so you could have your head frozen, so then, if they discovered a cure in years to come, they could then bring you back to life. What would be the point of that? What would be the point of that? So, there you are, alive, you know, 60, 70 years down the line, you don't know anybody, you have nowhere to live, your clothes would have shrunk beyond belief. So, what are you going to do? You're going to pop and go, hello, I've just been frozen for the last 50, 60 years. Yeah, right, mate. And I'd like to say how well I'm feeling, and it's great, thank you very much indeed. It's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. There's a load of people, they've had different bits of themselves frozen, so that they can then be brought back to life again. But you wouldn't have any friends. You'd have no family for a start. They'd all be dead long since. They go, oh, you're Uncle Stephen people spoke about. What are you doing here? I don't know, because I'm assuming that your face is going to age, isn't it? You know, there might be bits that they can cure, like if they had a cure for, I don't know, leprosy or whatever it happened to be. Who would you talk to? How would you survive financially? What would you do? Go to your local council and go, by the way, I've been cryogenically frozen, now I'm unfrozen, and are there any benefits due to me? And they go, well, you need to fill in the form, mate. And you go, I'm sorry, I've been asleep for the past 45 years, I have no ability to write. I've completely lost. I've come straight here, and I was wondering, actually, because I used to be a presenter, is there still the spike? You know, and they'd be going, I'm sorry, we don't know what you're talking about. And I go, Steve Allen, hello, does that help? I was a well-known radio presenter, not a celebrity, just a radio presenter. And I was wondering if there's any sort of, any sort of comeback. I mean, could I actually come back to the company? They go, well, not now, because the station you used to work for is now Russian, and there's very little chance, comrades, of you getting anything there. We have a lot of political songs being played first thing in the morning. Oh, right, okay. So, yes. Should I go back to my old flat? Unfortunately not. It was bombed during the war. War? What war? The war that we've just had. You know. Together. It's the only national anthem I've never learnt the words to, but I watched some school children singing it on YouTube, and I think it's the National Youth Choir of Russia. And they all sing it, but obviously somebody said to them, okay, you will all sing with gusto. And boy, did they sing with gusto. There's little kids with their little bow tie. It's so cute to watch, you know. Little realising they're growing up in a country full of alcoholics and a complete madman for president. But apart from that, the thing is fine. They've got loads of history, and they've got somebody in a mausoleum who's falling apart. I should imagine at that time he'd have fallen apart completely. Might as well have put Sooty, Sweep and Sue in there just to have some sort of effect, which was nice the other day because Sooty and Sweep turned up for Prince Charles's birthday celebrations, and they had loads of people there, and Prince Charles bent down to talk to them like they were real, and he said hello, and Sooty just goes, oh, izzy wizzy, let's get busy, and Sweep goes, oh, he didn't do anything actually, Sweep, I don't think so. Oh, dear me, honestly. Can you imagine? Yes, all of a sudden we're singing mind you, we're very lucky to be singing the English national anthem. We could have been singing the German one if the royal family had had their way, because they are the Saxe-Coburgs. Forever Young is the Mel Gibson film. It was the most bizarre film. If you wanted to pick holes in it, you could pick holes in it quite easily. But we didn't. We just sort of went along with the fact that it was... Oh, and the film I watched the other day. Oh, I must tell you about it. It's called When the Screaming Stopped, and it's the Bros Brothers film. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you all about it in a moment, just in case you haven't ordered it. I could save you the money. I'll tell you all about it in a moment. The 14th of November. So I did sort of buy into the Bros thing, and I was intrigued to see the DVD, which is called After the Screaming Stopped, and it had various interviews with Matt and Luke, and it had screaming, expletive laden arguments, mainly between Matt and Luke. Matt, who has no sense of the occasion whatsoever, is quite a miserable person. He's obviously very superstitious. He has crystals all about his property, which I'm assuming he must be renting. And then they had sort of interviews with him there. Then they had sort of early clips of Bros. And then it showed them rehearsing for the show at Wembley, or the O2, or wherever it was they did the show. I think it was the O2. And so Matt flies in. Matt always playing the celebrity. Whereas, in fact, it finished a long time ago. It really finished a long time ago. But they've still got loyal fans, and so the tickets went on sale. But at that moment, they didn't have a show of anything. They had to start sort of sitting down and doing it, and that was the big problem. That was the big problem, because all of a sudden, they start arguing. And at one point, Matt comes up and threatens his brother. I mean, at the end of it, you know, obviously sort of, you know, happiness kicks in and they're all sort of hugs and kissing and all the rest of it. Matt's still single. Surprise, surprise. Mainly because he's very unsure of everything. Very unsure. In fact, he comes over as just almost sort of slightly neurotic in this. He's, you know, everything. He's sort of playing star. He's playing everything. And when eventually Luke went, you know, I've had enough, I want to split, he spent most of his time, you know, sobbing to himself because he couldn't cope with everything. It was a very interesting insight into Luke, who's very established with his wife and child. It was her child from another relationship, and Matt. It was just a pain. An absolute pain, which, strange enough, even before I'd seen the film, I talked about it the other week, and I did say, you know, if he actually gets himself or his head out of his rear end, he might be quite a nice person. But unfortunately, he doesn't know how to deal with people. He just really doesn't. It's all a bit of a sham. It's all a little bit of a staging, and I wasn't sure how much of the film was genuine and how much was made up, because there was a lot of bad language, and then eventually they finally got the show back together again. And, of course, there was no mention of, you know, they sold out loads, but then it turned out they had to cancel quite a few shows because there wasn't the interest. You know, everybody's got a peak limit to how many. You know, if you've got, you know, a place like Wembley, which can hold, I don't know, 8,000, whatever it happens to be, the Spice Girls can sell that out, so they put on some more dates and they can sell those out. Whereas Bros, they couldn't do that. So this was all culminating, and there were loads of people clapping and cheering and doing the usual thing. And that's exactly how it should have been. But the trouble is, nobody told them that the money was going to run out. Nobody told them that they couldn't keep buying clips. I mean, every time we had another shot of Matt, he was wearing another outfit. Whereas Luke was obviously far more sensible. In fact, he said the worst moment for him was when they didn't have any money. They were broke, and he had to ask Shirley for the engagement ring back so they could pawn it to get some money together. Matt, of course, had no such interest whatsoever in anything like that. He just put another thing on and kept sort of, you know, because I'm sort of quite deep and all this, and I'm beginning to think you're mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. Most of it just appeared to be general excuses as to his bad behaviour, and it really was bad behaviour. You know, how can you do this to me? You know, and then their mother died. No, I think their sister was killed first of all, then their mother died, and that appeared to affect them very badly, which you can only imagine it would. In fact, on one of them, I think the mother died, and they had to go and collect an award from Terry Wogan for selling so many thousands, hundreds of thousands of copies and all the rest of it. The only thing you sort of gather from this is that Matt's life is incredibly lonely. He doesn't appear to have any friends. On this thing here, we didn't see any friends. We saw them going round to where they used to live and the fans who used to be outside their front door and all that. So it was an interesting experiment, but I wasn't sure that we understood anything more about them, apart from Luke appears to be more sensible and Matt's living in cloud cuckoo land. And once he, as I say, takes his head out of his rear end, he might actually be a really, really nice person. Would have been so much easier. But a fascinating insight into, people who are big, and then the money went. And they didn't know. They had to sort of get itemised. They all of a sudden had no money at all. Steve, Holly's okay, but Dec and Stephen Mulhern would have been absolutely fabulous in the jungle together. Or would they be so brilliant that Ant would never be able to get his foot back in the door? I'm not totally convinced that he's going to go back into the business. I'm not totally convinced. He's had time out, and I think to myself, it's I don't know. It's a problem, isn't it? It is a problem. The Spice Girls have shifted over £600,000 worth of tickets since Saturday, says a friend of mine. I hear a whisper of another stadium date. I think they're putting in another 3 dates. 3 dates, because that's it. But the problem comes, as I said the other day on the Spice Girls, that if a lot of those tickets have been bought by touts, they're looking to inflate the price. So if you bought, a friend of mine, Paul, bought 4 tickets the other day, the best part of £300. The best part of 300 quid. So they were about 80 quid each or whatever it was, I can't remember. And I said, oh, you're looking forward to it? He said, yeah, it's not a bad view. I thought, what, for that amount of money, I'd expect to be on the stage. But there is the danger that if they're bought by touts, they're only going to put them up on those websites to resell the tickets because they're looking to make a profit. And there was a pair of tickets that came up the other day for the Spice Girls for £14,500. Well, who in their right mind's going to spend that money? That's the problem, isn't it? That is the problem, that they don't have, 600,000 tickets. You see, that's a lot of tickets to shift. But if they're just on paper and they're not actual, they will be tickets, but they could sit there empty, because if they've been bought by touts, they're looking to double their money, at least. At least. So there you go. Steve, one thing would still be recognisable to you 60 or 70 years on from Frozen. Charles will still be waiting to inherit the throne, says James. Yes. I think he wants to do it before he sort of pops his clogs, I suppose. Ian says, first thing I'd want is 45 years back pay on my pension if I'd come back to life, and remind them I'm due a telegram from the Queen, despite being a few years late. Yes, I don't suspect it would be the Queen there at all. Could be William by that time. And Conrad says, what a terrific tune the Russians have. Makes our anthem seem insipid. Well, they keep thinking that we should change ours to... is it Jerusalem? They like Jerusalem. I like our national anthem, but the Russian one's very good. German one's quite nice too. Russian troops, Steve, marching up Twickenham High Street with snow on their boots. Can you imagine if they came out of, there was mist, and all of a sudden out of, and they all come out of the mist, and you go, oh my God, we've been taken over by the Russians. Dear me, that'd be a thing, isn't it? Paul says, do you believe in reincarnation? I don't. He says he doesn't. He wants to come back as a can of condensed milk. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, reincarnation. I have thought about that, only briefly. You think about something, you go, what about reincarnation? Would that be good? Would that be entertaining? To the programme, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. That's the only apology you're going to get between now and 7 o'clock, because it's a day when hopefully we shall find out more on Theresa May facing Judgment Day, I think, on this historic Brexit deal. So she's called in the cabinet one by one. We've dragged in, well, we will do in about an hour and 20 minutes, Theo Usherwood, and he can try and explain it to us in language that we all understand, because otherwise we've got no idea. I must tell you the story of a guy called John Godden. John Godden lost, not the first time we've done a story like this, is it? £9,000. But his bank barely seemed to care. And here is the scam, okay? It can happen to any of you because you believe it, because I've done it before. You know, when you get sort of a phone call, you look at the number. I immediately go on to Google and I put the number in to see what it is. Anyway, John thought he'd been duped out of £9,000 by scammers, so he made a phone call to the bank. It was just an hour after the fraud had occurred, and the retired engineer assumed Santander would try to claw back his life savings as a matter of urgency. In fact, he would later discover the bank's fraud team made just one attempt to contact the receiving bank and gave up, it's the TSB by the way, when the line was engaged. Santander did not then try again until the next morning, finally getting through at 9:07 to report that their long-standing customer had been a victim of a crime. Unsurprisingly, the money was long gone. John is 71, lives with his partner Rosemary, got a call on Saturday at around 5 p.m. from somebody claiming to be a Sky representative. Why do people answer the phones? Where do they get your numbers from? The caller offered him a 35% discount on his TV bill and seemed to know a lot about him, including bank details such as debit card numbers. John did not accept the discount. But the call had made him so nervous, he rang his bank, Santander, to cancel his Sky Direct debit. 10 minutes later, he had a call from what looked like a Santander number. A well-spoken man with no hint of an accent told him somebody had tried to set up a direct debit on his account for £2,000 and asked if he'd authorised it. OK, this is the scam. Listen carefully. When John said no, the man called Michael told him he was the victim of fraud and needed to move his money to another Santander account. Ring, 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 fraudsters. So he quickly logged into his online banking and transferred £9,000 to the account details given. The caller stayed on the line, reassuring John until the payment was complete. He then said he'd make John an appointment at his branch for the Monday to go through what had happened. The man seemed to know all of the bank's procedures, which made me believe I was talking to the right person, said John. He seemed like a nice bloke. Of course he is. He's a fraudster. He adds that what reassured him the most was that he was asked to write his own name in the payee box when he made the online transfer. He thought that meant he could be sure the money was going to another account in his name. He had no idea that banks don't check the name given as a payee matches the one on the account. The new seemingly basic yet vital check will not come into force until next year. As soon as John put the phone down, he felt uneasy and he thought he'd been scammed. He made an urgent call to Santander's fraud hotline at around 6 p.m. and was told the bank would investigate. Less than an hour after the scammer called, £8,200 had vanished from his account. The remaining £800 was not debited and around 20 minutes after the bank was alerted. So they got the £9,000. Had Santander responded immediately. I'm so glad I never went with Santander, because when the Royal Bank of Scotland was, they said, oh, it's going to be taken over by Santander. I thought, not in my lifetime. No, thank you very much indeed. The bank only tried to contact TSB once. When the line was engaged, it waited until the next day to try again. So anyway, it was only when Money Mail intervened. I love these stories. I always have a feeling of reassurance that it could have done more to help and refunded the £800 plus a £200 goodwill gesture. John says Santander was as much use as a chocolate fire guard. So there you go. You have the trouble. I mean, instead, Santander threatened him with a late penalty charge and even tried to offer him another personal loan. I'd be withdrawing my money today. Goodbye. I'll go somewhere else. Because I told you I had a problem with my bank's credit card, which is, can't remember which one it is now, but anyway, and they started rejecting. Do you remember that thing I tried to buy the phone for £800? They kept rejecting. They thought it was fraudulent, all the rest of it. Well, it completely screwed it up. And so, consequently, we wrote a stinging letter, basically saying you're bloody incompetent. You should have realised. You don't have to look at the history of somebody's account to realise, this is quite normal, for me to, not every month, obviously, but, I have put through sums like this, and I only use my account for a couple of things every month, and we pay it all off. It's as simple as that. And so we asked for compensation. We asked for £100 compensation. I wish we'd asked for 500. Because to be honest with you, it was an embarrassment. Imagine going, trying something on the phone, they go, I'm sorry, it's been rejected again. About 10 times it was rejected, which really annoyed me, beyond all shadow of a doubt. So you'd imagine if it was a really old person. Luckily, I've got people, who sort of can help me out with these sort of things, because I just don't know. Seriously, I don't know. I mean, I have to, I've got people who look after my account, so they'll say, in fact, she'll phone me up and say, did you just purchase something in so-and-so, so-and-so? I go, yes, I did. And then I know, so I'm always quite happy with stuff like that. The problem is that a lot of people don't check. We do check our stuff every day, and at the moment it's very difficult to do online banking with RBS in this particular credit card, so we can't see the balance. I can get the balance, but you can't see it, which is a problem they're trying to sort out. But we got £105 compensation. And so that's good. We just need to see it on the account, because I've got the letter, and we're going to hang on to it until the money appears. Because that's it. You must complain. But if anybody phones you and says there's been some action on your account, you put the phone down. Your bank will never phone you. They will never phone you to say there's been this and you need to try. I mean, all these key words should be there. But I appreciate the fact it's difficult. You know, you must never, ever say, right, I'll transfer the money. Do you have an account number for me? Yeah, they give you an account number. It's theirs. It's theirs. You signing it doesn't mean diddly squat to them. So just be careful, especially coming up to Christmas. There was an Albanian gang the other day. In less than a year, they realised £9.8 million that they thieved off people. That's from you. That's from you. Because nobody knows, do they? Or it's like people pick up the phone, they go, if you don't know who it is, don't pick up the phone. Let them leave a message. They won't. I promise you, they won't leave a message. I've had a few of them. And I look at the number and I go, I'm not answering that, so I don't. Do they leave a message? Never. They'll never leave a message because they know that they are the crooks. So if you don't recognise the number on your telephone, don't pick it up and go, hello, because they're going to scam you. So I'm just telling you. Did you see that Katie Price, says Lou in Chesham, suddenly reports she wants to go to the jungle again? We all know it's just because she needs the money. Yes. Oh, she was caught the other day with her, fraudulent photographer taking a picture of her going into the place that's designed her wedding dresses in the past. There have been quite a number of them. And they go because she's going to be marrying Chris. Well, the man would be a fool. The man would be a fool. He doesn't have the money. She's doing it so she can make the money, by getting married again. But of course she can't because she's still married to the bloke she calls fat. At least he's not fraudulent like poor old Jordan. And so she's going, I think she thinks it's all going to brush over. She's going to get married. OK Magazine will give her £250,000 and that'll pay off a few creditors. And then she'll go through this all again. She reckons she's going to find £48,000 a year to pay them back. It was £1,000. Yeah, £1,000 a week, she reckoned. Well, no chance. No chance. Her career washed up ages ago. Ages and ages ago. She might sell a book, might get, £50,000, and that would be pushing it. That would be pushing it. Little Julie has booked to see 42nd Street before it finishes. Yeah. It's my favourite show. One of my favourite shows. I absolutely love it. I can't tell you. I could watch it on YouTube forever and a day, watching the rehearsals, watching the show. There's just something about it that just invigorates you and jollies you up. And so I'm hoping to go and see that again. Pauline says, read the series The Crown that I've just started watching. Prince Philip was responsible for the coronation being televised. He was concerned if they didn't open themselves up to the public, their heads may end up on a spike like the other European royals. What European royals? Mind you, we used to have heads up on, was it Tower Bridge or something, or London Bridge? And they were covered in tar macadam. Why? To stop the seagulls pecking them. And if you paid the ferryman, hence the paying the ferryman, you could row across, rescue your father's head, and take it back again. They didn't seem to put guards on them. What did you do yesterday? Well, I watched a squirrel running across the road in Richmond. That was terrible. I was just about to go into McDonald's, and it kind of halted me, so I didn't. And because I just thought, no, I always feel awful about eating at McDonald's, that sort of flatbread pizza thing with that ghastly bacon and horrible cheese pieces in it. Ghastly. But it's only $1.49, so it's a bargain. And this squirrel was running across the road, and we were all going, no. And a bus missed it by like an inch. It was running across the road just down from the station. I'm thinking, where are the trees? Where does it live? Why is it wandering down the high street? We had it once in our car park with a baby squirrel, and it ran out into the road. Oh, no, please not. Honestly, I don't want to see things like that. And we were all doing the same thing. We were all going, oh, no. Of course, the other people hadn't seen the squirrel, which by this time was hiding in the sort of gully on the road. Where it went to, I've got no idea. I seriously didn't even want to think about it. I felt really depressed. Really depressed about the whole thing. I thought, please don't lose your life. Because you do see baby squirrels, especially around my way, trying to get from one side of the road to the other. Now, at night time, it's okay, because they see the lights, but they tend to be a bit like rabbits. They tend to sort of sit there and stare at them. And no, don't stare at them. Get the hell out. You feel like pushing them or something like that. I do like squirrels, even though the grey squirrels are evil and should be destroyed because and they're racist. Red squirrels. That's right, the grey squirrels are racist to the red squirrels. The red squirrels are going, we're like red squirrels, and the grey ones are going, we don't like you, you're red. And so they then basically drove them out of town. The red squirrels were living in a small commune, with one or two shops and a bar, and getting drunk and being embarrassing. And then the grey squirrels were going, you're not coming back here again. We've taken over your house in that chimney. Twickenham is full of scaffolding at the moment. I should imagine it's still going to be there when we turn the Christmas lights on, which is on the 25th. Which is a Sunday, and there'll be loads of things for mummies and daddies and children and things like that. And then at about 5:30, I think any time after 4, I think we'll be turning on the lights, something like that. And the tree's up, but we haven't turned the lights on just yet. And then once we do that, then Christmas has arrived, which is good news, isn't it? Well, I always think it's good news. I know not everybody enjoys Christmas. Some people hate it. They really hate it. Dale hated Christmas. He really didn't. He didn't like Christmas or New Year because he didn't do a tree. I don't think in all the years, 20 plus years, I don't think he ever, no, more than 20 plus years, but I don't think he ever had a tree. Never had a tree. And he never wrapped a present in his life. So under his stairs, he would have bags of Joe Malone things and bottles of champagne. And so as you were going out, he'd go, oh, Steve, I must give you a Christmas present. Thank you. It would be. I used to do better than most people, actually, because I used to get Versace ashtrays and things like that, and Versace. So I've got quite a number of those, which aren't even out yet. I'm waiting till I pick up the lottery money. But the rest of it, no, never did a tree. He just didn't. Not because he was Jewish or anything like that, because I know loads of Jewish people who put trees up. He just couldn't be bothered with it. He just wasn't that sort of person. And he never drank till he started going to America. Then he discovered the evils of drink. Not very good at all, but I'll be raising a glass to him this year. What do we got? Morning, a very nice heavy company. You mentioned squirrels, says Steve the milkman. Recently there's been a spate of squirrels knocking over and smashing my customers' bottles of milk and drinking it. I've had to advise the good people of Muswell Hill to get a plastic box. Not good for business. I used to have a plastic box outside my front door to put my milk in, but that was to stop the tits getting the cream off the top. They used to peck it, and then eat oh dear. Like cream on the top of it. Janice comes from Hitchin originally. I'd keep that quiet. Don't tell people that, for goodness sake. And they have black squirrels. Really? Well, I'm impressed by that. I think that's fantastic. Only found in Letchworth Garden City. They've not sort of dipped themselves in mud, have they, or something like that? Don't feed the squirrels, says Paul on Richmond Hill. They'll have your fingers off. I have fed squirrels before, but not, and people like it when they come up to you and sort of do things like that. Anne says, have you heard about, Steve, the new Marmite Brussels sprouts? I have. It's wrong on so many levels. I'm sorry. I'm sick to death of people abusing the Brussels. People sort of taking advantage of it and going, have you tried the new Marmite Brussels sprouts? I mean, I do like Marmite, and I do like, actually, to be honest with you, I might have to try them. I'm looking for little Brussels, though. Little Brussels sprouts. I don't know whether or not we're out of season for little Brussels sprouts. You can get bags of nuts now. That's very popular, but I don't do nuts, strangely. On the subject of tickets, Steve, I noticed meet and greet tickets for the American rock band Kiss at the O2 Arena, £805. For that, I'd want dinner and to get to play on stage with them for that, but £805. That's a lot, isn't it? That is a huge amount of money. That's how they make their money, though. Hello, we do that. We do it for charity. And for charity, I think that's well worth it because we raise so much money. We might have something else coming up, actually. I might tell you about that sort of a little bit nearer the time. Another one here. I remember last year when you turned on the light. No, not last year. I didn't do it last year. I did it year before last, Brian. They told everybody to be there at 5. You didn't do it till around 6. And you said on the Monday next year they'd be on time. 6 p.m. is somewhat late. Yes, I mean, I think it could be about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Because it's dark enough by that time, isn't it? For you to get to see the lights properly. If Theresa May, says Ian, delivers a Brexit that isn't riddled with failure and future difficulty, I'll send you a £5 to buy a small glass of Prosecco for your Christmas lunch. Thank you. I'd rather have a bottle. Frankly, I wouldn't trust her to deliver me a pizza. She'd either fall off her moped on the way or drop the box in a puddle. Probably both. If she fails, and she will, resign. No Prosecco for you, Steve. My offer, though, remains, says Ian. I don't think she's going to resign. I really don't think she's going to resign. I just really don't. Because everybody's saying, oh, she will resign. So I might as well go the opposite direction and go, no, she's not going to resign. To be honest with you, I don't think many... I mean, are you still interested in Brexit? The answer is it's getting ever closer. Ever closer. They've got an emergency cabinet meeting this afternoon, and she will warn the ministers it's make or break for avoiding a chaotic exit. So that's it. We'll find out more from Theo in about an hour's time, just under an hour's time this morning. If you're unlucky in love, well, there's Matt Goss straight away. I mean, he was, whereas Luke had people round him, was chatty and smiling, Matt just looked miserable as sin. Seriously, I've never seen anybody look so miserable. And I said, once he's sort of learnt to get over himself, perhaps he's ill. He might be sick. I've got no idea. But he just doesn't seem to have any luck with relationships. I think because he's got such a huge ego. I mean, the way he was arguing with his brother and the language was so unnecessary. So unnecessary. And then at the end it was all, oh, hugs and I love you, kiss, 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 and all this kind of stuff. And you think, yeah, until the next time round, and then we'll have more dramas and everything else. People get overwrought, don't they? You're doing a show, and as I say, you've done the show before. You can just sing a few songs, and that was it. I mean, I was intrigued. I did actually stick with the DVD. But then I've always liked Luke. I wanted to like Matt, but he was such a pain in the rear end that I thought, no, you can't deal with something like that. You're dealing with an ego the size of Iceland. It was just terrible. My bank is excellent, Steve. And I've been with them for years. Unfortunately, outside the shop where I work, there's often a small group of offensive, noisy men and women. They hang about drinking and shouting at each other. Anyway, I was taking money from a cash point when I was distracted by one of them being sick. When I turned back to get my money, the £20 was gone. I reported it to the bank who refunded the money. I suppose that was a clear evidence of a sick stain left on the road. My ex-producer Amanda, from some years ago, they used to do a trick of dropping money on the floor, and then they go, oh, is that your money? When you bent down to pick it up, they'd take your money out the cash point. And she went, yes. And she put a foot on it. Got the money out the machine, picked up the fiver and walked off. You should have seen their little faces. Crooks, honestly. People like that, I tell you, don't begin to ask me what I want to do. I think it's the Stocks in Leicester Square on a sort of a 5-night run in the week. We can all pelt them with rotten fruit and vegetables and everything else. If you want little sprouts, go to Asda at High Wycombe, says Sandra. Sandra, I can't drive to High Wycombe to get little sprouts. I mean, seriously, with the best will in the world. My car's a gas guzzler. Be ridiculous, but they do sound delicious. M&S currently have little bags of baby Brussels. No, I looked the other day. They didn't. No. I'm well known for eating baby Brussels sprouts because I can eat a packet of them quite easily. 30 or 40 Brussels in there. I know people hate them. They go, oh, how could you eat Brussels sprouts? And I go, I just like Brussels sprouts. I don't know why. I just do. It's funny because when I was younger, I wasn't particularly bothered about Brussels sprouts, but I could eat them now just with cheese dribbled over them. Not sure about the Marmite Brussels sprouts. That could be quite a good idea. So Noel Edmonds has gone out. That'll be interesting because he's been locked in a legal battle with Lloyds for some time, as our Noel. And I think it's a £60 million legal battle. It's no small thing at all. But I was a big fan. I worked with Noel Edmonds. And when we took Crinkly Bottom out on the road, and it was the most fun you could ever have with your clothes on. Believe you me, it was great. It was just fun. All the celebrities, Danielle Westbrook, she was there. Pictured in the papers today, buying a lottery ticket. That won't help your love, it really won't. But what a waste of money when you don't have any money. She's already admitted to people that she's brassic. And you think, well, go to the job centre, register, and go and get a job. And sit there like some moaning old Minnie. Oh, I haven't got a job. Well, go and find one. Go and sweep the roads. Do something, for God's sake. Otherwise, you become more useless the older you get. Not so good at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Gloating Bulger killer. I think we all remember, if you're of a certain age, the killing of Jamie Bulger. And Robert Thompson says that, in fact, he talks of a better life and education thanks to being sent to jail for murdering Jamie Bulger, who was just 2 years old at the time. He said, I mean, he was barely out of youth court. He was in there for everything, thieving and all the rest of it. And so I see that Denise, who is the mother of Jamie Bulger, said, we long believed that they'd been rewarded rather than punished for the crime. And for those people who know the ins and outs of the case, it was really quite horrendous. Phil Vickery's up early this morning. He said, do Brussels make you windy? No. Little Brussels. I don't do them with anything. Somebody said you should sort of cook them in butter and stuff like that, I tend not to do that. What I tend to do is, if I'm feeling so inclined, and it really doesn't happen very often, I'll cook them in water and boil them up and then steam them quite quickly, empty off the water, then put a little knob of garlic butter in there. That's quite nice. And I could just eat them, one after the other. One after the other. No problem at all. No windies. No, let's go fly a kite. Nothing like that at all. Just delicious. I don't even know whether they're good for me. I'm not sure. I'm eating lots of these. I'll have to bring in one of these bottles tomorrow and tell you what berries I'm eating. They're little seeds, which they put into this mix of a drink. I could drink 3 or 4 of the blooming things. Ever so easy. Ever so easy. Lovely. We had fish and chips yesterday. Wasn't very good, actually. We normally go to Not Cuts because it's full of people our own age, for me and Paul. We go there and we have what do we have? Fish and chips. Last time we had a pie, which was delicious. Steve, how long ago did you have your milk box? Because cream on milk stopped years ago. Did it? I buy cream on milk. I buy Graham's. I mean, unless it's, perhaps that's just unique, isn't it? So it was quite a number of years ago. I was living in Staines at the time, and the milkman I had, he said, why don't you get this? He said, nothing worse than tits on your milk bottle. And I said, well, you're so right. And so I bought this thing, which was Unigate, and he would put the milk in there, then put the lid on so that the birds couldn't actually lift it off. Covent Garden Market on the way to work. Loads available, says Adam. Merci bien. And Marmite Brussels sprouts are disgusting. If you want to drive to High Wycombe, go by bus instead of the Bentley, says John. What, all the way to High Wycombe just to get some Brussels? No, I'd rather cause a scene outside Waitrose. Much better. John in Preston. I'll come back to you in a minute, actually. And Albert says, when you mentioned when the screaming stopped, I thought you meant a horror movie. So when you said it was about Bros, I was right. Have you sent any Christmas cards yet? No, not yet. Not yet. Little bit early. But I bought them. But they're beautiful. I should probably start writing them soon. I've got to do my VAT at some point over the next few days, but I've got quite a busy few days. So once I've got the VAT done, I should be okay. Okay, LBC News Time. Have your company? Nice to have your company. What's the time now? 26 minutes to say. What were you saying to me? Oh, we're coming back to... that's right. We were coming back to John from Preston. And... wait a minute, I've lost it. I've lost the blooming thing. Can you put it to the top? Is it possible to do that? I don't know what I'm doing here half the time. Seriously, they give me a computer. Oh, that's it. Fine, thank you. Seriously, I'm absolutely useless. Seriously, I'm absolute rubbish. But anyway, John says, the other day I went to a cash machine, and as I approached, I noticed £50 hanging out the machine. Ooh, shh. He said, I took the money out and took it into the bank, reporting what had happened, and they took the money and reluctantly said, right, OK, that's Santander for you. He said, I didn't want a reward, but a thank you would have been nice. I don't think you should have taken it back. I'm sorry. How can somebody... so you stand there, you put your card in, the money comes out of the machine, you walk away, leaving a £50 note sticking out. Oh, dear me. No, I have to be honest, I'd be in 2 minds whether to keep it. I'd give it to charity. There you go, I give it to make some noise. Steve, have you watched Katie Price telling her side to the public about the lies the media have been saying about it? Yeah, she didn't actually have any evidence of any lies at all. She just says the media are always telling lies about me. What, that you're bankrupt and you're talentless? Hello? But she wants to get back with Chris. It was a no-no. He turned his face when he went to kiss him. Oh, he needs to avoid her like the plague. Everybody needs to avoid her like the plague at the moment. She's just trying to sort of get some money back together again. And then, of course, she doesn't have any work. The diary is empty. So they're obviously going, why don't you get married? Then you can make a couple of £100,000. And I'm thinking, what, just for herself? What about Chris? Surely he should get half of it. She spoke about going into the Priory and she might stay single. It's very funny. You should watch it. It's a right comedy, says Debbie. I watched it. I just thought the usual lies from her. More lies, and her mother having to sit there and put up with this garbage. Really embarrassing. And then she put the kids into it as well, because she exploits every aspect of it. The trouble is, because she has no talent in particular. I didn't think bank machines had £50 notes. Well, my one only has 20s, Phil, and 10s. But if you go to the Hippodrome, all the machines in there only dispense 50s. So if you put in, £150, you get 3 £50 notes. So, so you could be right. And also the milk still has cream on the top, but the birds never touch it on the doorstep anymore. Aha, that's why. But you're right, actually. I don't remember seeing any bank machines that have got a £50 note coming out of them. Anybody ever seen that? And they had one in Kingston, which does fivers, which is unusual. I mean, who takes a fiver out of a cash machine? You take fivers out, do you? What for? before. Honestly, I've never known anything like it. You take a fiver. You wouldn't just take a fiver out, would you? Oh, you would? Good Lord above, honestly. Well, there you go. And Steve, the boys at JJ Cheney's lost Tony the other day, suspected heart attack. He was only 58. Yes, I mentioned it on the programme yesterday. I didn't go too much into it because I have to wait until I check about things like that. So Tony went the other day. He died on a train station, I believe. They didn't know, but we think sudden expected heart attack. 58. Nothing, is it? Seriously, even I've passed that. And whether or not I've got the strain and the stress that other people have, probably have, I suppose, in a long way round. I'm pretty sure that Matt Goss must have been the second born. He was. I think Luke is older by about 11 minutes. 30-odd years to the midwife delivering twins would often be occupied with the firstborn, and only when she'd be convinced that number one was okay would she turn her attention to number two. That meant that number two could be deprived of oxygen for a brief moment. Number two would always be a bit more unsettled than number one. Well, that's apparently exactly how he is. He's seriously, I've never heard anybody lose their temper so quickly. His brother Luke was trying to explain something to him about, listen, what do you want me to do in this bit here? And Matt was just being argumentative. But the language was, at one point he stood up and became quite threatening. And I thought, you're not very pleasant, are you? And that's why obviously your group of friends is somewhat limited, I should imagine. And you didn't have anybody there with you. You were like Billy No Mates. Perhaps it's something you learn. I don't know. But he certainly looked as though he was slightly odd. Ian says, I've got a tree box for birds to eat from or nest in. It's the first year in many I'd seen a tit in my box. Oh, lovely. Can almost share that experience with you this morning, can't we? And Steve says, when my sister and hubby went to South Africa, they visited a park. The ladies were advised to wear trousers as squirrels were known to dive up their legs. It's not a joke. Well, there was somebody the other day, they were doing something and they had a small rat that shot up their trouser legs. A bit frightening, isn't it, really? As you can imagine. Keep peeling the sprouts to the required size, says Angela. Listen, this is not the answer to it. Seriously, I can't do things like that. That would just be mad. All post office ATMs dispense £5 notes, says Sue. Yeah, we're trying to find one that does a £50 note. And we can't, apart from in casinos. Dropping you a line from Dubai, not a Trump hotel in sight, says David. Beautiful place, most friendly people. Even you'd enjoy it, even though the price of Prosecco is slightly higher than Prosecco. £12 a pint for Peroni. See, I don't even know what Peroni is, actually, so it doesn't really help. Italian beer. Oh, right. 4 or 5 quid a bottle? Oh, a pint, really? Oh, good Lord above. John says it was 20 and a £10 note. I thought about keeping it, but James O'Brien once talked me out of it on one of his shows. I didn't want Nick Knowles or bobbing round the corner with a camera, not for 50 quid anyway. No. It's that big old question, isn't it? If you found a bag on the ground, you picked it up, and in it was hundreds and hundreds of pounds, and it looked like it had come from a drug dealer, would you keep it? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Apparently, Jonathan says, in a place called Flintshire, I think the reason the blue tits and the great tits don't take the milk anymore is because there are more and more people putting out fat balls and seeds. You can make them yourself. You can make it with fat, and then you sort of do it, and you put a string in there, and then you sort of cover it with bits of bacon and stuff like that, which is nice. Ed says the person who handed in 50 quid must have been standing behind a person that requested it, because after a few seconds, if you don't take the money, it's retracted back into the machine. It gets more complicated by the minute, this one. Don't forget to feed the birds this winter, remember? Tits like fried eggs, says Tom. Well, there you go. Again, another staggering fact. Our ATM, says Shane, dispensed $20, $50 and $100. I think you could probably get that in America. Get $100 bills in America. But definitely in the casino here, in the Hippodrome, it's £50 notes in the machine. Because if you really want to be flash, you put in 200 quid, you just get 4 notes out. Makes you look very, very sort of cheap, doesn't it, really? Front page of the Daily Mirror. It's May's Brexit D-Day. We'll talk about it about 6:20 this morning with Theo Usherwood. Lisa Riley's incredible Christmas party dress diet. Drop a festive frock size in 4 weeks. There you go. Man with a fiver in your pocket. Imagine taking a fiver out of a thing like that. When I was little, I used to do that. When I first got my bank card, it only guaranteed 50 quid. So you could only take 50 quid. Now it's sort of gone up considerably. And I like having cash for some, I don't know why. Childhood thing, I suppose. Princess Di's rock musical Frenzy Vow, the new rock musical about Diana, would send audiences into a frenzy thanks to its Bon Jovi songs. Well, there you go. And also, Prince Charles has let Google open Clarence House up to the world in a bespoke version of its Street View. Looks lovely. Poor Queen Mother used to freeze to death in Clarence House. She really did. Poor little soul. But here is a picture of the family, all smiling. Ha, 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 ha. That's for the picture. Then they all separated. Misery all round. Also, the nephew of the British rabies victim tells of his agony. He couldn't be near water, touch cold or swallow any food, but he fought to the end. And there's a picture of him here. And as I say, he looks all right in this picture, but he didn't last very long, I'm afraid. Boozing ban Reed. This is Susanna Reed, Mrs. Calling the Shots. I've never done shots. It probably makes me a peculiar person, but I've never, ever done shots. I've seen people doing it on some of these holiday rep programmes. God, they're ghastly. They really are, honestly. I feel so sorry for the parents watching it. And they were all doing shots, and then you have you drink it down and you bang it on the counter, and then they give you another. I think, what's the point? What is the point? Lee, thank you, and I'm sure he didn't find them. One here from Stacey and Marion says, we're two dementia nurse spikers heading off to work. We start our day with a smile. Well, I should hope you would do. Hope you would do. Goodness sake, honestly. The work you do, fantastic. And it's not World Diabetes Day, is it? What are we supposed to do for that one? I lose track of all these things. World Diabetes Day. Perhaps I'm supposed to inject or something now. Actually, I did last night. I actually got a fantastic night's sleep. Also, the Co-op's new bargain, £300 quickie divorce. There you go, Jordan. You can get a quickie divorce. But unfortunately, Kieran doesn't want a quickie divorce. He wants the money you owe him. OK, pay him back the money you owe him, you thieving little baggage. Can't do things like that. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Also, coffee cuts diabetes. What am I drinking? Tea. Fat lot of use that is, isn't it? And the show, to me, Yule, Paul Chuckles going it alone without Barry. Barry was 73, lost him to bone cancer. But Paul will tread the boards alone this Christmas. He's in Craig Revel Hallwood. Cinderella at the New Victoria Theatre in Woking. So he's Baron Hardup. That's good. I'm sure it goes very well, actually. I'm sure it will go very well indeed. Certainly everybody's thoughts will be with him, I think. What have we got here? This is... This is... oh dear. French and Saunders. When picking their first duo names as fresh-faced students, Jennifer Saunders and Dawn French were a bit ahead of their time. At one point, they called themselves the Menopause Sisters. Because we had no idea what the menopause was. We thought it was something to do with menstruation. We probably wouldn't had if we'd known about it. God, honestly. Oh, Colleen's still earning money. She's still doing her Straight Talking Problem page. I'm not totally convinced she writes it, but I'm sure that would be quite good. TV reality star Paris Hilton hands out cushions with her name on as she visits survivors of the earthquake in Mexico. Well, that's nice. Not really. But she did give 270,000 quid as well, so that was very good. Madeleine McCann, people will be talking about it today. Nick Ferrari, everybody, because they've given another 150,000. They have basically said, this is it. Well, that's what they've said. Whether it goes like that, I've got no idea. They say you've got 6 more months to find Madeleine. Cops get 150,000 for one final line of inquiry. Do you seriously think that's going to finish there? No, of course not. They're going to get another load of money. They're not going to find anything. There is nothing to find. Nothing to find. Steve, the ATM inside the Barclays Bank dispenses £50 notes. Comes with an option that asks what notes you want, 10, 20 or 50. Oh, there you go. Calamity. Catastrophe, say Guinevere and Trelawney. We're losing the wonderful Budgeons on Ascot High Street, closing its doors on Saturday the 24th. We're glad to hear all the staff are going to be kept on and retrained as Sainsbury's employees. Oh, Lord. Hope so. Holly says our favourite Graham's Gold Top started in 1988 when they acquired a herd of Jersey cows from the Queen's Windsor stock. It's a dynamic, award-winning dairy in Scotland with a quality product and an excellent website. Best Gold Top in the world. Oh, it's delish. Oh, it's delicious. Ice cold. Unfortunately, what I do is I shake the cream up into... It's got about an inch and a half of cream on the top. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Time check. Because you need to check on the roads, don't you? And it's 5:45. I've just spotted a tweet, actually. It didn't necessarily come into me, but I spotted it from a guy called Nick, who says that he ran the British government's UFO project. What rubbish is that? He says, spookily, my wife is a scientist. And then he says here, pilots seeing UFOs, serious media coverage, including the BBC, as if you couldn't fool them quite easily. An official investigation underway, a telling sign of how interest in the UFO phenomenon has increasingly come out of the fringe and into the mainstream. Still rubbish, isn't it, really? They don't exist. I don't buy into this idea that, somewhere in a distant planet far, far away, there's going to be a load of people sitting there in a spacecraft coming down to Earth. As I say, come and land in Leicester Square. A bit of a squeeze at the moment, but you could certainly try it, couldn't you? And Nick is best known for a role he undertook with the British government from 91 to 94, which involved investigating reports of UFO sightings to determine their defence significance. Anyway, finally he's gone to America, where there's another loony bunch over there. They all do the same sort of thing. I mean, I always think if people want to believe something like that, it's fine, but there isn't anything. It's like Yvette Fielding. There are no, sort of, say something else to us. And that apparently means get out of my house. She's mad as a broomstick, poor old soul. And they go, should we play that again? And you're supposed to interpret that as get out of my house or something. It's just rubbish. It's rubbish, but it keeps people listening because people have got shallow, empty lives. They've probably also got tits eating their milk as well. So, by name and by nature, ladies and gentlemen. When was the last time, says Steve, you saw cream on the top of the milk? On a daily basis. On a daily basis. He says, homogenisation. You wash your mouth out with carbolic. Ridiculous. Thank you for the show, says Nicholas. I'm listening from Lanzarote. I do beg your pardon. Ghastly place. And, Steve, I don't use the ATM, says Grace, but I always keep £5 notes because they have Braille on them. Do they? Braille on £5 notes? Wait a minute. Do I have a £5? Oh, no money on me. Look at me. Poor peasant Steve Allen. Where's my money gone? Ridiculous. I've got a little case thing which holds cards, Oyster cards, stuff like that. I've always got a couple of spare Oyster cards. I'm such a good boy. Honestly, I want to take full advantage of my free bus rides everywhere else. But it is, if you want to believe in UFOs, it's fine. It's like the people who believe in the crop circles, people who believe in, the strange voices that emanate. And the Americans are even worse. They're even more fraudulent than our one is. Where they go into always pitch dark. They always have to film in dark. Why they can't sort of just, ghosts can't come out and have a chat to them like normal people. We want to be your friend. I've heard us saying this before. We want to be your friend. Do you have anything to say to me? Dreadful, isn't it? Steve, you need to watch it. If you pick up a note that fell to the floor from a drug dealer's pocket, may have some substance on it. Yeah, because that, just your luck, a police dog had walked past and become somewhat animated. They sit down, don't they? They're trained to sit down now in front of you. You're right, it could be that. But also, if you pick up a note that fell to the floor from a drug dealer's pocket, how would I know it was a drug dealer? They don't have a big sign on their back going, drugdealers.co.uk. Although actually there might be a sign like that. Looking forward to you keeping us company on Christmas morning, Steve. How will you get home when there are no buses or trains? Oh, there's always buses and trains. Oh, yes, it doesn't all close down. I do have a motor vehicle, which is nice. How many sleeps till Christmas? About 40 in it or something, or 41 or something like that. We don't look at it as sleeping because always on the last day. Who sleeps? Who sleeps? It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Grace did some Christmas shopping yesterday, and I didn't know about having Braille on them. I like the thing on the traffic lights. Put your hand underneath. There's a little triangular thing, and that's for blind people. When it turns, it's safe to go. Well, that's a theory. It's safe to cross the road, and it turns when the lights change. You put your hand underneath one of those boxes. Sue says squirrels love digestives. Mark's in Torquay. A new listener. Torquay always sounds quite exciting, doesn't it? And I went there once. God, what a dump. Cressida Dick and Theresa May should be ashamed of themselves pouring more money into the Madeleine investigation when police numbers are cut. You never see a Bobby on the beat and the kids are killing each other week in, week out, says Alan in Bromley. Well, I don't think 150 grand's going to make any difference. 12 million could have made a lot of difference. Could have made a lot. Let's find out how much the McCanns have got in their fighting fund. I thought it was about £1.5 million. Well, why don't they use that? What's that for? But you don't seem in favour of it, judging by some of the texts and the emails that they were getting in overnight. Tom Swarbrick was getting them. Nobody seems to be in favour of giving this money when there are other children that go missing and they don't get it. And is it because their parents are doctors and they're middle class? If they'd been somebody from a sink estate somewhere, would they be happily spending this much money? No. This family would have been pilloried from pillar to post. If this had been somebody from a mother with three young children, single, living on benefits, she'd have been dragged through the hedge backwards, and you all know it's true. You can't even excuse it now, can you? Drug kingpin in the trial of the century, and this is El Chapo. Finally faced it. Why are they always ugly? Why are they always ugly? Because they've got so much money. His real name is Joaquim Archivaldo Guzman. He was born in La Tuna. He's the son of a poor alcoholic farmer. He's only 5'6" tall, father of 13 children, married 4 times, and he's a drug kingpin. He's one of these people who, seriously, I mean, he started out as a small drug dealer. Now he's a big drug dealer. He used to hide stuff in bananas or fire extinguishers. So the trial is expected to cost how much for 3 months? £38 million. My God, honestly. That's an awful lot of money, isn't it? Awful lot of money. He did escape prison. He's also reckoned to have ordered hundreds of victims gunned down or butchered in execution rooms, kitted out with plastic sheets and drains to catch the blood. Targets were often beheaded, and his henchmen would upload the videos to YouTube. It's because there's so much rival. When it comes to drugs, there is so much money involved that people are prepared to kill people. If you're in the wrong drug gang, and the bigger drug gang gets hold of you, your life isn't worth that. It's as simple as that. It's just terrible. So we're going to wait and see. But it's a multi-billion pound drug trafficking racket, as well as the brutal murder. But of course, he doesn't do the murders. They have people who do these sort of things. But that's how much money there is in it. That's why whenever you see a load of drugs that have been captured by, customs, they go, "Oh, isn't it fantastic?" They can afford to lose that. They can bring in 10 times the amount a bit further up the coast. That's how it works. Also, Madeleine McCann, and they've also caught the thief who resembles the Friends actor David Schwimmer. I watched Friends the other day, actually. I watched it. It just looks a bit dated now, doesn't it? All these sort of people of a certain age living in this house together. Nobody's ever cooked. But I do like the Big Bang Theory. I find Sheldon incredibly irritating. But I do like watching it because I think the writing's really, really clever. But there you go. I can't do that one. It's in court. And what was it? Here we go. Here you go. Question for the producer. Big fan of Idris Elba. What was the name of the Boston bar where everybody knows your name? What was the name of the Boston bar where everybody knows your name? What was the name of the 1965 single by Ken Dodd that sold more than 1 million copies in the UK? Which female American singer was the first sheep to be cloned named after? You know that one, don't you? Come on. Come on! Dolly Parton. Oh, dear. And which cocktail is usually made using rum, coconut milk and pineapple juice? Wait a minute, I'll turn this round. Oh, it's a pina colada. A pina colada, look at that, eh? But what was the name of the Boston bar where everybody knows your name? What was it called? Cheers. Is it called Cheers? Let me have a check on the answers. It was called Cheers. It was Dolly Parton. The second one was... what was the Ken Dodd record? Which sold 1 million in 1965. Anybody? No? I bet there's people shouting again. I know what it is, Steve. Tears for souvenirs is what you sent me. You're a bit too young for that. Have you never heard it on the radio? Lord. I need to find out whether our gold stations play it. Probably not, actually. It is mathematically impossible for there not to be life off Earth. Having said that, I don't believe, says Martin, there are now or ever have been aliens on Earth. Ghosts exist. I've seen one. He's called Casper, and he's quite friendly. Yeah. So, I mean, people say, because there's so much out there, the galaxy far and far away, and there's bound to be something. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. What do you think of the LED lights we have to have now? I hate them. It's like living in a Twilight world, says Jackie. I love them. Trish wants to know if you have any pets. No, that would be grossly unfair to have a pet, especially with my hours. Very difficult. Steve, the best thing you can do with Sprouts is put them straight in the bin. They are, you see, does not like Sprouts. That's Dave the trucker. Probably with loads of lights, I should imagine. And Lee says, did you see Most Haunted proof, finally, that ghosts exist? It's footage of a man walking upstairs in a corridor, plainly a crew member. Watch it on YouTube. Yeah, it's just rubbish, isn't it? Absolute rubbish. Don't fall for it, for goodness sake. Come on, we're all adults. We could say things like that now. It's sold as an entertainment programme. It's entertaining. It's not factually correct. You know, it's like there's no such thing as the crop circles or anything like that. Otherwise, you know, what is this spacecraft that comes down totally silently and sort of makes a funny shape in the earth? I mean, by now, you'd think they'd actually get out and have a chat with us over a small drink in the bar. Who knows? But it is Wednesday. I know. Ever closer to Christmas. Ever closer, which is lovely. Thank you for your texts and emails. This morning, we'll take more between now and 7, which is when we hand over to Nick Ferrari. We'll have a chat to Theo Usherwood in about 15 minutes' time about this Brexit deal. What is it? Is it best for Britain? And is she going to quit? I'm going to make a prediction and say she's not. You know, why would you want to? Why would you want to quit? Goodness sake. Also, the illegal migrants caught after stealing a fishing boat in France and sailing across the channel. Why not stay in France? Because we're a softer touch. That's why. The woman who ate only ice cream and sausages for 20 years has finally been cured. Poor soul, honestly. Oh, I know where that is. I recognise that staircase. Well, I think I recognise the staircase. I might not actually. Is that in England? Is that Central Hall, Westminster? It might be. I know, because I've just recognised Central... I was just looking at the television, sorry. Also, can you identify the backpacker attacker? I think you will. If you're unlucky in love, blame your mother. Apparently, that's how it works. Bowing to mob rule. This is a row over a cup of water that's led to death threats and the fact that we should be offering asylum to this woman who's Christian and who's been freed from prison after something like 8 years. And people are saying, oh, not too sure about that, because if she comes here, then, you know, we'll be at risk and all this kind of stuff. We have to offer asylum. It's as simple as that. We give it to all these other murdering paedophiles out there. Why not some woman who's quite genuine? Quite genuine. The rabies dad horror, his 2-month ordeal. He was attacked by a cat. It bit him. He got rabies. He died in the same hospital as his tragic daughter, aged 4. I thought we'd eradicated rabies. Also, the Madeleine McCann team get more money, £150,000 to chase a final line of inquiry. What line of inquiry? What line of inquiry? What? They've missed it over all these years. Now they've got a final line of inquiry. It's codswallop. It's absolutely codswallop. I mean, how much more money do we need to pump into it? I don't think this will be the last by any stretch of the imagination. I think there'll be more. So it's a final line of inquiry. Well, I mean, they've been over there God knows how many times. Where else are they going to be going to now? They've had all sorts of, sort of people coming up with balmy ideas. But, of course, each one's got to be investigated, just in case it might be true. Apparently, Kate and Jerry were said to be incredibly grateful. I bet you are. You've had £12 million, which has resulted in nothing. Nothing at all. So, you know, we've got to sort it out. I mean, I don't know how much more money you can put into it. Footy plots to get Harry. This is Harry Redknapp. This is this poor, ageing old soul who they reckon rival football fans are going to be asking him to do all the Bush Tucker trials and everything else. Rita Simons has touched down. Fleur East is surprised to be working, as indeed we are. Single Emily Atack has got her gaze on John Barrowman. I hate to tell you, darling, he's gay, he's got a boyfriend, husband, wouldn't be remotely interested in you. And knowing your propensity for selling your dreary stories, last time she had a little bit of an how's your father, it was with an unfunny comedian from the Strictly programme, and that's her claim to fame. She was in The In-Betweeners, but that was donkeys years ago. Not really done anything since then. She was apparently Charlotte Hinchcliffe. Anybody ring a bell? No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. She says, my ideal man, I'm really happy that John's in it. I know he's gay, but still I like to cuddle up with him. Watch her, John. Watch her. She's after publicity. Also, London's bloodbath is continuing unabated. Monday, just gone. What are we up to? Wednesday, Monday. A woman was seriously injured. In fact, she was murdered by somebody with a crossbow. Her child, she was pregnant, was actually alive. Missed by inches. Tiny Ibrahim Mohammed was delivered by emergency caesarean section after his mother was shot at her home. So, you know, and it's still going. So somebody's got a cross. Where'd you buy these things? Answer: you can buy them online. Not difficult to get. Craig Revel Horwood has admitted he scouts the X Factor for talent. Must take you forever and a day. There isn't any talent on the X Factor. It's a bunch of nobodies. Bunch of nobodies. Awful. And here's little Katja, goes out with her photographer to take a picture. So you know it's all set up, because they actually take a picture of her in her local fish and chip shop. She called into a fish and chip shop with her photographer to take pictures. What a fraud you are, dear. What a fraud. Not buying into it at all. One of James Bulger's killers says the murder has allowed him to have a better life. This is Robert Thompson, described as an urban feral child when he snatched James Bulger back in 93 when he was just 2 years old. He was just 10. He'd been living on the streets for 2 years. I think that's a gross exaggeration, but he was known as a habitual thief. And so there's a programme on television tonight, I think. The parents of James Bulger are battling to stop him being released on parole in time for Christmas. He's quite clearly a very sick child, or sick sort of adult now. Also, Google's been hijacked by Russia and China in its worst ever cyber attack. And here's a picture of Dido. I don't know why, but why is Dido very famous? I suppose I can't work out if she's very famous now. What? That's what I thought. But it says here she's finally got her mojo back. What rubbish is that? What you got? I got my mojo back. I don't know what that is. Mumford and Sons and Mensch. I just like the name of the group, Mumford and Sons. You know why? Because it sounds like Matthew and Sons. And I've been working all day, all day, all day. Dun, 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 dun. Get Me Out of Here, I'm a Celebrity will involve little Holly with a very short bloke called Deck, who always seems... I mean, how this bloke... He's 40-something now, isn't it? It just doesn't seem possible. They always look so young. And also, lack of sleep, puffed-up face, and pillow creases. That's how Cheryl is describing her new look. Slightly disturbing. Michael Parkinson says he couldn't help George Best with his alcoholism because he had his own booze problems. Michael Parkinson is 83. Good grief. He told how his wife, Mary, helped him beat the bottle. You need somebody to help you. Unfortunately, in George's case, he didn't have anybody who helped him beat the bottle at all. He was drunk. He went out. They had sort of times where they sort of sewed him up a little bit, and then he just drifted back into it again. Not so good. Steve, I made a mistake, says Grace. It's the £10 note which has Braille on it. Does it? We're all getting our £10 note. Oh, I haven't got any £10 notes. What am I talking about? I keep going to the same wallet to find nothing. It's very depressing. I still prefer the £5 notes, and like the £10 with the Braille, you can buy a box of chocolate sprouts from Debenhams. Bless you, Grace. Thank you. Cheryl says, me and a couple of friends are off to Harrods to Christmas shop. Got parking for 20 quid for the day, nearly next door to the store. I love Harrods, hence the name Charrods. Thank you. I haven't been in there for a little while, actually. I like to go in about Christmas to have a look at the Christmas department. But as I say, I spend so many days a week in London. The idea is to get out of London, which is better. Ian says, I was working near Birmingham. I saw a drug deal. Bloke on a bike cycled over to a phone box, exchanged with a guy in a hoodie. Blatant. Where are the police? Well, they just can't be everywhere. They can't be. That's the problem now. Probably catching a motorist round the corner. We went out for lunch yesterday and we saw a guy. There was a bicycle chained up to a railing, and this guy was looking at it. And he put this helmet on that he found at the front of the bike. And then he obviously looked and he couldn't get the lock off. So he put it all back on there and walked off. When we came back after lunch, it had gone. So we weren't sure if we were witnessing a robbery. Our local radio station, says Rona, who shall remain nameless, actually had a what's your favourite biscuit? And do you dunk it phone in? I laughed out loud because I thought of you and your vicar. Needless to say, I didn't join in. Rona's in darkest Wiltshire. That'll be BBC Radio Berkshire. Wait a minute. Oh, what is your favourite biscuit? Oh, call us now. Wait a minute. Oh, hello, Marjorie. How old are you, Marjorie? 107. What's your favourite biscuit, love? I don't know why the station's become northern any time soon. But that's what they do on those local stations. What's your favourite smell, your favourite sweet, your favourite Christmas carol, your favourite Christmas toy, your favourite relative who's alive? You know, things like that. You have to go through it. You know, your favourite, so help me, I'm haunted. Like that kind of thing. I had a few relatives, says Dallas, who lived in Walton in Liverpool, where the two killer kids of James Bulger came from. They weren't homeless, but the families were well known in the local community as feral, feckless and always in trouble. That's the trouble. You see kids out on the streets of London the early hours of the morning. Where are the parents? Where are the parents? The answer is they're probably flat on their back, off their face on something. John's in Preston. Any chance of a shout-out for my darling wife, Gemma? Absolutely not. Absolutely. We don't do things like that. I'm sorry, this is not BBC local radio, OK? They have their own problems, mainly with the vicar, I think. Simon says, will you be visiting Winter Wonderland? I hope so. I hope so. I don't know when it opens. When does it open? When does Winter Wonderland open? Is it soon? Not by Saturdays, in which case I've solved the problem where Jordan and I are going Saturday. We're going to Winter Wonderland. And am I being careful this time round? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because it must be opening very shortly, because it's a short season. It's got to. But you have them up and down the country. We have one in London. They have it in Scotland. I think it's Birmingham, all over the place. And I love it. They bring in all the big. Next week, Thursday. Oh, I can't do a Thursday. I can't do anything that's midweek. I'm useless doing anything midweek. That's rubbish. But I quite fancy going to it this year. But it gets packed. I mean, it gets seriously packed. It's one of the busiest places you can ever go to, and I love it. But the food is so pricey there. I went one year, and I'm not normally mean when it comes to buying a portion of chips or a sausage in batter or something like that. And what were they charging for it? It was something like £5 for a portion of chips. I thought you can stick it. So I was glad that they weren't doing business. It was also miserable. The weather wasn't very conducive. I don't mind if it's cold with a light dusting of snow or something like that, but I'm not spending £5 on a portion of chips. You know, I'd rather give the money to charity. I think that's just atrocious. It's just rip-off. You know, I think everybody should be selling... I mean, even if you sell them at £1, you make a profit. Goodness sake. The Chase. Jungle Fever. And they've got people here from the jungle. If you know who they are, please nod in agreement. Stanley Johnson. Yes. Shappi Khorsandi. Who's that, then? Who's that one? Oh, comedian. Oh, right. Okay. Jenny McAlpine, and somebody called Ian Lowe, something like that, Ian Lee or something, I don't know. Obviously not very well known, but they're all on the Chase. How they did, I don't know. It was obviously filmed ages ago. Plus, bosses have signed up this telly favourite, Eve Miles, who we weren't sure who she was. And now we know what she does. I'm still none the wiser. After the news and travel, LBC's political editor, Theo Usherwood, will be popping into the studio to explain what we know so far about Theresa May's Brexit deal. I mean, has anybody quit in protest? We'll find out. Hopefully we'll have all the questions and he will have all the answers. Exciting. So exciting this morning. Papers are full of everything, because not only is Prince Charles celebrating 70, but he pales into insignificance with Theresa May, who's facing Judgment Day, as you know, on the Brexit after securing a withdrawal agreement with Brussels. Tory rebels have cried betrayal. Will she quit? Will she not quit? What does it mean? I can only invite in Theo Usherwood because he's the only person who can unravel this mystery for me, because I'm out on a limb when it comes to Brexit. I have to hold my hands up.
Let's have a go.
All right, shall we go? What does it mean?
Number 10 are saying that decisive progress has been made with the European Union. They've reached a draft agreement for the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union.
Right.
Now, in terms of what that means, is they've got a text on a technical level about how it will work. And what they need to do, this is Theresa May, she needs to get it through her cabinet this afternoon, meets at 2 p.m. And last night she was briefing cabinet ministers individually, one-to-one, face-to-face, to make sure that she could persuade them in person to back her deal. And then after cabinet, there will be a meeting, an emergency summit in Brussels with the 27 other leaders of the European Union, where Michel Barnier will ask them to sign up to the proposals. And he will say, this is what we've agreed with Britain. We think it's a good deal for the European Union. Please can you sign? And once that pen has been put to paper, Britain has a deal for leaving the European Union, and then we can get on to the negotiation of a future trade agreement.
So can the Cabinet effectively this afternoon go, not interested?
They could do.
Can they reject?
Well, they could do. They need to resign. If they're going to reject it, they need to resign. So there are three possibilities, and I think the most likely is that the Cabinet are going to support it.
Right.
You're then into, will somebody like Esther McVey, the Work and Pensions Secretary, or Penny Mordaunt, the International Development Secretary, or Andrea Leadsom, the Commons leader, go, this isn't for me. I campaigned to leave the European Union. I don't think this deal matches what people voted for in June 2016. This isn't for me. I'm not going to support this. And at which point Theresa May will turn around to them and say, well, if you're not going to support it, if you're not going to be a member of my government, I have to accept your resignation or I'm going to sack you. And they would go. Now, the third option
is that she goes.
Is that enough members of the Cabinet go, I'm very sorry, I've read the text, I listened to what you had to say to me one-on-one last night. This just simply isn't workable. As a Cabinet, we cannot support you. Key figures in that, Michael Gove, the Environment Secretary. Yeah. If Michael Gove, he's become a bit of a shop steward for the Cabinet. If he goes up to the Prime Minister and he says, listen, I've spoken to Philip Hammond in the Treasury, Chancellor. I've spoken to...
How many are there in the
Jeremy
cabinet?
Round number 25.
Right, okay.
I don't know the exact number, round number 25. I've spoken to Jeremy Hunt, the Foreign Secretary, and I've spoken to, on the other side, I've spoken to, say, Andrea Leadsom, and we just don't think we can support this. Then Theresa May would face, she'd face a decision she'd have to make about whether to step down. I just don't think...
I don't think she's going to step down.
I don't think she's going to do that.
No.
And I don't think we're in that place quite yet. And I was speaking to people last night in Number 10, and there was no indication that they were bracing themselves for that. What they are bracing themselves for, and where they do see there is a genuine problem, is getting it through Parliament,
right,
which would come in late November, early December, now that we've got to this emergency summit providing cabinet sign this off. And that's where they see there's a real problem, because last night you had the DUP, 10 members of the DUP, that's the Northern Irish Unionist Party, and they prop up Theresa May's government and give her a majority in the House of Commons. They don't like it because under this deal there's going to be a special provision for Northern Ireland to remain within the customs union, whereas a customs arrangement with the European Union which won't exist for Great Britain. So there's going to be a soft border of sorts down the middle of the Irish Sea, and of course the whole point of being a member of the DUP is you want same for Northern Ireland as what you have in mainland Great Britain. So they don't like the deal. The Brexiteers don't like the deal. Jacob Rees-Mogg, Boris Johnson, crying foul. This wasn't what people voted for. We're going to be a vassal state. We're going to be in servitude to the European Union. They're going to pick the rules and we have to accept them. We're in a worse place than we were before the referendum. And what's interesting is that also mirrors exactly what some of the Remainers are saying. Why are we signing up to something that puts us in a poorer situation? And so you have this unholy alliance for Theresa May between the Remainers on the one hand and the Brexiteers on the other, ganging up on her. And so the calculation that she's making is that she's got enough loyalists within her party, enough MP loyalists, and there are enough pro-European Labour MPs over the next few weeks she can persuade to back her deal. The Chief Whip can persuade. They can go over and they can say, now you hate Jeremy Corbyn so much. You know what he's like as a leader. You imagine him as a Prime Minister. You don't want that to happen. And of course, if you vote against the government, if you don't support us, then that's exactly what's going to happen. Jeremy Corbyn's going to become Prime Minister. And that goes down, and I know people are going to get very upset about it, but that goes down quite well with some pro-European, moderate Labour MPs who really don't like Jeremy Corbyn. And the way to stop there being the government collapsing, the way to stop there being a possible general election is to make sure that Theresa May gets this deal through. Yeah. Now, the question is, does that number of Labour MPs, 30 maximum, outweigh DUP plus Remainers who are in Theresa May's own party who are unhappy? I'm speaking to Philip Lee, former Justice Minister, who resigned in the summer over the negotiations. He's going to vote against the deal. People like Ken Clarke, he'll probably vote against the deal. Anna Soubry, plus the Jacob Rees-Moggs of this world, and you add those up. Does that outnumber the Labour pro-European MPs? And at the moment, it does.
Hypothetical situation. You think she's not going to resign. I don't think she's going to resign.
No, she's not going to resign on her own volition. No, somebody's going to have to say.
If she does, in a hypothetical situation, which might not become hypothetical, who would replace her? What would we have then?
It then becomes very complicated. But in short, the Tories would have to find a new leader, and given. I think there's a feeling within the Conservative Party that having bypassed the membership last time, because of course it was going to be a straight contest between Theresa May and Andrea Leadsom, and then Andrea Leadsom said all these things around Theresa May not having good judgment because she's not being a mother, and I think there was a feeling that this would just be within the party. She couldn't fight this. She couldn't go out to the party membership and fight a campaign against Theresa May. It just wasn't going to happen. So she stood aside, and there was a coronation with Theresa May. And in a perfect world for the Conservatives, they'd have another coronation. But having But having not, and this was put to me by a senior Conservative, having not kicked the tyres with the last leader and saw what happened at the general election in the campaign, I think there's a real desire in the Conservative membership and amongst MPs that the next candidate they pick, they have to put through their paces with a leadership contest.
Right.
And so then you get into a leadership contest, you then have to try and go to the European Union and say we need to extend Article 50 because we're just simply not going to be ready in time. We're going to have a leadership contest. You're then going to have somebody campaigning, I'd imagine, because Theresa May's deal is so unpopular, they're going to have to reject Theresa May's deal and say that this is no good because nobody's going to. So we start again. So the next person, but of course the European Union have to agree to that. So and then Jeremy Corbyn would say, well, hang on a moment, and Labour would say, legitimately, hang on a moment, if you've gone through this process of having a new leader and you want another go at negotiating, it's time for a general election. You don't have the legitimacy, having rejected the deal, to try and just surround this as a contest within the Conservative Party and pick your new leader and have another go at negotiations.
What a nightmare.
Yeah,
because it gets ever closer, doesn't it? So it could all be shelved whilst we go for a general election.
Yeah.
Depends how strong she is, doesn't it, really? Depends how forceful she can be.
Look, predictions in this game are really dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't like doing them.
I never make predictions.
Don't like doing them.
But
you might as well just sack Theo Usher or get Mystic Megan. I mean, if you're going to do prediction. But if you're going to do predictions, just do that. But let's just, for a moment, I think today, the Prime Minister will get through today, and then there will be a summit. I think the sticking point, the bit where the arithmetic for Theresa May becomes very dicey, is when it comes to that vote.
And when will that vote occur?
At the moment, we could hit November, December, late November, early December.
Right.
And there was a fear that if we hadn't hit this deadline, then we'd all be here. I'll be talking to you on Christmas Eve, Steve. About
dear Lord, I hope not. I don't want to be rude.
We'd be tucking into our Christmas pudding, talking about Brexit.
That's what you think. I got plans. It's a complicated one, then, isn't it?
Yes,
it becomes immensely complicated if she steps down, if they reject.
Well, there is a feeling within the Conservative Party, if they reject it once, this was Theresa May's plan, she's stuck to it, and if she can't deliver it, then it's time to step aside. Oh, God. And we'll go again. And
then we have names in the frame of who could replace her.
Boris Johnson, Jeremy Hunt,
He'll be back in next week, I can tell. I've just got this feeling.
Looking forward to it already.
I'm so thrilled. Well, thank you for explaining that. At least I know where I am at the moment. I'm just as confused as I was to start with. It all depends on how everybody reacts and whether or not she steps down.
Yeah, and it depends. And it, with all due respect to certain individuals, it depends on, if there is going to be a resignation, how big an individual that person is within the cabinet.
Yes.
And if it's just if it's somebody like Andrew Leadsom, the Commons leader, and Penny Mordaunt, International Development Secretary, with all due respect to those two individuals, that is not the same as Michael Gove or Philip Hammond or Jeremy Hunt.
Boris?
Well, Boris has already resigned.
Oh, right. He might change his mind.
He might change his mind. Come back in.
Another job.
But the point is, it's all about the power balance. As long as she keeps it on side, she's okay.
Excellent. Always a pleasure, Theo Usherwood. Thank you very much. First at 7:00 this morning, he'll bring you the best and the latest reaction to Theresa May's Brexit deal. A former Tory leader, a former Deputy Prime Minister, and the Deputy to the EU Parliament's chief Brexit negotiator will all tell Nick what they make of the agreement. He'll also find out how the row over fixed odds betting terminals might end, and he'll be asking if the Madeleine McCann investigation should really be given any more money. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. Steve, says Peter, having heard Theo Usherwood's appetiser, I'm looking forward to Mr. James O'Brien's show at 10. Well, I thought 11 minutes would manage to encapsulate all of it. I mean, it was so perfect. It couldn't have been better. In fact, somebody says, does Theo ever go home? I think the wife says he does. Yes, she doesn't know who he is, but he does go home. He must work 27 hours a day, says Joe. Oh, no, he definitely doesn't do that. There aren't 27 hours in the day. How can you work 27 hours in the day? You can only do 24 maximum. Andy in Brighton says, I've heard Katie Price is having a local auction to raise much-needed funds. Anything you'd like me to bid on? I can save you a seat on the night if you'd like. Yeah, I suspect it'll just be people gawping, won't it, as she descends into hell, I should imagine. Mike in Kings Langley says, Steve, trees up, lights on, decks all over the house, fake snow on the windows, presents bought and wrapped, sprouts on low, tatties peeled, turkey basted, mince pies made, carol CD playing. Still 6 to 7 weeks to go. What now? Kind of enjoy it. There is a bloke, isn't there? He's very famous because he has Christmas dinner every day of his life. That sounds quite exciting, if not a little bit expensive. And Anthony says, don't like to burst your balloon. I don't have a balloon, and you couldn't burst it. It would be my bubble. But Christmas is just another day, you heathen. You heathen. You child destroyer of dreams. He says, put the money in the Christmas card so the kids can buy what they want half price on Boxing Day. They don't want to go out on Boxing Day. They're on holiday. Kids don't go out Boxing Day. You, my dear sir, are a humbug. You're one of these, grouchy, Christmas is just another day. Might be in your household. Not where I'm going for Christmas. It's another whoopie-doo day. I went to a garden centre near Lincoln the other day, says Chris. They were charging £5.50 for a baked potato. Here in Lincolnshire, we can buy 25 kilo sack of potatoes for that sort of money. Needless to say, I didn't buy one. That's quite cheap, actually, because I know how much a sack of potatoes is. Anywhere between about 11 and 20 quid, depending on what sort of potatoes you get. Somebody says, I'd rather be talking about my favourite biscuit, not the flavour of Brexit. There you go. It's another BBC local person. They creep into this one so they can phone up and go, I was listening to another radio station, and they were talking about Brexit. Could we talk about Brexit? And the vicar will go, I don't think so, no. Let's talk about, people starving in other countries and what you can do to help them. And the answer is quite a lot. If you're a primary school kid here, according to all the experts, you should be taught about lesbians. I don't really know how often that sort of crops up in the primary school education curriculum at the moment. Britons are more likely to turn our noses up at what than the cuisine of any other nation. Apparently it's French food. We don't hold out a lot of store for the French, even though the producer's learning French. Sprechen Sie Deutsch, but with French. And it's a kind of, because it's always sort of frog's legs and snails and puppy dog's tails and things like that. And so people go, they'd rather have German. It's a bit more substantial, a bit uninteresting, but, that's a bit better. So if you go out to a restaurant, they go, oh, it's French. And they go, I don't think I'll bother. They did that in a thing once. What was the television programme where somebody... Oh, that's right. It was, I think, Man About the House. And she'd gone into hospital to have a baby, Tessa what's-her-face. And she was talking to the woman in the next bed, and the woman said, oh, what does your husband do? And she said, oh, he owns a restaurant. Oh, that's nice. Perhaps we'll come and visit. And so she said, yes, it's French food. And the other woman went, perhaps we won't. Because people had this thing about French food. Somebody says, I think you'll find a sack of potatoes around £4. I think not. I don't know where you're shopping. £4 for a sack of potatoes. God, do tell us. The local fish and chip shops around our way would have an absolute field day. Really late for work. Good excuse, says Mark. Train was cancelled. Bus was cancelled. Accident on the road. God, I tried to get here. You know what it's like. Steve Allen, it's my 20th birthday. Seems like most people's birthdays are in early November. Well, quite clearly not. It's just you. I haven't had anybody else's birthday today, 20 or otherwise, but it's a good age to be, isn't it? 20. I wish I was 20 again. I think 20 must be quite a good thing, provided you've got a bit of money behind you. If you haven't got any money behind you, then being 20 must be miserable as sin. All your friends going, oh, we're going out on the town tonight. And you go, oh, I don't know. I've seen the television programmes. God, they're boring. Seriously, the dullest people on these reality shows. I mean, seriously, they've got some serious illnesses. The Daily Star this morning, Emily spies her ideal jungle bloke. As I say, you won't know who she is. Nobody knows who she is. Even her agent's not too sure. Boyzone. Remember Boyzone? Boise's Own? Here they are. This is Ronan Keating, Shane Lynch, Keith Duffy and Mikey Graham say they brought something fresh to the music industry. What was that? Apparently, it's Screaming Girls. And they believe top Korean boy band, BTS, now have a new angle. Keith says, being Irish, I guess we brought something fresh, even if it was just naivety. I think being Irish has got anything to do with being a boy band, does it really? But he says, as long as there are teenage girls, there's going to be boy bands. I know, and as long as there's boy bands, there's going to be gay boy bands. I'm just waiting for a complete gay boy band. That would be absolutely hilarious. Jake says, if Theresa May steps down, could you be Prime Minister? I wouldn't want to take the pay cut. Seriously. I'm not cutting my salary. It's like Nick Ferrari said he was going to be Mayor of London, then he looked at the salary and decided it wasn't worth it. Will you, says Chrissy, try the Marmite sprouts from Iceland? Probably not. Probably not. And somebody says, I can honestly say you couldn't pay me enough to listen to any BBC radio station. LBC for me, but my favourite biscuit is malted milk. You see, and that's why you're destined for somewhere else. Theo says this one here. Thank you for your summary on Steve Allen's show. I love the way that people write to Theo via me, like I'm the postman. He says, is it fair to say that these politicians on both sides care more about their own positions than the country? E.g. Labour MPs stopping Corbyn. Unbelievable and appalling. Well, you don't think these MPs care about the country, do you? They're all lining their own pockets. That's why, how do you know when MPs are lying? Their lips are moving. Did you see that thing on the telly the other night? And they were trying to... It was so clever. And they took a reporter and he said, here is me, filmed saying something about Brexit, whatever it happened to be. He said, now look, you can now superimpose the bottom half of my face with somebody speaking Russian. Somebody speaking Russian. And it matches up exactly. He said, that's why Trump did that in America. He claims he doesn't know anything about it, but we know what lies he tells. And that was that poor CNN reporter, Jim Acosta. CNN are suing the White House. They've named all these different people because there's about 60 journos have this accreditation. It's lovely. Natasha says I'm 50, so I thought I'd share. So it's her birthday. 50. I'm not sure if 50 is good. Is 50 good? I don't know. I suppose so. My exceptionally tight Yorkshireman father once asked us if we'd rather have Christmas on the 27th of December so we could save a few quid and we get more presents as well. We declined. The same father also encouraged us to have bars of chocolate at Easter instead of Easter eggs, as you got more chocolate for your money. Oh, well, I can tell you that one, Alan. That's absolutely true. Chocolate Easter eggs are so expensive. You're paying for all the packaging. In fact, if you melt down that chocolate into a bar, it'll be a pretty pathetic-looking bar. But it's also cheaper to eat smoked salmon than it is to eat fish fingers. Price per pound, if you take the fish out, by the time you've taken the coating off, that little piddly bit of fish in the middle, you're paying for all the coating on the outside. Smoked salmon is cheaper to eat. Mind you, might not like smoked salmon. I enjoy eating smoked salmon. Dawn Neeson talks about scruffy Jezza, just doesn't respect. And they're basically saying, would you actually turn up to your parents' funeral in a trackie? The answer is no, but of course he doesn't care, does he? Why? He doesn't care about the war dead. Not remotely interested. I've just bought 3 sacks of standard jumbo potatoes. £9.25 a bag. So you're right, says Kevin the restaurateur. Yes. Moen Barnett says original boy band would be The Bachelors. Smile for me, my Diane. Oh, I love The Bachelors. I sat next to them once at a Water Rats thing, and I remember thinking, oh my God, it's The Bachelors. Their first record was The Sound of Silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Oh, look at the time. It's 5:45. Check on the... No, we've done that bit, haven't we? So it must be... The good news is, if you live in Richmond and you've been suffering with Thames Water, who apparently are trying to pump out a bit of piping down off Richmond Bridge, which causes endless delays every single day, the Richmond Council have decided to start fining them. Somebody apparently poured concrete into a pipe, and they've been having to try and clear it out. Once they found out who it is, they should be fined really seriously. But the delays every day are a nightmare. You get the bus to try and get from Richmond to Twickenham, and you just sit on Richmond Bridge while 2 people with swing boards for go and stop faff around. I mean, it tails back practically to Richmond Station. It's dreadful. But anyway, the council have had enough, so they're going to fine them as well. I'll tell you what I did see the other day. I was luckily in time to catch This Morning with Pip Schofield, ever the consummate professional, and one of the worst presenters I've ever seen, Rochelle. Seriously, I'm beginning to wonder, can she read? She seems to make a mistake all the time. She can't work out what her voice is, whether she's trying to be posh or whether she just sounds as common as that, and she can't read anything. It's dreadful. Seriously, I'm not surprised he sort of voted for her. It makes him look brilliant. At least he can read the auto cue every day. I've seen, dreadful mistakes. It's awful. It really is awful. However, good news if you're looking for something to buy. Devon knows how they make it so tasty. Yes, Ambrosia Devon custard. I mean, you could just eat it out the tin. Just lie me down and pour it in. It's up for sale after profits plummeted. Premier Food are in discussion. They also make Mr. Kipling's cakes, Bisto and Oxo, and they're looking to sell it. Quite fancy that idea, don't you? Fancy owning your own custard company? Ah, God Lord. Dave in Harlow says, I sell 20 kilo sacks of potatoes all day today. I'm in Ipswich. Tomorrow off to South London. £8 a sack. There you go. £8 a sack. Sitting on my bed, says Michelle, wrapping Christmas presents, listening happily to your programme and viewers' remarks. You always bring a good start to the day. Well, you won't when you hear this story. This is one which has cropped up from Perth. up there in Scotland. It's a homeless man who went to his local doctor's surgery and was left humiliated. I've got no idea why. People just find offence at everything. Because they wrote on his prescription, the address was a bench. Which is, that's what it is. Scott Cummings claims he was made a laughing stock. Well, nobody would know, dear, would they, unless you sort of read it out to everybody. He says, I couldn't believe it when I looked at the label and saw the words bench by the River Tay. A spokesman of the practice said, we can't talk about that, it's an individual thing. Well, it's quite funny, actually. If that's where your home is, because you don't have a fixed abode, so they put a bench. There you go, and we can deliver it to the bench. At least now they know where it is. Jackie in Feltham says it's my hubby Albert's birthday today. Is it everybody's birthday today? It's unbelievable. Just saw Peter Andre's fragrance on one of those cheap shopping channels, $14.99. Says it makes every female feel loved. Number sold, 9. Actually, I saw one of those gem things. They sell sort of diamonds. Usual sort of things for people who want to sort of spend, a small amount of money. And at the moment, they're actually flogging naff candles, which apparently, after you've burnt the candle out, which is going to take you weeks and weeks and weeks, you can use it for keeping your glasses in. And she said it with a straight face. The rubbish they're selling now, it's obviously they found loads of things that are dirt cheap that were going to be thrown away, and they sell it. I mean, I thought they were selling jewellery. Now they've started selling sunglasses, naff candles, what the other thing? Oh, a biro that comes with it. And she's had to sit there and flog this tat. I felt so sorry for her. So sorry. Small correction, with apologies, says Chris. Man About the House with Paula Wilcox and Sally Tomset, alongside Richard O'Sullivan, and the spin-off Robin's Nest, which had Tessa White, who married Tony Blackburn, and Tony Britton with Richard O'Sullivan. All right, make a big deal about it, just because it's Wednesday. Best excuse I ever heard. Late for work, my brother parked his helicopter on the drive, so I couldn't get the Porsche out the garage, says Mike. Genuine tale. I'm quite sure. People tell all sorts of fibs, don't they? What was the other thing? There was that you had to take a note in from your parents if you were going to be late at school or something, or you were off sick. I'm terribly sorry that little Johnny couldn't make it today, as I'm sick. I tried that once, actually. Never worked. First visit to the Magic Circle last night. Great close-up in the lounge before the show. Looking forward to your evening show on December 23rd. Big hello to my old Ready Steady cook pal, Phil Vickery. And that's from Patrick Anthony. Bless your heart. I'm glad you enjoyed it, the Magic Circle. It's lovely. We'll be doing the Christmas show down there. We've got 2 shows. And very much looking forward to that. Oh, front pages. I knew there was something. The Daily Star, you've got 6 more months to find Madeline. No chance. I mean, seriously, I know that the police go, we have another lead, but there again, they've been having leads for the past God knows how many years. Judgment Day, Theresa May, Daily Mail, and How Old Are You Now, Grandpa? So they've got a picture of Prince Charles with his sons. I wonder if he recognised them. And their respective wives, one with loads of children and one with a child on the way. The son have got the same story, except they've got the early picture. The early picture of Camilla saying, look this way and smile, to little Charlotte, which is quite nice. Daily Mirror, May's Brexit D-Day, Raby's dad horror. God damn, don't want that back in town, do we? And Lisa Riley's incredible Christmas party dress diet. Drop a festive frock size in 4 weeks. There you go. Perhaps we should pass it on to Gemma Collins, because she's not having a good day at all, as you will discover when you hear my little bit extra. And happy birthday for Warren. He says Cliff is on his way back into the UK promoting his album for the next 3 weeks. So you may see him on television. You may even hear him on Steve Allen's programme, which is nice. And he does ask the question, is Theo hot? Is Theo hot? I don't think Theo, in all his born days, has never been asked if he's hot or not. You'd have to ask the wife. I think that was and she'd probably say, yep. He's hot. Not as hot as Steve Allen, but hot, nevertheless. This Brexit deal is best for Britain, say the Express. Charles at 70, a portrait of a very modern royal family. What's modern about it? They're not working. There's nothing modern about it at all. In fact, they're steeped in history. They only do it through history. They can't do anything else. They don't know about modern things. Here's Grandpa turning 70. I do quite like Prince Charles, though. I think he's a bit off on a cloud, but I quite like him. Unlucky in Love, the story been running throughout the morning. It's all your mum's fault. And here's the family all lining up. And Harry and Meghan, she looks like she's about to fall over. She looks like she's had a sherbet. You can just tell, can't you, really? Also, deal done. This is the Eye this morning. and it's got a picture of Theresa May summoning the cabinet. You had all those details on the programme with Theo, who'll no doubt be popping up a little bit later on. And The Guardian, finally, Trump's liar-in-chief, the power of Sarah Sanders. These people tell lies, don't they? And then try and prove it. You're not a very nice person. Somebody wrote to me and said she was doing her job. You think, ooh, a Trump supporter. Boo hiss. Boo hiss. Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, Trade Secretary Liam Fox, Andrea Leadsom, the leader of the House of Commons, and the Chancellor, pictured in Downing Street yesterday. Let's wait and see what happens, shall we? This'll be an interesting one. I've got to go. It's been absolutely lovely being with you this morning, as per usual. It's not really Warren's birthday, he said. It's just you said it was everybody's birthday, so I thought I'd say wish me a happy birthday. Mad as a fruitcake. Listen, just before I go, let you know what's coming up on the free podcast for today on the Little Bit Extra. I'll tell you all about the Strictly producers and some very unfunny comedian called Sean teaming up to sell their tours. Plenty of tickets available for both. Yep, Sean is going to dance with that dancer he snogged again. Nope, I don't care either. We'll also hear about the latest outburst from the pricey woman. Now she's having a go at Peter Andre's lovely M's and the current boyfriend and just about everybody else except the person who caused her troubles, herself. So Theresa May backs the blasphemy Christian, but still hasn't offered her asylum yet, and I'm sad to announce that we've lost another LBC voice of the past. I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. Plus fury at the sexist pink kitchen for Barbie. Barbie's butch, she don't want pink. She wants, I don't know what colour she wants actually, but people are saying, oh, it's a bit girly. Is it really? Is pink girly? Couldn't you have pink for boys? Well, some boys. Also, Babs Beverly of the Beverly Sisters has died at the age of 91. Do you know when the other one died, the two girls, the two remaining sisters didn't go to the funeral? They said it was way too upsetting. Also, the pair to marry after meeting at Greg's and, proposing there. The passengers' racist air rage as the crew refused the request for more wine. And the language she came out with, another sad drunk on an aeroplane, a danger to everybody, really. Plus Judy Finnegan, why did she quit television? Apparently, it's because she was sick of being snapped by the paparazzi. And so she decided to quit television. So she sort of opted out, really. And, just one of those sort of things. Toiletry sets are twice the price of single items. And dancer AJ Pritchard says romance is on the cards with Lauren Steadman. He does put it about a little bit, doesn't he? Plus the train luggage thief who nicked 30 grand's worth of stuff, coats, everything. He's gone to prison, so that'll keep him out of the way for Christmas. Doors to close on 4 more House of Fraser stores. How does the Queen eat a banana? And what was the other one? Oh, yes, a very strange one, this one. The Cathedral launching its own gin. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Me neither. And 800 BBC stars in a pay row with HMRC. They're going to be faced with huge tax bills. This is people who they say were encouraged to set up their own companies and put the money through a company as opposed to being taxed yourself. So I'm not a company. I'm just Steve Allen trading as Steve Allen and pay the tax accordingly. But there are huge benefits if you have a company. And you set up the company and then you pay yourself dividends, and so it goes on like that. So there's 800 people who are going to be stuck with these tax bills, which they're going to have to fight. How many people turn up to the average church service? It was certainly not many in my day, and it's even less at the moment. They say an average C of E church, how many people go to it? 50. 50, which I think is a gross exaggeration, because at my one, you were lucky if you got 20 in for a Sunday service, and especially in the middle of winter when it was freezing cold. You knew damn well in the little church that I sang in, and it is a little tiny church. It looked bigger when I was little, because obviously things do. Tom Cruise is too short to play villain Jack Reacher again, and the car washes branded slavery in plain sight. But it's that faux fur story, which is doing the rounds in the newspapers today. Faux fur made from real animals. It's on sale in the high street. A few of them have quickly abandoned hope, and they've got rid of it as quick as possible because they've gone, we don't talk about things like that. And so we will this morning. And the coffee shop revolt, the town which is boiling over at plans for another cafe. They've got loads. So the council have now said to the latest one, who's not a chain, just a little independent, no, you can't have a cafe. We're not allowing any more cafes. And you think, oh, goodness sake, honestly, that's what towns are thriving on nowadays. Listen, as long as people are sitting down with a cup of coffee, surely that's enough, isn't it, to bring people into a town centre? Come on, get with it. I'll tell you where the place is a little bit later on. And the Coca-Cola Christmas trucks. Holidays are coming. Holidays are coming. They've been banned from cities across Britain. I don't know why. I haven't quite worked out why they would want to ban those. I think they'd like... What about sugar? Nah, sugar. It doesn't, I know it was banned in Leicester Square. That was Westminster Council said no more, but they weren't doling out You can buy Diet Coke with not much sugar and stuff like that. It's just Ponzi councils going, it's going to is it really? Oh, it's going to the Jingle Bell Ball. Oh, well, there you go. That's brilliant. I love that idea. I'm very excited about that. I went and saw it. I got a picture taken with it when it arrived in Leicester Square. That was really exciting. But they didn't put all the lights on it. I always wanted my car done like that. I thought that was the best thing. Problems on the trains yesterday. Oh, God. Again. When they say an incident on the railway, does that mean that somebody has leapt onto the lines, or is it something else? Because they didn't say. They just said an incident at Richmond meant that no trains were stopping there. They were circumventing the place. And I couldn't find it from anywhere. But I had to find a train that was actually going in my direction. And the guard kept saying, hold on, this is your guard speaking. And just to let you know that I'm not going to be a broadcaster anytime soon. And just to let you know that this train could terminate at any time. I had visions of a huge puff of smoke. We all vanish into a hole in the ground. But, and he said, because it's supposed to be going to... Where was it supposed to be going to? It went from Kingston then on to Strawberry Vale and Strawberry Hill and Hampton Wick and I thought, if it gets as far as Twickenham, I'm all right, because I can move from Twickenham. And it did. It got to Twickenham, and then it carried on. So obviously it wasn't going to terminate. They obviously sorted out the problem, but I didn't know what the incident was. If anybody knows, do let me know, because I'm quite keen to find out, because it's happened a few times now. This is the third time, and when you look at the board, the leaderboard, and it's got nothing. It's like waiting for planes at Heathrow, and there's nothing on it, and you go, sorry, can anybody help us? That's all you want. You just want the information. Are we going to get a train out soon? How long does it take to clear these things? Is this somebody leaping in front of a train? Is it a security incident? What is it? Just saying it's an incident doesn't mean diddly squat to me. And then yesterday, and I mentioned a bit later actually, I was sent from the Walt Disney Company, I was sent Mickey Mouse. They sent me Mickey Mouse. And to celebrate the 18th of November, which is this Sunday, Mickey Mouse's 90th anniversary. And Issy and Annika at Disney sent me... How nice. How nice. I was so thrilled to receive... I'm a big fan of the mouse. Big fan of the mouse. And in fact, I can't wait for the Disney box set. There is a Disney box set that is coming out. I think it's December. And it's got all the Disney stuff. It's about 200 quid, this box set, but it's got everything way back to 1937. So I shall be going for that one in a big way. I love it. Absolutely love it. Anyway, if we do have your company for the first time, it's nice to have your company. I trust everything's going well. Trust you haven't got on it. Oh, I thought, what did I watch on television this morning? Possibly the saddest. 2 sad videos on YouTube. I don't know what I put myself through it for. One was of a young man of 17 whose illness had taken on a turn for the worst. And it was basically him in bed talking about, it's all changed. But, I'm not bitter. And it was really quite profoundly moving. I love stuff like that. Really, really profoundly moving. And then at the end of it, he just goes, see ya. And apparently it got, some great things from people saying, what a brave young man he is. And the other one was a bloke in the forces in America whose dog had been with him everywhere. And now the dog was diagnosed with terminal cancer. So he carried him onto this ship, and everybody saluted. Oh, gosh. Really gets you. When you watch things like that, and you suddenly realise that whatever problems you might have in your own world, they're nothing compared to the problems that are out there for loads of other people. And we lost an LBC presenter, an early LBC presenter. You might not have heard of him, but those people who worked at LBC in the early days will certainly know of him, because he died just a little while ago at the age of 84. He was obviously a lot older than I thought he was, actually. Because, we all used to think we were the same sort of ages. But when I started, of course, I was the youngest presenter. I have a strange feeling, actually, I'm now the oldest presenter at LBC. I don't think there isn't enough... yeah, all right, don't make a big deal about it, So Nick Ferrari's younger than I am. Everybody's younger than I am. I used to be the youngest, and now it's reversed. And now I've become... You're not checking it, are you? Oh, God, you're like Father Christmas, checking that list twice. Going to find out who's naughty and nice. So I don't... You think Swabs is the youngest? What is he, 12, 13? I don't know. It was all, when I joined, I was the youngest presenter. I think I must have been about 23, something like that, or possibly a little bit older. I can't remember. But I remember them saying I was the youngest presenter, and now I think I'm the oldest, because I thought Nick was older than I am, but Nick's not as old as I am. He's quite a bit younger, isn't he? 39 plus that, you know. Oh, I wish. Oh, he is. He's 16. Is he really? Oh, no, I'm giving mine one away. No, I'm the big one next year. 100, yes. Finally got to 100. Can you imagine? I wonder how long you could keep broadcasting from. There used to be a guy in America called Casey Kasem. And Casey Kasem used to do this syndicated radio show, and it went around the world. It went to Austria, went to Germany, it went to everywhere. And when he died, we were all surprised how old he was. But he was sort of an old school DJ. When you listened to him, he was a bit like Roger Scott, that kind of stuff. And we used to go, God, it's Casey Kasem. But there's loads of them. Who was that bloke who used to do Voice from America? Casey Kasem was 82. Was he really? Alistair Cook. He'd been going for quite a long while. There were lots of old names within the business. And Nicholas Park, he's 90... What is he, 90... Is he really 96? Good God. Doesn't seem possible, does it? 96. Cliff Richard's 78, but he's not a presenter, so it doesn't make any difference. Yet. Yes. There's always hope. I always think there is hope, actually. And apparently Colin says the new cinnamon-flavoured Diet Coke, lovely with vodka. But the good news is, actually, that you get to see the Coca-Cola lorry at the Jingle Bell Ball. So that was a good decision by somebody, because I like it. Why shouldn't we have it here? So it's got sugar in it. But, you know, I mean, you might as well close down every blooming supermarket. They've all got things with sugar in, haven't they? And it's not... I mean, you don't have to drink the stuff, you know. We just want to look at the nice lorry. And it did look very nice, actually. Oh, I needed that cup of tea this morning. Steve, is it true that all political... careers and in failure will fail re-Brexit unless they get on the celeb circuit? Well, most of them are on the celeb circuit already. I was standing outside the front door yesterday, just on my way home, and there was David Mellor was coming in, and so the person I was with went, "You're all right, Dave." Talks like that, and he went, "Thank you." And I thought, I wonder if he just says hello to anybody. John in Margate is quite a fan of the Lee Child books. The character Jack Reacher is 6'5" and Tom Cruise is 5'7". I was half expecting Tom's enemies in those two films to be midgets. Dwarves. You have to say dwarves because it's dwarfism. Okay, that's the illness. I'm a believer, but I don't go to church to listen to a load of garbage about giving all your money to Jesus. They've never said that, Jane. Give all your money to Jesus. They've never said that. There are certain churches that say, can you give your money to the Almighty? But, you know, embrace a life of poverty and suffering. I have to be honest, you know, sometimes when you look back at your life and you think to yourself, when I didn't have any money, and I really didn't have any money at all, we seemed to survive on air. You know, we didn't go out going, oh, I'd love a fizzy drink or a bottle of water. You know, if you wanted a water, you turned on the tap. And you put some Robinsons in or whatever it happened to be. But we didn't drink Coca-Cola and stuff like that. It was way too expensive for us. And yet nowadays the kids have got everything from Ribena, which is particularly delicious. Yesterday I went out and I bought some milk. I managed to get one bottle of Graham's milk. Not good enough, is it really? But it was delicious, absolutely delicious. And I thought that was nice. And all that fake fur is from Alsatian dogs raised in China. Grim. Don't kid yourself. Yes, well, in fact, we know. We've actually seen, and this particular survey is they come from rabbit and they come from dogs as well. So it's not really fake fur, it's proper fur. Judging by the train guard's accent, Steve, I would have thought your train would have been terminating at Harrogate. Well, I can't do if I just did his accent, you'd go, oh, well, where's he from then? So I can't win, can I? David says, knowing your love of all things Christmas, in my Sainsbury's local I found a packet of Walker's turkey and stuffing, Brussels sprouts and pigs in blankets flavour crisps. Guess they're a limited edition. I think we tried which ones did we try? Christmas tree flavour crisps. Have you ever heard of anything so revolting? And they were. But this morning, sandwiches. All those Christmas sandwiches are on the shelves. Which are the good ones, which are the rubbish ones, and which are the ones you shouldn't go within a mile of? Especially when it turns out, you know, that they cost so much money. Steve, it's the departure board, not the leaderboard. I call it the leaderboard. You know, it's my story. I shall call it what I want. Have a super day, says Jane. Thank you. Even being a believer. I don't think you need to go to church to be a believer. You can, you know, God is everywhere. You don't have to go to church to actually sort of get in touch. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I thought he was in our bathroom. I know that because my mother used to knock on the door every morning and go, "Good God, are you still in there?" And I used to think, well, that's probably blasphemy, isn't it? I should imagine. But that joke has been told many, many, many times. I haven't said, Howard, which ex-LBC person had died, only because I used to do a programme with them. And it was a programme for the blind. I did a lot for the blind when I was on LBC. We had guide dogs for the blind, which we raised money for, and I ended up with 2, which was one more than everybody else. And I used to do a blind programme called Sight Unseen, which was distributed around the entire country to all the radio stations for blind people, so they could have a sort of a handle on the news. And it was a very good program, very topical, very, very, and it went to all sorts of places. I think we went out of the country as well to the troops. So because it was a talking book, but specifically this one was for the blind, of which we've always gone that extra mile on LBC for. I always think so. Steve, I'm a worried man, says Jim. Oh God, here we go. I now wake up bang on 4 a.m. without the aid of an alarm clock. Doesn't take long, does it? Seriously, it doesn't take long. I managed that 1 year ago. I can now wake up. I can say what time I want to wake up, and I wake up at that time. So if I go to bed, and I did go to bed yesterday, actually quite late for me, 5:30, and climbed into bed and bang, out for the count, and I woke up 10:30. Isn't that funny? Just like that. So I can get the right amount of sleep. It's just making it last a bit longer that's the problem. So Jim, don't worry about it. I promise you. Because the one thing with this programme is, because it's speech radio and because it's not music, speech triggers something in your brain that makes you engage into the conversation. So it's very rare that you could sleep during this programme, because there's always something you go, that's interesting, isn't it? Wonder when he'll do that story. And that's how it works. Quick time check, 23 minutes past 4. Nick says, really? ? Really? Sneeringly. I've no trouble going back to sleep during your show, quite the opposite. You're a liar. I know you're lying, that's why you're wide awake now. That's why I could have dragged you out for about another hour, I should imagine. John, no chance. He lives in Saffron Walden. It all sounds quite nice, Saffron Walden, doesn't it? Very posh place. So I'm coming down your way tomorrow to Eel Pie Island to see a friend. Maybe I could buy you a Prosecco in the Barmy Arms. I think not. I don't. You make it sound like I'm sort of practically a regular propping up the bar at the Barmy Arms, which I might have been, but now it's merely confined to rugby and things like that. What else do we have? We got the fortnight before Christmas board game version of a hit online game is the top toy for Christmas. So this is now the 3rd top toy for Christmas that we've had. And do people want the top toys? Of course they do. You know why? Because the kids go to school, and the kids at school say, what are you getting for Christmas? And they go, well, actually, I was going to get this. And they go, oh, you need this. You've got to have the must-have trainers. You've got to have the must-have Adidas tops or whatever tops they are. Everything is branded nowadays. That's what you've got to have. And if you don't have it, you go back to school and people shun you. People shun you. Which is awful, really, isn't it? I always think just even getting a gift on Christmas Day is quite nice. Doesn't matter what it is. Sometimes the simplest gifts. The newsreader. Little Josh, I gave him a bag of chocolate money. His little eyes lit up. It was so exciting. And then I noticed his feet. And he's got the smallest feet I've ever seen. Some people, I don't know why, I strangely look at people's feet. And he told me he was a size 7. So I thought that was quite small for a man, isn't it? That's more sort of tiny feet, like pixie feet. He said, what size are you? And I went, 11. Feeling... You're 11 as well, yeah. But he's 7. And, as I say, but he was telling me that when he goes back on his train this morning, there's another newsreader on the same train who reads for another station, not one of ours. And I said, well, you should say something to him. Say, listen, my name's Josh, and I know who you are because you're on the television. He's a television newsreader. Josh would love to do that. No chance. It's, that sort of kind of thing. And you think, if you're on the train and somebody else is a newsreader, I think that's brilliant. Rona says, I can still see you broadcasting in 100. Trouble is, I'd be 94, so the text would be, speak up, and I'm 94, Is it possible, actually, to broadcast at the age of 100? Could it be possible? I mean, I've got a few more years to go, but the rate it's creeping up at the moment, it's terrible. The family hitting back over the TV claims that the killer of Jamie Bulger has been reformed. They say it's a lie. And David Baddiel lashes out at the McCann trolls. This was after yesterday and a bit of the day before, where they announced that they're going to give another £150,000. You were not in favour of giving £150,000. I don't know what the result was with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, but I think actually it's a case of people are going, how much more money? Is it just a never-ending pit? And it seems to at the moment. When you started as the youngest presenter, did you cover the first radio transmission across the Atlantic, says James? Here we go again. No, the first radio transmission across the Atlantic was on cable, wasn't it? All those cables that they used to, there was a special transatlantic cable laying ship that used to go across, and it would lay the cables, so all the cables are under the ocean. How they never get eaten or something like that, but obviously some way of doing it, isn't there? Plus the pair, they met in Greggs, and they're going to get married. They met over one of their pasties. People become quite addicts of pasties. Also, 900,000 people in a plea to lift the Iceland ad ban. It's now got even better, because now they've got the orangutan wandering through town. It's actually had the desired effect, because everybody's talking about it. I'm not sure I'm interested in the John Lewis advert, as interested as you can be for a plot to sell you an advert with a man with a syrup on his head, and he's getting paid, so they say, $5 million. And you think, it's a lot of money, isn't it? Just for it's basically promoting Elton John. I mean, we know he's got an ego, and I don't have a problem with that. His track record's great, but what's it got to do with John Lewis? What has it got to do with John Lewis? I've got no idea. Perhaps somebody will tell us at some point. Plus, why can't Barbie have a pink kitchen? What's the matter with a pink kitchen? Doesn't mean anything. Is it because pink is girly and blue is boysy? That's what they're actually selling it as. So there are those people who think that pink, and yet there are loads of pink shirts for men and stuff like that. Loads of that. And rumbled, says Nick. I told you he wouldn't be asleep. I go to sleep straight away. Lies, more lies. He's only got 118 followers. This one says, love your work. Of course you do. See, now you're backtracking. More of a Roebuck man than the Barmy Arms. Where's the Roebuck? I don't even know where the Roebuck is. Grew up in St Margaret's. Oh, I know where it is. Sorry, yes. I know exactly where it is. Miss Joel in Fulham. Who's the LBC presenter that's passed away? It was one from a long time ago. I'm not going to tell you till much later. Only because I'm waiting for my friend Chris and Steve over in Spain to wake up so that they can find out who it is as well. And it's only because I got this actually from the person who sent it to me, saying congratulations on your incredible longevity at LBC. Has been very long, actually. Has been long. I think there's only a couple of us who are working Gough Square who are still working on LBC. One is Clive Bull, and the other one is me. And I think I was broadcasting longer than Clive. So technically I'm sort of longest serving presenter. He would definitely be second longest serving presenter. Right, we take your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll go through the newspapers. We'll have a chat to Theo after yesterday explaining all to us. Now, of course, we've got Theresa May papering over the cracks, as they say. And they had a 5-hour cabinet meeting, and she believed her draft deal to withdraw from the EU was the best that could be negotiated. And the abuse she was shouting, slightly disturbing. I'm still fascinated by the fact that Marie Antoinette's jewels, which have been hidden for ages and ages and ages, have come up for auction, and the prices they've been fetching. But then it was actually adorning, the lapel and clothing of Marie Antoinette. I'm always fascinated by things like that. Of course, Marie Antoinette lost her head in the Place de Revolution. And that's what they did. Isn't it funny? Around the world, they all do different executions. I was watching somebody the other day. It was a war criminal, a spy, somebody like that. And they hanged him, but not the traditional method. This was a very bizarre method where there was a board which looked about 8 foot tall, and they hoisted him up it. Then they put the noose around his neck, and then he dropped. But he only seemed to drop about 3 feet, but apparently that was enough. That was enough. And in a case of Marie Antoinette, she was guillotined. What happened to the head? I've got no idea. I don't know, you know, do they put them back together again? But this jewellery has fetched a queen's ransom. You know, really, really quite amazing, Steve, I've got a job interview today, says Gary in Woolwich at London Underground. I'm a bag of nerves. Can you advise me? Well, it depends what you're doing. If you're driving a train, don't. And if you're just sort of advising it, just down there, thank you, just that way, that's fair enough. You can do things like that. Why not? Do you have a Christmas jumper, says Martin? Yep, I have about 3 Christmas jumpers. I have a very nice one with a burning fire in the grate, thank you. Donnie says, you ever fallen out of bed? Nope. I've fallen into bed a few times, but never actually fallen out of bed. And Christine says, have you let Teddy watch TV when the Heathrow Christmas ad comes on? I love it. A happy weepy. Well, you know me, I do love a happy weepy. And Alan says, I think your old mate Tony Blackburn will still be on the radio till he's 100. He's 75 now and still comes across like a naughty teenager. He is a naughty teenager. What are you on about? And I love his soul show. I sat next to him at a Maze concert at the Hammersmith Odeon back in the 80s. He loves life. Oh, he's lovely. He's lovely. But he's actually what I call a radio person. He's, I mean, you know, without it sounding disrespectful, he's a radio anorak. He loves radio. Me, I don't know anything about radio. I've quite happily told people this a million times. I'm on it, and I'm working within radio and have been for, 40 plus years, but I don't know anything about it. You know, I'll meet somebody and they say, oh, I listen to you, and I go, oh, right, thank you. I don't know who these people are. The producer will have to say to me, oh, that's so-and-so, so-and-so. And so you meet lots of people, in the course of the business. But Tony knows all sorts of people because he's been in it since the early days of bobbing around on the beautiful briny sea, whereas I came in a little bit later. Jen says a man was hit by a South West train yesterday at Richmond Station. There were 11 response unit ambulances and police vehicles outside, hence train problems for the area. I understand the person was taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. How can you be hit by a train? I mean, unless you're so close to the edge of the platform or you've fallen onto it, how do you do that? But non-life-threatening injuries, so that's good. But it screwed up for what seemed like ages. But, all I kept thinking was when I was on the train, at least I'm getting home. If I get as far as Kingston and they terminate the train, I can get off, get a taxi and go, I want to go to Twickenham because it's just down the road. So I was just grateful it wasn't a jumper, as they say, somebody who does it. But to be hit by a train must have meant he was way too close to the platform edge. There's a line there that says, don't do it. Don't go anywhere near this thing. What else we got? The faux fur. We'll talk about that one a bit later on. Did it make any difference, the John Lewis advert? I mean, is it going to encourage you to go there because they've used Elton John and because it's sort of basically his little story told for John Lewis? I don't quite understand what the connection is, unless all of his presents came from John Lewis. Car washes branded slavery in plain sight. Well, I take my car to a car wash. It's near Kingston Bridge. Everybody seems very happy in there. They're earning good money. Don't think they're not earning good money. And occasionally the staff have a turnaround, and the guys who look after it, they always get the people in there, and they can earn, I think, £70 plus a day for sort of just washing cars. And it's a professional setup. It's not sort of, somebody in a car park with a huge bucket of water or something. It's not like that at all. So I'm not sure whether I think that's right. Most of them seem to love it because they're earning far more money doing that than they were doing whatever they were doing when they came back home. Theresa May backs the blasphemy Christian who wasn't blasphemous, but still hasn't offered her asylum, and she has to. There's no two ways about it. What are we going to do? Leave this? Why don't we just free her from prison or wherever she's in hiding and give her to the mob, and they go and hang her? Because that's what they'll do. Believe you me, that's what they'll do. And then there would be blood on somebody's hands. But there again, I always thought that the royal family could have done something about the Russian royal family. But they chose not to. So, it's the other side of the world, and let's not bother about it, really. The coffee shop revolt is because you go down the high street nowadays and every single other shop is a coffee shop. How they make money, I've got no idea. How they survive, I have no idea. But one town is boiling over, and they don't want any more. So they've turned down. They would rather have an empty shop than have a coffee shop. Wouldn't you rather have a coffee shop or, something like... I said the other day to a friend of mine, Paul, I said, I could just kill a milkshake now. And he said, oh, right. Because I like a milkshake. I know they've got loads of calories in, I know they've got loads of sugar, but there's something very appealing about an ice-cold banana milkshake from Byron's Burgers, which apparently do the best ones, and I've had those, and I love them. Graham says, if you like the Coca-Cola truck, you can always see it at Coles & Sons in Banbury, who own it. They've got a good collection of lorries. A personal favourite is the one named Vendetta. I think I might have seen that, actually. I've seen quite a few of these. I've seen steam lorries. They had them... Do you remember I went to this little village where they reenact D-Day? Amazing. Incident on the railway covers loads of things. A fatality can close all lines for hours, as every part has to be retrieved. If you can find a member of staff, they normally tell you if they know. Not had a fatality myself, but assisted in the aftermath a few times, says Shane. If you'd had a fatality, you wouldn't be writing this thing, would you? I don't think so. Fatality generally means it's fatal. But that's what they normally say, you know, there's an incident on the railway, but it covers a multitude of things. But we're all standing there looking at this board up there, which is the train departures, cancelled, delayed, cancelled. And then all of a sudden, I'm standing outside platform 17. Where did the train come into? Platform 2. So you have to scoot all the way down the other end of the platform. And I managed to get on the train, so I was all right. I had a chocolate milkshake. More on that a bit later on. That wasn't one of my finer moments. Tom Cruise is too short to play the villain Jack Reacher again, because Jack Reacher is apparently 6 foot something, and Tom is 5'7". I don't mind. I can live with that. You could shoot people in different ways, can't you? Which is okay. The Addison Lee drivers in a job rights victory. They don't want to be self-employed. They want to be owned by the company, so that they get holidays and they get benefits and sickness and stuff like that. So we'll wait and see. The doors are going to close on 4 more House of Fraser stores. You know, and I think Marks and Spencer's have got more closures in mind. It's, you know, things have to change, and this for all of these places is make or break time. You know, at Christmas time, you're going to go to the supermarket. You're not going to travel too far. You want to go to the local one. I told you the other day, my brother has already ordered Christmas food, which I think is actually quite brave, but at least it gets it out of the way, and he'll then go and collect it probably on Christmas Eve or the day before. Or if it's in the case of Sandy's, the fish shop in Twickenham, he opens on Christmas Day because people come to collect their fish platters and stuff like that, and it's incredibly popular. Incredibly popular. He's the only one who does these Copa turkeys, which sell for about £100, and so people queue up Twickenham High Street. It's like religious fervour. They queue up the High Street to get their turkeys and then fish and all sorts. I mean, really, they work like Trojans in there. They really do. Also, Babs Beverly. Of the Beverly Sisters. You might not know the Beverly Sisters, but people of my generation knew exactly who they were. They popped up all the time. I think they were I think there was a set of twins and then one other, and we've already lost one, so there's only one left. But I used to love them. The Bevs turned up all over the place. They've got daughters, and I think they formed a singing group called the Little Foxes. There you go. How about that for memory? But Babs died the other day, aged 91. 91. She sang all the Christmas hits, but they were lovely. They were of their generation. You know, if they ever, I think they were banned by the BBC at one time. Their outfits were too revealing. They showed a little bit of bosom. And the Cathedral launching its own gin. I know. I always secretly suspected that whoever worked at a cathedral must be having a few nips. They're so cold, those places. They really are. You know, Christmas, everybody sits there with all their coats on and their hats and their scarves and everything else. And I'll introduce you later to the First Lady of Football, the new First Lady of Football, which is very interesting. Plus the train luggage thief. He just went on trains and then just picked up people's luggage and walked off at the next station. He walked off with a £500 coat. You know, you get people who are thieves, and that's what they do for a living. Plus the Cabinet backing the PM's Brexit plan after a 5-hour battle. But is there any chance that Parliament will support her too? It could go the other way. I was looking at all the graphs yesterday, and it looked as though it could go the other way. So we'll come back to that one a little bit later on as well. Plus, you're not going to church, are you? You're not going to church. We went to church every Sunday. Didn't make us religious or anything like that. And I always thought there weren't many people actually at the services. And nowadays it's got even worse. Apparently, on average, 20, 30 people turn up for a church service. So a lot of churches close down. Round our way, we've got quite a few churches that have closed down due to lack of interest. And hopefully they try to get people back in, if only for Christmas. You know, if only for Christmas time. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Because Christmas is going to be upon us in a matter of weeks. You know, you haven't got very many sleep nights to go. Company, it's Thursday, the 15th of November. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So after Marie Antoinette's jewellery came up for auction, you know, I mean, what a thing to find. You imagine, you got it, and then somebody goes, oh, this belonged to Marie Antoinette. Really? Not the Marie Antoinette. Yep, the Marie Antoinette. Now it's your opportunity to own something even more exciting. Marilyn Monroe's car. Her 1956 Ford Thunderbird convertible is set to sell for £375,000. However, oh no, not just that. There's 100 items, including her last Golden Globe Award, valued at £225,000. Her silk evening gown, worn in There's No Business Like Show Business, has a £150,000 estimate. The auction takes place on Thursday at Julian's of LA. Marilyn was 35 when she died of a suspected overdose. It's either that or she was killed off by somebody because she'd had a fling with a president. We were never too sure. Also, other stories of the paper today. Emily Atack, who you won't know because the last time she was on television was about 10 years ago. And she says, people still refer to me as Charlotte Big Jugs from this. She's desperately known for something other than her chesty character. Well, you haven't done anything, have you? If you did something, perhaps they might say something about you, but that's why you haven't done anything at all. Richard Bacon says he suffered post-traumatic stress after going back to the intensive care unit where he nearly died. He says, when the camera was turned off, I was standing on the ward looking at all the equipment I was hooked up to. Standing on the ward? Or standing on the ward? Anyway, he has an ITV Tonight show about Brexit's effect on immigrant workers. It's not a publicity thing, is it? No, he really does have a programme, I promise you. And also a drugged-up burglar got so confused during a break-in he had to be shown the way out by the homeowner. He'd taken 47 diazepam tablets. He wandered the house eating ice cream. His name's Danny Hawkins. The victim shouted at him to get out of the house, got the keys out, followed a shoplifting spree. He's got 72 previous convictions. Luckily, the magistrate decided that they'd put him out of his misery, so they put him in prison for 14 months. Stay there and rot. But it won't stop him. He'll come out and he'll just end up picking up where he left off, which isn't so good. The jet passenger claiming to be an international human rights lawyer is another foul-mouthed drunk on a plane. It doesn't matter what they do for a living. It doesn't excuse... She could be a clown in a circus, as far as I'm concerned. But she was arrested after allegedly racially abusing cabin crew who refused her more wine. Air hostesses on the Air India flight from Mumbai to Heathrow are said to have stopped serving the woman alcohol in business class because she was drunk. A video appears to show the Belfast woman, 50, yelling at the crew, "I work for all you..." She used the F-word, people, but you won't give me a glass of wine. Police said the woman was arrested and released pending further inquiries. Lena Chavan wrote on Facebook, "We at Air India pray she's banned from flying with us. She abused the crew and she spat on the crew." You see, for me, that would be, I'm sorry, you're not spitting on me. Open door, shove out. Grow up. Nasty little drunk. That's the trouble with these people. It's just awful, isn't it? Just awful. They get on a plane, and everybody else is going, sit down. And because they're drunk, they think they're really clever. She'll be named and shamed in the papers by tomorrow. Do you remember, I was right yesterday, absolutely right, on the button. There was a picture of a man who'd shoved somebody in the road in front of a taxi, I think it was. And I said, he'll be named. Luckily, he very wisely was obviously listening to this programme and handed himself into the local police station so that they could deal with him. Quite clearly not very pleasant at all. I love this piece from Rod Liddle, talking today about Asia Bibi, who's the Pakistani Christian woman who was sentenced to death for allegedly blaspheming against the Prophet Muhammad. She then had her sentence commuted, and some Pakistani Muslims are going bonkers, demanding to have her head cut off, threatening to kill anybody who supports her. We should give the poor woman asylum in our country, away from the Islamist savages in Pakistan. But the government fear reprisal attacks by the extremists, which is a gutless response and devoid of principles. Rod Liddle says, give Asia Bibi a home here. We'll deal with the savages if they try anything on. We're getting used to it after all. Absolutely. What a feeble thing to do. What, you'd rather see a woman beheaded by a baying bunch of filthy perverts who have made up some trumped-up charge about her? No, we must give her asylum in this country. Absolutely. She must have asylum, and we should protect her. Why not? Why not? She wasn't blasphemous at all. She was quite innocent of the charges. That's why she was released from prison. Steve, yesterday on ITV, says Paul in Manchesterford, they replaced the usual TV themes on This Morning, The Chase, Emmerdale and Coronation Street, amongst others, with piano arrangements of the iconic tune seemingly played by the Be Syruped One in preparation for tonight's unveiling of the John Lewis advert it did not go down well with the majority of viewers on Twitter, me included. Obviously, as you said, they must have money to burn. Rather than entice me, it's done the reverse. Oh, it's just an advert. It's just an advert. So Elton apparently got paid, £5 million, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that's how they want to spend their money. It's not going to encourage me to go there. Really. Definitely not. Steve, can't believe only one Beverley sister now with us, only one BG, but lovely Vera Lynn still with us, says Jane. And Lee says, I walked into the opticians the other day, said, I've come to get my eyes tested. Woman said, this is the laundrette, the opticians are next door. Easily done, easily done. Have you not read any Lee Child books with Jack Reacher? No. I've never even heard of Jack Reacher. Seriously. I've heard of Tom Cruise, but I haven't heard of Jack Reacher at all, so... Much taller at 6'5" than Tom Cruise. But does that matter? Does that mean he can't play it? Of course he can. Steve, have you tried Walker's Brussels sprout flavoured crisps? They come in a multi-pack, along with pigs in blankets and turkey and stuffing flavour, says Sharon. No, I'm not sure Brussels sprout flavoured crisps is the way forward for me. Well, in fact, I'm pretty certain it's not the way forward for me at all. Sounds horrible, doesn't it? The Lord Mayor of Sheffield, according to Rod Liddle, is a ludicrous dingbat called Majid, who's been coughed up from somewhere deep in the bowels of the Green Party. Shortly before Remembrance Day, he posted a publicity shot of himself online wearing a white popular T-shirt saying, never again. A good moment then to ask the vital question, have you ever met someone wearing a white poppy who wasn't a complete and utter moron? We wear red poppies to commemorate the terrible loss of life in battle. People wear white poppies to commemorate themselves and their fatuous sensibilities. It's called showing off. We had that the other day. I don't care what colour poppy you want to wear. I just want to make sure that, they get donations to the Royal British Legion. And that's all it's about as far as I'm concerned. And we don't forget them. Somebody criticised me because I criticised what Jeremy Corbyn was wearing. He basically couldn't care less. Somebody said, oh, one day that'll come back to bite you on the bottom. I don't know what sort of person that was. But anyway, I said I shouldn't think so. Very, very unlikely. Also, what was this one here? Oh, a conman who helped steal a widow's 30,000 savings will only have to pay back £1. He and two other men, this is Mohammed Ahmed, 23, he pocketed £9,500, but the proceeds of crime hearing was told he had no assets. Well, throw him in prison. Let him stay there. And the judge said, pay £1. Mrs. Crockett of Cardiff said, I'm angry. People took advantage of my age and health. All this burglar got, having took £9,500, but took 30 originally, is, I think it was 13 months in prison. Not really a deterrent, is it? It'll come out and do it again to somebody else, and that's what's so disappointing about it. The town that is so overrun with coffee shops that councillors decided to leave a store empty rather than let another one open. This is in Christchurch, in Dorset, a rather particularly nice part of the country. And the High Street has 14 coffee shops. 14 coffee shops on one 500-metre stretch, an average of one every 35 metres. So Chain Coffee's #ones bid to open number 15 in an empty shoe shop has triggered angry objections from locals and councillors refuse permission. Mike Ishmael, owner of Baggies Cafe, said the situation was out of control. He said there are 28 food outlets just in the core part of the High Street, and 14 of those are cafes and coffee shops. It's crazy. Well, that's the stupid council, isn't it, for allowing them to get that far. They didn't just spring up overnight. They sort of made it, and that's it. So they've turned the latest one down, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? I thought. Not so good. And thank you so much, Steve, for your kind words on yesterday's show for the loss of our Tony at JJ Cheney's. He was a diamond in the rough world of the market and had a huge heart that only saw the best in everybody. So we think he had we think it was a suspected heart attack. So to everybody who worked with him and his family, the world is a much poorer place, and I think the Western International Market is a much poorer place as well for not having him with us. And they sent me in a picture. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful. Very sad. Very sad. So, there we go. Unfortunately, it's this time of year, isn't it? You never forget. Never forget. You really don't. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock. The other side of that, I want to look at Marie Antoinette's jewels. I want to know where they've been. Who had Marie Antoinette's jewels? I think it's a member of the family still alive. From Morden in Surrey, from Kim, who says, I recommend Peckish Cafe in Sutton for coffee, tea and good English, freshly cooked from scratch, family owned and run. That's the one. Jane says 47 diazepam. I assume the burglar would sleep for 14 months in prison. Were you ever a fan of Brian Blessed? I've always been a fan of Brian Blessed. He's been on the programme a couple of times. He's not gone, has he? Oh, thank God for that. Oh, yes, definitely a fan. It makes it sound like, were you ever a fan of Brian Blessed, referring him to, in the past tense. So there you go. He was in with Mr... And that's right, yes. Steve, the jogger who pushed the woman in front of the bus was never named, says Viv. Well, he's identified now. You'll have his name by tomorrow morning. Definitely. Unless that was a different one. Tom Cruise has already played Jack Reacher twice. So those platform shoe horses have already bolted. Platform shoe horses? What's that mean? Oh, what, because he wears platform shoes? Oh, right, I see. Because he wears platform shoes. I don't think it makes any difference. When I'm watching a film, I've got no idea, pardon me, how tall somebody is, so it doesn't make any difference at all. Pagans and Rastas serving in the military are getting their own official support groups. The Defence Pagan Network and the British Armed Forces Rastafarian Network will meet for the first time next month. It'll be useful, won't it? Come one, come all. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 'Tis 15th of November, 'tis Thursday, 'tis ever closer to Christmas. It's going to go by so fast. And a friend of mine called Christopher says, how long have you been on the wagon now? Do you count the I fell off. I fell off on Saturday. I fell off on Saturday at the rugby, I'm afraid. So, I mean, I think I'll stop again Christmas. I always do that every year because Christmas is the only time, strangely enough, that I don't drink. I don't, other people, mainly because I've got to drive. So if you've got to drive somewhere, you quite clearly cannot drink and drive, and I don't. I'm very good at things like that. But I do see people on my journey. I look at people and I go, because there's now more cars on the road. Years ago, I would drive down to various relatives or brother or godchildren, whoever it was, and you'd see nobody on the road for miles. Now, the roads are just as busy because everybody travels Christmas Day. Not on the trains, I suspect. Do people who go to Dubai, Steve, says Ian, actually enjoy going to Dubai, or do they go to Dubai to tell everybody they're in Dubai? I think they go to Dubai because it's the in place. The other place is Vegas. Vegas has attracted all those sort of people. The ones who are too old for Magaluf, they just look a bit strange. And so now you've got people who go to Dubai, and you get everybody who goes to Dubai. I always think if they're going to Dubai, I don't want to go to Dubai. It's as simple as that. Ron in Upminster says the only issue with the white poppies, Steve, is that none of the money raised by buying it goes to the British Legion. No, exactly. Or any of the other colour poppies. It's only the red poppies, which are made by the British Legion. They don't make in other colours, as far as I know. So that's it. I've always said, I said a minute ago, I don't care what poppy you want to buy as long as the money goes to the Royal British Legion, because they've got work to do. And when you look at the things that we have, when we had the cenotaph on Sunday, it was very interesting that all those soldiers there, many of them will be supported by the Royal British Legion, but there are lots of calls on their money. And Wendy says, mentioning Poppy, you reminded me that last Sunday Princess Anne was at the cenotaph, then popped up taking the salute as the march passed on Horse Guards Parade. Within hours she was at a service in a Glasgow cathedral. She might not be the most popular royal, but she is definitely the hardest working. Oh, there's no doubt about that at all. Pity she couldn't be the next queen. Yeah, it doesn't work like that, though, does it? What a shame. What a shame. Because I agree, she'd be quite good, and she's always done her jobs. She's sort of done it, unlike the lazy member of the members of the British royal family. Some of the younger ones, they're bone idle compared to her, because they don't have the work ethic. What they do, perhaps they do jigsaws. Perhaps there's a big cupboard in Kensington Palace, and they go, that's the toy cupboard, and they open it up, and it's got like 300 jigsaws been sent in free by all the different companies, and you can pick out, and they go, Harry did that one by himself the other week. What is it? London by Night. Fantastic. That's the sort of thing. But no, Princess Anne, definitely the busiest member of the royal family. Even the Queen is still doing things. Compared to the younger members of the royal family, and useless Beatrice and Eugenie, they don't seem to do anything at all. Seriously, but they love a little bit of publicity because they think they're actually celebrities, whereas in fact they're not. Kevin the restaurateur says, we had an American customer in yesterday, wanted a slice of pie a la mode, melted cheese on top. I gave him a mince pie with Stilton, delicious. I've heard of that. I've heard of putting Stilton cheese. I'm not really a big cheese lover. I gave a friend of mine, Paul, the other day, a gift of an advent calendar, which is all cheese, which is which is very nice, which I bought from Sandy's, and it's a lovely present. I was going to give it to somebody else actually, but then they said to me they don't really do cheese. The producer, he doesn't do cheese, so gradually we're whittling down the Christmas presents. So it'll just be a bag of chocolate money this year, which is, have you eaten the chocolate money already? That's already gone, has it? Oh right. I like chocolate money at Christmas. When we were kids, we liked chocolate money. Isn't it funny? Chocolate money still going strong, as indeed are we, and hopefully you are as well, but you're probably trying to work out at the moment, I bet you, we've got Christmas coming up, how are we going to spread the cost of Christmas? I always think that, make sure, I know it's not easy, and I realise it's probably a nigh on impossibility for most people, but to actually get all the stuff paid for. I was a huge fan of Christmas clubs. Because I thought, if you put a little bit of money in throughout the year, if you've got a spare couple of quid, lucky enough to have, put it into it, then by the time you get to Christmas, you could have amassed £400-500, and that buys you Christmas. And that's the best way. You've got to kind of work it out. If you actually get the hit all at one time, so by the time you get to the end of January and the bills start coming in on your credit card, you're going to be looking at them going, what the heck? What's that for? £300 on this, £200 there, 150, because you don't see it. You don't see it on the credit card, and that's the problem. Can't imagine what Christmas is like in sort of Daniela Westbrook's house, or sort of Kerry Katona, or at worst, Katie Price, who went out partying the other day as if she didn't have a care in the world. She quite clearly isn't remotely bothered about the bankruptcy order. She couldn't care less. She's got a house she thinks worth $2 million. She doesn't realise it's worth nowhere near that. She's very lucky to get 1.4. Very lucky. And then she's got to pay most of it back because it's on mortgage. It's mortgaged. You'd think that she'd actually own something and she'd be a bit clever being a businesswoman. Of course, businesswoman is the last thing she is. Kate Bush has wiped the voice of convicted sex offender Rolf Harris from a new remastering of her album called Ariel. The disgraced Aussie entertainer who sang and provided a spoken word part on her track A Sky of Honey is being replaced by Kate's son Bertie in the new version. So there you go, I can understand that. In fact, her son featured on her stage show, didn't he? I seem to remember that one as well. And Russell Tovey has revealed he's having therapy after splitting from his fiancée, who is Steve Brockman. The former Gavin and Stacey actor said, I've been seeing a therapist and discovering stuff about myself. It's amazing, actually, if you work a lot in America, to have a therapist is as normal as buying a loaf of bread. I'm sorry, have you been to see a therapist? I mean, you only have to watch the Housewives of Orange County, the Housewives of Beverly Hills. They cannot get through the day without consulting some lunatic who's offering them, this. Even poor Matt Goss talks about crystals. He has crystals. Never a day he doesn't stroke his crystal. You think, well, it's not got you anywhere, has it? It hasn't got you anywhere. It's made you not a very pleasant person. But he says here, on a date, gay guys know everything about me. They follow me on Instagram. They've seen something I've done. It's always unbalanced. They know more about me than I do. Well, that's it, isn't it? That's the trouble. That's the media nowadays. A la mode is with ice cream, says Paul, not cheese. Well, I think you can have cheese on it as well. It's an added extra, isn't it? A la mode is an extra bit. So it does, they say that in restaurants. They say, oh, would you like a la mode? And it comes with chocolate sauce or something. People go to Dubai because it's where they do buy. Nothing there except shops and oil wells, says Dallas. Well, yeah, I can imagine so. And very expensive property. And half of Essex turns up in Dubai, which is no bad thing. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that, when you're going to get a place that's full of people like that, you want to go somewhere quiet. If you're going to have a holiday, you're going to go to, Barbados, somewhere like that, because it's going to keep a lot of those sort of people. All right, admittedly, obviously, every so often you get other people who cruise off over there, which is okay. You want to know about the sandwiches? I know you do, because they're on sale in all the shops. Starbucks do a turkey feast panini. It's £4.25. It only gets 2 turkeys. They're ranging it in turkeys. However, over at Costa, they've got a turkey feast. They said it tastes of nothing but sweet jam. Wet and soggy, the sarnie is sadly lacking any festive cheer. £3.60, 1 turkey. 1. Eats festive full works. Tasty turkey, pork stuffing, ham, cranberry sauce, and a nice crunch of spinach. A Christmas cracker. This one is $3.95, and it gets 5 turkeys. So that's a good one to have. There's only one other place, and that's Asda. Turkey and trimmings, £2.50. It's got crispy fried onions. Top value, they say here. top value if you're looking for one. Sainsbury's turkey feast with Cumberland stuffing, £2.40, 3 turkeys. Marks and Spencer's turkey feast, 2 turkeys. They say you can't taste the turkey or the bacon. Kind of defeats the object, doesn't it, really? The worst one is £1.69, Lidl's Christmas turkey festive feast. Sloppy, tasteless mess contains grisly meat that has that has tough, unidentifiable bits. Cheapest and the worst of the bunch, 0. That's bad news. So Lidl, need to up your ante. It's no good, you know, if you can't come up with something better. £1.69 means it's basically rubbish, I'm afraid. Subway's Christmas cracker, foot long, £6.20. It gets 4. They say it's a decent effort and a special feel of Crimbo dinner. How nice. So the ones which we're not doing very well with, Costa, turkey feast, Starbucks turkey feast panini, £4.25, ludicrous amount of money. Marks and Spencer's turkey feast, 2 turkeys. Big Fat Zero for Lidl and their Christmas turkey festive feast. And the other ones don't do badly at all. So those are the Christmas sandwiches that you'll be eating. I think they're so expensive. I wouldn't, that £4.29 for Starbucks. I don't think so. For a sandwich, £4.29. That just seems an awful lot of money to me. A British holidaymaker struck by lightning at a beauty spot said he survived thanks to his rubber sole trainers. This 32-year-old was zapped by a bolt of lightning as he clung onto a metal handrail. Oh, my God. I can't think of anything worse. Poor soul. But anyways, he says, it's a miracle I'm not frazzled. The lightning hit the metal barrier next to my hand. Without my rubber sole trainers acting as insulators, I would be a goner. So somebody took pictures here, and it's in Blackpool, which, deserves it. And so it's a lovely picture. You've never seen so many lightning bolts coming down at the same time. 3 of them here. 4 of them. And it's got the Global Weather Photographer of the Year competition, and more than 4,000 images, and Stephen Cheatley won it. The exhibition will tour next year. That's a fantastic picture, actually. It actually makes Blackpool look quite nice. But as you know, I've been there and won't be returning anytime soon. I was going to give you our taste test for mince pies, but I decided... There was one the other day, chocolate and cherry mince pies from Waitrose from Heston Blumenthal. I nearly bought them in today. And then I thought... Oh, I don't know. They don't look like mince pies, but I was taken with the idea of them being chocolate and cherry. Not that I'm into chocolate in any way, shape or form. I could really... If somebody said to me, you'll never eat chocolate for the rest of your life, I'd be more than happy. But cherries... I like the idea of a cherry mince pie, but it's got to have something else in, isn't it? Not just... I want whole round cherries, probably soaked in booze, actually. They save here boozy ones. This is the Glenfiddich whiskey pies from Walker's. Very nice. Very nice when slightly warmed up with some cream on the top or custard. Tesco, 4 deep-filled pies, £1.75. Over at Morrison's, 6-pack, £1. How do they make them for £1? How is this possible? Luxury Scottish mince pie shortbread rounds. They look quite nice. Taste the Difference mince pie ice cream from Sainsbury's, £2.85. And for pets... Wilko's mince pies for dogs, 2-pack, £1 at Wilko. But the award winners, Morrison's, the best deep-filled 6-pack winners of Good Housekeeping Institute mince pies, £2. £2 for 6, which is very good value. Heavy company. Great to be company. Actually, just going back to my friend Christopher, who asked how long I'd been on the wagon, and I was doing really well. And to be honest with you, I'd lost the taste. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day who had lost the taste as well. It's just something that happens. It's a bit subconscious. Mine was, I had to wean myself off because I had to get the cataracts done. They wouldn't do the cataracts because the amount of sugar in Prosecco was affecting my eyesight, so I came off it, and that was fine. And then at the rugby, we had some Prosecco. But my friend Christopher, he says, I'm 2 weeks and 2 days now. I've got no idea why I knocked the drink on the head. Don't even want one now, including weekends and takeaways. Almost certainly it had something to do with you subconsciously. It's funny, isn't it, that all of a sudden, and, I've heard this from quite a few people, off now to Google why my back is itching so much. What does itchy back mean? Have you ever had itchy feet? Where all of a sudden you go, oh. It's one of those nice sort of itches on the ball of your feet. That's quite nice as well. But this people stopping drinking, I think it's good to actually stop it, but I don't want to be sanctimonious about it. I've tried that before. It just sounds ridiculous. And if I sort of say to people, oh, you must really stop drinking because it's going to be better for you. You know it is, but you just sort of think, I'll do what I want to do, which is actually, the way it should be. But if you can wean yourself off for a month before Christmas or a few weeks, then that's great. Everything helps. Everything helps. And so I'm kind of caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. I don't think I'm a failure. I think that what I've done is I came off it. I proved I could come off it. I've come off, let's face it, I haven't had cigarettes for donkey's years. And cigarettes I used to have. And my friend Christopher, I think he'd be the first to admit that he enjoyed a bit of a bevy. Because if you work at this time of the day, you're kind of drinking at sort of what is our sort of getting ready for bed kind of situation. It seems very odd, doesn't it? I have to try and explain it to people better than that. I wasn't very good at doing that. And so I used to know somebody who did do a breakfast show, and they used to go off to the pub drinking. It was somebody on LBC years and years ago. And because the pub was open at 5 a.m, he could go in there and have a drink because he was going home to nobody. There was nobody at home. Everybody had gone off to work, so it was easier to go to the pub. And very often he'd turn up back at the studio. We had to pour him into a taxi, literally. And we sort of laughed about it at the time. I don't think he drinks now at all. I think that's one of those things that some people, you just lose the taste and you stay off it. And then somebody says, are you still drinking? And you go, actually not at the moment. I'm not saying I won't ever drink again, but it's actually quite easy, pardon me, to stop. If you want to. If you don't want to, don't. I try about 20 mince pies every year, says Mike. The Waitrose Heston pies are not very nice. They taste too posh. The best mince pie on the high street is Greg's. No. We liked the flaky pastry ones, which were Waitrose's. Yeah, they like Eccles cakes. They're very nice. And I've had Marks and Spencer's before. They're all right. The nice ones are the ones with the whiskey and the Glenfiddich whiskey. That's actually very nice indeed. In fact, actually, most of them are good. I haven't tried a Greg's mince pie. Are they supposed to be very good? Sainsbury's are very good. Yeah, see, we have had them in. This morning I brought in chocolate money. They're all going to go very excited outside. Chocolate money is sort of the thing. Robert in Chelsea says, no oil or gas in Dubai, just chavs. And Abu Dhabi has the hydrocarbons. Yes, I have to be honest, there are a lot of chavs going to Dubai at the moment. Between you and me, Steve, the Hamptons is the holiday destination. Dubai is so 20 years ago, says Jane. Well, the Hamptons is nice. That's where Calvin Klein's got a place in the Hamptons. This is the man who, when he had the house built, he had a staircase put in. And he looked at it, he went, it's an inch out. They had to take the whole thing out. And they then reassembled this staircase, which took them the best part of a few months. And then he looked at it and he went, well, there's something the matter, isn't there? And it turns out that the flooring on his floor, the grain didn't match up. So it's like, I likened it to rock stars who actually go, we won't eat blue M&Ms. So somebody has to painstakingly take the blue M&Ms out. And Calvin Klein was very finicky. They all do it. Every single rock star, you'll probably find the Rolling Stones have got all sorts of things, So Kevin the restaurateur, he says, I thought a la mode was ice cream, but the gentleman said the more popular usage was an extra topping of choice. Yes, that's what I thought it was. A la mode just means it's something to go on top. Jackie in Watford says, have I been pronouncing Lidl wrong? Yes, it's Lidl. It's Lidl. I know people go Lidl, but it's Lidl. Helen says, joined you at 4:01 as violently sick, enjoying your show every day after each wave in the loo. It's my mum's birthday today. She's 80. Hope I can get to the party later. Do you know, I'll tell you what it is? A lot of people have been feeling sick. It's this weather change. It is this weather change that sort of comes in and you start... I sat on the train yesterday. Oh, a bit of a mare of a day. I'm sitting on the train where I didn't know where we were going. I said, I've got no idea where we're going, where it's going to stop, whether I'm going to be dumped off in the middle of nowhere or the train's going to reverse itself back to Waterloo. Eventually, I did get off at Twickenham, which was good. Thought I was going to see Brian, who's the man who mans the barriers there for us and has done for a long time. And so I went there. But before that, I was desperate to go for a wee. I'd had a chocolate milkshake. I'd forgotten chocolate milkshakes, which I don't have very often, about once a month, once every 2 months, something like that. And I sort of thought, I really need the loo. And in the end, I didn't need the loo. There you go. You'll have to work that one out for yourself. But then I nipped into Waitrose, picked up a couple of bottles of sort of healthy drink, which has got the right berries in and stuff like that. I won't buy a smoothie, because they're just full of sugar, so I don't do smoothies, but I've got addicted to milk. Oh, crikey, have I got addicted to milk. Steve, if you like flaky pastry, you should definitely try Starbucks, so it's possibly made to be shared. Oh, I don't like sharing. I don't do sharing. I remember going to Joe Allen some years ago. Actually, it was this year. And she said, I said, I'll have a bottle of Prosecco. They normally provide me with a bottle of Prosecco. And so, very naively, the waitress said to me, how many glasses? I said, just the one. I love the way that people think you're going to share a bottle of Prosecco. But I'm not. Have you heard about the Methuselah bottle of Prosecco sold in Aldi? 4.5 litres, which is 6 bottles, £79.99. Not bad, says Richard. 6 bottles. Well, I can get a bottle for about... what can I pay for a bottle? £8, 6 eighths of... Oh, it's much cheaper. It's far too expensive at £80. Far too... I can get it much cheaper than that. 10 times cheaper than that. Also, Steve, I can drink beer like a fish on holiday. Never drink alcohol in the flat. The only drink I have, says Dean, is a pint of shandy when Mum and I go out for lunch on a Sunday. Pint of shandy. Do you know, I used to serve that in a pub, and out of all the drinks that I used to serve, a shandy was the one that looked the best to me, because it was just... the beer or the lager, and then topped up with lemonade. I never used to like it with what was that stuff? Lime juice. You know, I'll have a lager and lime, and you do a splash of it. But we used to water the lime down. Everybody does. Who puts neat lime in? It's ridiculous. Steve, by this time yesterday, I was dressed, breakfasted, and seated, only to promptly fall back asleep, setting my day back 2 hours. Not today, though. I'm slobbing about in my dressing gown, mainlining caffeine and listening intently to you. I'm spiked. Good. Lee says, I went to the Hamptons last year. Beautiful homes. Never seen so much wealth in my life. Have you not? Tried the Bishop's Avenue near Hampstead. You want to see wealth? God, blimey. I could show you. Houses up there, you look at them and you go... There was one woman, she spent 60 million quid on a house on the Bishop's Avenue, only to pull it down and put up something which looked better. She just wanted the site. That's how much money there is up there. Tom says, loving your early breakfast show. You've got such an ideal, natural voice for radio. Oh, really? I thought I had the looks for television, but there you go. If you think you've got the voice for... What is the voice for radio? That's what Darren was saying to me. He got on a plane once. He said, and the pilot sounded like, you know, and nice to have your company on board the plane this morning, which always flying at the height of 3 feet. That was it. He said he sounded like sort of one of those, what was that... Alan Partridge. I always laugh at that, actually, because that was exactly what Alan Freeman was like. And, all right, pop pickers, you know, to a certain extent, you know, Tony Blackburn was doing that. There were lots of people like that. Will I be on air over Christmas? Unfortunately, Tom, for your sins, yes, I'm on air over Christmas. I shall be here Christmas morning, giving of my Christmas and being all we might even play a carol. Boss has just gone, I don't think it will be, Steve. Trying to be all festive and all the rest of it. And so I don't know what we're going to be doing on Christmas morning. Sometimes we open up the phone lines. Most of the time we don't. Aussie Boy's going to be here as well. And so that's quite nice. And also, they've very kindly given me, I think Nick Ferrari's one of his producers as well. So it's going to be, seriously, it's going to be very nicely. Apparently they're selling Iceland mince pies in Selfridges this year. Yeah, they are. They are, because they won an award. Didn't they? They won an award. I couldn't believe it, Steve, says Jackie. Waited all that time for Theresa May's statement from Downing Street, which was due at 5 and delivered at 7:20. And the news channels had the pictures out of sync with the sound. Oh, it's not good, is it, really? Anyway, we shall be dissecting what young Theresa May said with Theo Usherwood in about 50 minutes' time. Morning, everybody. Paul says, I've heard of the Hamptons. Is that where the big boys hang out? Woo, it's an old gag. It's a very expensive little strip of land, and lots of very well-heeled people have properties there, which they rent out. It's considered class. You know, if you can actually have sort of class. Vince says, what was the drink at Cheeky Pete's? I thought about that when I first saw that. I was trying to think. Cheeky Pete's was a nightclub discotheque that I worked at in Richmond. I think it's now Google or something like that, or eBay. The building is still there, exactly the same, but obviously the discotheque has gone. It's now offices, and the front bit of the building on Whittaker Avenue is now an Ivy cafe. An Ivy cafe. So that's quite nice. But I can't remember what we were drinking. I think I was drinking... I don't know. I really can't, because I was not a drinker. I came late to drinking, whereas, my brother, I think, was drinking wine at home. We would have wine with our Sunday lunch. God, we were so middle class. And, but I never took to wine. I didn't like the taste of it. I didn't like the taste of anything. The first alcoholic drink I think I had was something like Bacardi and Coke. And I would try different drinks. I mean, the one that I used to have, even when I was here, and I think I'd had in the discotheque as well, was Southern Comfort. Southern Comfort and Coke. I mean, thinking back, I couldn't drink Southern Comfort now if you paid me. It's way too sweet, way too sweet. So, in fact, drink of choice, fizzy drink, I think that was about it. Because you couldn't do it if you were drunk, as they say. It's always very difficult. It's like people who sort of try and do radio programmes when they've had a few sherbet. It's quite difficult to try and get yourself back together. Somebody says, I bet Christopher's system has had a shock after many years of drinking. But how on earth has he remained relatively thin, says Ron. He's fit. He's fit. He's like super fit, compared to, I mean, obviously not even compared to me, because I'm not fit at all. But he runs, and he's very good at running, and he runs everywhere. I mean, seriously, he's fit. But the funny thing is, you do get into that mindset. So he's done 2 weeks now. Well, that must be my influence of sort of saying you don't need to do it. You kind of appreciate things a lot more. You don't wake up with that fuzziness that you had before, and if you have drunk, and we've all had drink, we've all been out there. Oh, what did I watch the other day on television? God, it was ghastly. It was one of those first dinner dates or something with Lady Colin Campbell. What a bore. What a bore. Dear me, honestly, how disgracefully dull. Not at all surprised she's single. I had some champagne. What champagne do you have? So the bloke she was with went, the waitress said, we've got whatever it was. And she almost turned her nose up. And so she said, well, which one would you like? I'll just have house champagne. And I'm thinking, the reason you're single is because you're a pretentious nobody. Ghastly old baggage. Oh, dreadful. I don't know if the bloke ever got any further with her, but hopefully he wouldn't have done. Nicholas says, my dad, Brian, would have been 76 today. We lost him 4 years ago. It's getting easier, but you do miss him. Do you know, it's very strange, Nicola. And I thought about this the other day. Somebody said it, and they hit the nail on the head. You can lose somebody, like, your mum or your dad or something like that, and you can have a day where you remember them, everything. You remember everything about them. And then for a few days, you don't think about them. And so you have this good period come bad period. And I had days where sometimes I'll be sitting at home and I'll just look at a picture. I've got a picture of my mum on my sideboard. My sideboard, God. And I've got quite a few pictures of my mum, my dad, and also the last picture that my mum had done, because she wanted a picture that people could have at the funeral to say that was Jean. And I remember thinking, some days I look at it and I think, I wonder if you'd be, pleased if you were around today, or if what would you be like, to be that old? Because she was very young when she died. She was only 62. My dad was 52. And you think about that, and then all of a sudden you don't think about anything for a week or so. And so it's very difficult. Very, very difficult. But we get through it. I always say, because people always say to me, how do you get through things like that? I said, you just do. It can be your worst dark time. It can be something that you just can't explain to people. Nobody knows what you're going through. No matter what anybody says to you at work or your friends or something like that, they always go, oh, sorry to hear about that. I saw a friend of mine in Twickenham the other day. He lost his wife a short while ago, and he kind of aged a little bit. And then yesterday, day before yesterday, I saw him in a wheelchair being pushed around, and I thought, that's it. He's got to that stage in his life where, you get a bit older and you try and cope with things. It's not easy. It's not easy. We've got somebody who's been in Twickenham for years, and he's now got dementia, and he wanders around. He doesn't know where he is. They give him a free haircut in the hairdressing salon, and I think they give him a cup of coffee in one of the coffee shops, and you think he doesn't really know where he is, and he looks as though he's made no effort at all. His clothes are filthy dirty. He just wanders around the same area that he's always wandered around. You think, where is the government backup? and it appears that it's not there. H says, I'm 64 years young today. Oh, God. Let me know what it's like. Did you shop at the Ivy shop in Richmond? Says Paul. The Ivy shop? I didn't know there was an Ivy shop. I've got the Ivy book. They brought out a beautiful book about dining at the Ivy, because we talked about it probably a couple of years ago. Ever been to Joe Allen's restaurant in Hell's Kitchen in New York, says Lee? I have been to Joe Allen's. I have an account. So my account is good in New York as well. Even though it's not owned by Joe Allen anymore, there really was, and there is, a Joe Allen. It's as simple as that. If it hadn't been for Biggins, I probably wouldn't have had an account there. He always said it was very good to have an account at Joe Allen's. They don't do them anymore. I'm sort of one of the last people, I think. But, Steve, I used to go to Cheeky Pete's in the 70s, and the drink, as far as I remember, was Pernod and blackcurrant. Yucky, yuck, yuck. Pernod was the sort of the aniseed drink. You could never get rid of it. If you had a glass of water the next morning, you were back where you started, which was terrible. Absolutely terrible. 20 minutes to 6. As I say, we will be talking to Theo Usherwood about Theresa May. Where does it go from here? We were predicting yesterday she's not going to step down. They had a 5-hour meeting at number 10. She's warned rebel MPs Britain could remain in the EU if they vote against her. It's my deal or no Brexit. It's as simple as that. So a decisive step, and also the detail in the document that could keep Britain tied to Brussels. So we'll have a chat with Theo. We'll play you a little bit of it yesterday. That's about 6:20 this morning. Also, Corbyn hopes the MPs will force a general election. I can't make up my mind about Jeremy Corbyn. I really can't. I mean, swings and roundabouts, really. Also, Prince Charles, who loves red squirrels. He has them in the house. Not here in London, but out in the country, and he lets them run in there. He says, if you put nuts in your pocket, they will sort of go around picking out the nuts out of the pocket. It's quite sweet, really, red squirrels. But you have to watch them, because there's certain... They are preyed upon by other squirrels, grey squirrels, really. And the red ones are quite pretty. And Charles has got a big thing for red squirrels. If you can find a postcard to send him a happy birthday wish on, a picture of a red squirrel will go a long way. He's 70 now, and he was talking to the reporters. He was given a gift and a balloon, and he asked, where do they find these terrible things? You think, that's how out of touch he is. He has no idea that balloon shops are all over the place. All over the place. You know, and it's sort of... we like them. The John Lewis ad, it's just always pre-publicity for John Lewis trying to get you in to buy as many things as you can, so they can pay Elton John's bill, which is about £5 million. He has donated it, part of it, to the Elton John Charitable Trust, and his husband, Dave, revealed making the advert was emotional for the singer. I don't think Elton John's got any emotions left in his body. I don't think so. He just performs. That's all he does now. So $2.5 million goes into his own company, which is the Elton John AIDS Foundation, which is quite nice. $2.5 million doesn't. I suppose you've got to pay tax on it at some point, haven't you, really? Also, Lady in Red Cheryl, she's had hair extensions put back in again. Still no pictures of the child, I noticed, and still no pictures of the father of the child with the child. Written off. Guess what will be the big drama on BBC Christmas Day? This time it's the ABC Murders. This is made for the umpteenth time. I can't tell you how many times they've remade this thing. And nobody's saying that Agatha Christie's mysteries aren't good. They are, but there are other writers who are equally as popular as the Queen of Crime. Dame Barbara Cartland dictated over 700 books. I had tea with Barbara Cartland. Hello. I went down to Camfield Place and had tea. Also Arnold Bennett. And he died of typhoid in 1931. His name lives on in the omelette Arnold Bennett made for him at the Savoy Grill. I like that, don't you? Also Monica Dickens, John Creasy, Edgar Wallace, Sir Hugh Walpole, and Sidney Haller. All these people write good things, but, you know, why do we have to have an Agatha Christie on over Christmas? Oh, we have something pleasant. You know, something that sort of makes you feel a bit sort of wee kind of stuff. Because most people, I mean, do you really... watch television over Christmas? I do. I fall asleep watching it. I mean, after Christmas lunch, I'm like, out for the count. Out for the count. I just tuned in, as you said, you don't wake up with a fuzzy head. Well, that's what happens if you drink organic or biodynamic booze. Little or no hangover. Secret is out, says Ian. Wendy says, our little postman runs. I've never seen him walk. He only pauses to shove letters through the door. And off to Paris this weekend, says Sanjay, for a long weekend. Back to Croydon for a week and then Gran Canaria for a week. After that, heard there's a nice shopping centre called the Jumbo down there. I wouldn't call it nice, but there is the Jumbo Centre in Gran Canaria. At night time, it's completely different. At the daytime, it's all little shops selling all sorts of things. I had a girl who danced hula hula. It was just battery operated, only about sort of 10 inches tall. And I sat watching it for a while, and I thought, I want one of those to take home. And of course you buy it, and then you think, how am I going to get it home? You have to start emptying stuff out of your suitcases. But at night time, it turns into a completely different place. Completely. Martina says, I lost my mum last year, and I agree with you. This week I was caught off guard whilst driving. I just got tearful. Comes in waves, and then all of a sudden the emotion is gone. The loss never leaves you. And like you, I often think, would she be proud? I think that's what I think. I think that absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. But you're right, it comes in waves, doesn't it? And you feel all of a sudden very sad, and you try and think of that last image of your mum, your dad, your brother, your sister. It doesn't matter who it is, or a cousin, and you think to yourself, are they happy wherever they are? Is there somewhere else? I don't know. You can get into a big debate about where people go to. And whether or not there is a place called heaven, and there is a place called hell, and there are some clouds that she could go and sit on. But you think about it all the time. You can't help it. As you get a bit older, you'll realise that absolutely everything I've said this morning will come true for you. Will come true, I promise you. Okay, tomorrow, Friday, then it's the weekend, and then it's sort of, it kind of moves on, doesn't it? I've got a couple of things to do at home, and I keep putting them off. I just can't bring myself to do it. I leave it until the last blooming minute, and it's doing VAT, which is a bit of a pain at the best of times. But you know, if you've earned the money, you might as well pay it back to HMRC, because that's what happens to it. And I always put it off. When I've actually got all the stuff assembled, and it doesn't take that long, I could do it in 5 minutes. It's as simple as that. And you click on things. I do it all online. I'm quite clever at that sort of thing. Just take it. But I get so stressed about doing it, and I don't know why. I think it's because, and I was talking to Nick Ferrari yesterday. He had a meeting with his accountant, and he went, "Oh, I'm going to meeting with my accountant." I said, "Well, I know how you feel." I said, because I'm not very good with that. I don't think if you're a radio presenter, you're very good with doing things with money and accountants and stuff like that. It's odd, isn't it? I don't know why. It's just very strange. Very strange. My darling mum says, I don't know who this is, actually. Died this year, but she did reach 93 with all her marbles intact. I used to have marbles. I used to have marbles as well. I used to collect marbles. I don't know. I never knew how they made them. I just used to think they were quite clever. Unlike myself, who's always been a few short. And then I lost my beautiful dog to cancer, having a struggle, but I will get there. And being one of the Spikers group, you know how much I appreciate you being there every day and understanding. See you at the Magic Circle at Christmas. Good. Actually, somebody reminded me there, said, what are you going to be doing on your one-man show at the Leicester Square Theatre? I said, who knows? That's always the excitement of a Steve Allen show. Even I've got no idea. So we look forward to that happening, look forward to seeing you. Hope you've all sort of eaten and, done all your ablutions before we get round to the show. My old Nan, God bless her, she was born and bred East End girl. She had this saying, anytime you felt down or disappointed about something, yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery, today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. That's quite nice. I quite like that. I'll never remember it, but I quite like it. Today is my birthday, says Celine. I'm 38 and delighted to start my special day with your voice resonating in my whole flat. We'll most likely be playing Catch Up on the LBC app later to keep the vibe up. Good. You must. And I'll tell you about it. I always tell people at the end of the programme, but if I tell you at the beginning, if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, then you can download the LBC app, then you can stream everything. It doesn't send the programme to you because you're just streaming it. Okay, but you can go back 7 days, all the things. So I did say before, try and save as much as you can before we changed the system. Worst hangover ever, says Melinda, alcohol-free beer. When I asked my GP, she said it's the chemicals that are put into the beer to remove the alcohol that give you the headache. Oh, I've never drunk alcohol. I don't do beer. For some reason, I've never done beer. I've tried it a few times. It just doesn't work for me. I'm not that sort of person. When people say, oh, it's great. I remember at Cheeky Pete's, it was customary, says Ron, to grab any old girl when the slow songs came on. Have You Seen Her by the Shy Lights was a particularly popular song. Yeah, there were quite a few things. Or Billy Paul, Me and Mrs. Jones was another very popular one. And Steve, I'm going to Joe Allen's on Saturday night. Could I stick a bottle of champagne on your account? They'll never let you get away with it. They'll never let you get away with it. I'm known, as they say. When are the lights being turned on in Regent Street? Well, some of them are already on. I came through this morning. There's some, whether they're testing them and they turn them off and then put them on again, I've got no idea. I don't know who's turning on in in Regent Street. Have you been to the today? Today? Oh, they're doing them today. There you go. Martina says, who is doing it? Jamie and Sian from Heart. Oh, well, our Jamie and... Oh, that's nice. That's lovely. So they'll be turning on the light. I saw him the other day, actually. He patted me on the back as he walked away. I wasn't sure if it was being condescending or not. 5:30 this evening. 5:30. Lights being turned on in Regent Street. Where will they be? Will they be near Hamleys or something like... I don't know. But you put it away. Just follow the crowd. Follow the crowd. Martina, you'll love it. Have you been to the Christmas market in Oxford? I haven't. But I do like a Christmas market. I do like them. I like the Beverley sisters as well. And now, as they say, there is only one. Babs has just passed away. Joy passed away, so it just leaves Teddy. So Teddy is the surviving member, but Bab shot to fame with Teddy and Joy, with hits including Little Drummer Boy, I Saw Mummy. They were a vocal harmony group, and they were but they turned up on everything. They turned up on everything, actually. And they also had I Saw Mummy Kissing Santa Claus. They were a favourite with the Queen Mother. At the height of their fame, the sisters always immaculately dressed. Literally, every outfit was the same. They all had the same outfits. They had their own BBC television show. And they were the first British girl group to break into the US top 10. They went into semi-retirement after Joy married Billy Wright, the Wolverhampton Wanderers and England captain. They had a revival in the 80s when Peter Stringfellow hired them for gay cabaret nights at his club. Imagine what a shock that must have been for them. But they went on to live in adjacent homes in North London, where they bought identical plots of land. Well, it was the same plot, and they bought the 3 houses. They performed for the Queen at the Golden Jubilee in 2002 and took part in the 60th anniversary celebrations of D-Day in 2004. They were the longest surviving vocal group, and in 2002 they went into the Guinness Book of Records. So that was lovely, actually. 4 years later, they went to Buckingham Palace to get their MBEs from the Queen. And that was lovely. I think they actually auditioned for the Ovaltinis. We are the Ovaltinis, happy girls and boys. But lovely. Babs married a Scottish dentist in 1963, but they divorced 4 years later. She died on October the 28th, leaving no children. But I remember the Beverley sisters. Everybody who knew them called them the Bevs. You never called them the Beverley sisters. They were always the Bevs. But somebody else that we lost, actually, is one of LBC's early presenters back in Gough Square days. And I got an email from somebody that I've known for a long, long time. He says, could you mention this, Steve? Richard Robbins, who was an LBC presenter from 1978 to 1990, sadly passed away after a long illness on the 24th of October, aged 84. 84. Seriously, I mean, we used to sort of question how old was Richard Robbins. We never knew. He dressed young, he thought young, it was everything else. But he did... he had a very interesting presentational style. He brought this sort of freshness because on the Radio 3 program, it was all a bit stuffy. He did something a bit easier because he loved classical music. So he did somewhat classical and classical review. He also did reporting for the AM programme on the state of roads in London, live from Scotland Yard. And he leaves a daughter and 4 grandchildren. So Richard Robbins has passed on, another early LBC presenter. A lot of people in the business will know of Richard from back there because he used to have his office with all the classical music records in just off the old reception. And remember him very well indeed. 84. Well, that was what they call not a bad innings. And thank you to a friend of mine. He says, congratulations on incredible longevity at LBC. I know. Luckily, I'm not 84, although actually I feel some days as I am. So the lights are being turned on Regent Street. You can think of Richard Robbins when the lights go on, which is lovely. And that'll be today. But even though I think they're testing them at the moment, so they've closed off Regent Street at the bottom by Piccadilly Circus. I'll be doing the Twickenham lights. It's not as big, I admit, as the Regent Street lights, but still quite nice nevertheless. And it's nice for us. We've got lots of scaffolding up in the place. I think Nick Ferrari threatened to turn up as well. I thought, oh Lord, I'm not sure I can cope with things like that. But and I've got other friends of mine thinking they will turn up as well. So that's good. That's on the 25th at about 5:36, somewhere between 5 and 6:30, I think, which is nice. But we'll have a market. There'll be a Christmas market there, and you'll probably get mulled wine and stuff like that. Julian says, I've got a big tub of marbles I found in an antique shop. Just been teaching my young daughter how to play. She loves it. Real basic, just like cup and ball. I know, marbles. Who'd have thought? But how do they make... We used to have some lovely ones. Really, really lovely ones. Steve says, Lisa in Sweden, and says, I think of death every day. The daughter of my closest friend and my eldest daughter's best friend died at the age of 14 in 2004 in a tragic accident at home. Elizabeth is my benchmark. When people say so-and-so was only 50 when they died, I think of Elizabeth, whose life had barely begun. You should really live every day as if it was your last. Have a wonderful day, and for what it's worth, I know your mum would be extremely proud of you. I think she would, actually. I think she would. I always say that because whenever I've done that on stage, and we always put a picture up of my mother because she looked remarkably like our present Queen in the early days. I mean, people should look at it and go, she looks I used to say to people, who do you think she looks like? And they go, looks like the Queen. That's what my mum was. But, no, I think she'd be pleased. She loved LBC. She really did. My 96-year-old mum's funeral was yesterday, Steve. I had the privilege of being with her, my dad and my sister when they passed. They're all special, all sorely missed. I think I met your mum on occasion in Newbury Police Station when we popping off the M4 for tea and their homemade cake, says Steve in France. He's a retired TVP. So there you go. Listen, coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning, we'll have a chat to Theo Usherwood. We'll do that about 6:20 this morning and find out where we think we're going with Theresa May and what could happen. I was watching it yesterday and listening to it, and it could go one or two ways, quite clearly. So which way will it go? David Baddiel lashes out at the McCann trolls. Judy Finnegan says she quit television because she was sick of being snapped by the paparazzi. Nearly all parents worry about kids facing bullying online. The Cathedral, which is launching its own gin. The pair to marry after a Greggs proposal. It was over one of their steak bakes, I believe. So that's very exciting. The coffee shop revolt of November. Somebody says, wait till you see the John Lewis advert. I've been blubbing like a baby since watching it. You see it today from 8 a.m, says Lisa. This is the Elton John £5 million. Well, £7 million for the advert, £5 million for Elton John. Although whether or not he ever shops in John Lewis, I've got no idea why they picked him. I can't work it out. Steve, two best Christmas markets I know, says Stephen Potter's Bar. They're a long way. York and Lincoln. They're too far. I'd rather go, if I'm going to go anywhere, I would rather go abroad. Seriously, I would rather go to, I don't know, Vienna, fly over to Vienna and do their Christkindlmarkt over there. Somebody says, I must come along to the Twickenham light switch on. Oh, you must. Yes, we encourage all sorts of people to turn up there. It's an opportunity to see Twickenham and all the places we talked about. You can see Mr. Shah will be there. I can guarantee Mr. Shah will be there from Goods the Chemist. The Stewarts will be open. Stewart, who owns it, will be there as well. And we've got the Frame Shop, we've got Marks, all the places we talk about, the Barmy Arms, they do exist. They're not some sort of fictitious underground city that goes on. The hairdressers, where I sit in the chair and get my hair coiffured. You know, all these places, they can all be pointed out to you by local people. They say, oh, this is the supermarket he uses, and this is where he sits down every so often. You know, it's all that kind of stuff. It's very exciting, actually. So we look forward to seeing you down there on the 25th. Guinevere and Trelawney say you bring us sunshine early each day. I wish I did. God, if you could bottle it, wouldn't that be a brilliant thing? But because of disruptions again to trains in and out of Paddington, we're taking young Melissa cross-country to Twyford to catch the branch line to Henley-on-Thames, where she teaches art 2 days a week. I know Henley-on-Thames very well because my mother used to work for the police down there. Always a bit of an embarrassment, I used to think, because they lost a prisoner once. And I mentioned it on air. My mother said, you mustn't mention that on air. They're very embarrassed about losing a prisoner. It was not my fault. Can't blame me for things like that. Anyway, 6:20 this morning. It's only 5 past, don't worry. We hadn't sort of moved on a little bit. We'll have Theo Usherwood in, our political editor, and he'll run through exactly what yesterday meant for Theresa May. Is it a deal? Is it a no deal? Will she get the full support? Will there be no support? We shall find out later. Anne says we have our light switch on in Wallingham, south of Croydon, where they have a Christmas market stalls in the village and the church halls, a little fair on the school green, lots of other little stalls, and also a raffle. Whoever has the winning ticket turns on the lights. That's what I like. Community spirit. Let's have more community spirit. Can we please? Let's have more more community spirit. It would be nice to think that we could do that, but for some reason we seem to be incapable of doing it in case we upset somebody. There's all sorts of people to upset nowadays. They've got a bit of a problem over in the jungle. The whole idea about going to the jungle in Australia for I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here is that we can watch people eating the most disgusting insects and stuff like that. But of course, this time, for the first time ever, as far as I remember, they've got 3 vegetarians, 3 vegans are on the show. They're not going to be touching any live creature at all. They're not going to be eating anything like that. So how does that work? You'll be voting for somebody and they go, actually, I'm a vegan, so they won't be able to do the task. That's the whole idea. You know, what are they going to eat? And the answer is all this revolting stuff out there. Love Island's Dr. Alex George has decided, I should imagine prompted by the entire country, saying, wait a minute, we paid a small fortune to have you trained as a doctor, for you to disappear and tiddle off to a Love Island thing and then come back. They gave him a little thing on this morning. You could tell he wasn't very good. Mind you, they've got Rochelle on there and she's not much good either. But he was given time, out to go on the ITV2 dating show. But he's decided that there is no work. Mainly because he's a doctor. I'm not saying doctors are boring, but they're not the sort of people they're looking for. What they're looking for are sort of people who don't mind embarrassing themselves. He's been trained as a doctor, so he's going back to working for the NHS. He says it was the experience of a lifetime. Shows what a dull life he's had so far, but the NHS is where his heart is, so that's good. Harry Redknapp may have an advantage in the Bush-Tucker trials. He's got no sense of smell. And his son didn't even know that he was going out there till he read it in the papers. Obviously not the close family we thought they were. So it won't make any difference to him whether they give him fish eyes, grubs, bull's penis, vomit fruit, cockroaches, all that. I mean, no amount of money. I'm sorry, you'd have to be really desperate, wouldn't you? For that amount of money, and you'll do what? You'll eat all of that, will you? Not for me, thank you very much indeed. Captain Jack will be there as well. John Barrowman has turned Doctor Who into an X-rated rom-fest. He'll do very well on that. He won't have any problem. He's showbiz. He's showbiz. Whereas I think Harry Redknapp will just sit there staring into the distance. I don't think he's going to contribute anything. Scarlett Moffat has hailed Holly Willoughby's arrival as a victory for girl power. One of the more stupid things she said. It's got nothing to do with girl power. Put it this way, surely, Scarlett, even you must have realised that, you're working with 2 blokes, so it's obviously boy power. There is no such thing as girl power or boy power, any of that kind of stuff at all. It's a load of old codswallop, it really is. David Baddiel has told the Madeleine McCann Twitter troll, he used a rude word, up. He lashed out at critics calling for the fund to be shut down because there isn't very much in the fund at the moment. It's managed to absorb nearly £12 million. It's just got another £150,000. Also, the area where this... Now, you need to listen carefully because I thought it was me and it's obviously not. Who has not claimed £76 million? I'll tell you where it was bought. Boston and Skegness area of Lincolnshire. Nobody has stepped forward. The winning numbers were, stop it, don't go there, 5, 15, 17, 37, 44, and the lucky star numbers were 7 and 11. It might be an elderly person who's been out and bought one, hasn't bothered checking it. 5, 15, 17, 37, 44, lucky star numbers 7 and 11. And that's worth £76 million. What do you mean you haven't checked your tickets? So in the Boston, Skegness area of Lincolnshire, nobody has stepped forward. So it's either somebody who was on holiday and just went, I'll buy a ticket, and then they haven't bothered or they haven't checked. Check it. Goodness sake, honestly, you can hear this programme all over the entire country. And who knows, could certainly be changing my Christmas. Certainly be changing. Can you imagine if you discovered that you got £76 million? That would change Christmas this year, wouldn't it? That'd be a nice time. Don't forget your Uncle Steve. I'm not allowed to plead for things like that. Robbie Williams will return to music. Oh, please don't. Please don't. In time for Christmas. He's teamed up with a French DJ, Bob Sinclair, for the first single in a year. The hunky, festive banger, Erotico Romantico, is due to drop the first week of December. Riveting. Robbie Williams. I mean, he just looks a bit old now for pop music, doesn't he? Oh, he's bad enough with poor little Cheryl Spagbowl. And she's had to people went, you look so peculiar, so she's had hair extensions stuck back in again. What's the matter with these people? Elton John, the ad, they say, could reach number 1. The 12 Toys of Christmas, here they all are. Barbie's Ultimate Kitchen, See, this wasn't in the list I did a couple of weeks ago. Barbie's Ultimate Kitchen is in pink plastic. Woo, 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 sexist. $49.99. Tops, the Toy Retailers Association Dream Toys chart, almost 6 days after the doll was launched. Other gifts, $24.99. Fingerlings Untamed Jailbreak, T-Rex playset and Harry Potter Hogwarts Great Hall Lego, the most expensive at 90 quid. LOL surprise dolls, laser guns, slime box sets and a fire engine from Paw Patrol feature. Lovely. The list highlights the wonder and happiness that toys bring to children. The things that they'll play with for 5 minutes when you suddenly realise you forgot to get the batteries. And so the kids are sitting there going, oh, it's great this, Dad. Have you got any batteries? Oh, God, what does it take? AAA. Oh, God, we haven't even got any of those. Otherwise, you'd go round and rob them, wouldn't you, out of sort of different items you've got round the house, like clocks and stuff like that. But please make sure that you can go and buy batteries. So if you buy anything that needs batteries, you've got a supply of them. I've got batteries for every occasion. She's lovely. Tricia says, I can't be with you for the light switch on as I'm having a new knee on the 23rd. I wish I could, but you'll be great. And somebody says from Jessie, isn't it about time you had a calendar? All these places and people would appeal to your legion of fans. The Steve Allen Twickenham calendar. Can you imagine? I could be standing outside each of them with the owners of the particular places. We did it once in an old brochure, which we used for one of the shows. Also, what's this? It's apparently a head teacher's been branded racist for naming a toy panda Ping Pong. I thought that was they use that in pantomime, don't they? Ping and Pong are two of the characters. I think in Aladdin, I'm pretty certain. But anyway, Kevin Gaderman of Derby says he had no intention of insulting anybody over the panda he bought in China on a school trip, but an anonymous letter to local media accused him of poor judgment. Oh, God, there's always one, isn't there? One is just generally all it takes. He says, when he mentioned this in a staff briefing, the majority of staff couldn't believe what they were hearing. But a parent who asked not to be named says, I can't believe this is so obviously somebody out to make trouble or someone who's not got enough to worry about. Yeah, exactly. So he's called it ping pong. What would be offensive about that? I mean, surely, you need to get your head in gear, don't you, really? Also, a gang of vigilantes have taken to a city's streets, claiming cops are failing to tackle rising crime. Oh, God. That'll be the next disaster, won't it? Pop star Pink's husband has warned looters they'll be shot on sight if they try to raid the couple's Malibu home. I don't think there's much in it, is there really? Much left to take? I have no idea. But I don't think you can go round saying somebody's going to be shot. I don't think that's going to be very nice. Plus, a footballer is fuming after being sent off for the first time in his career. Why? He spent a little bit of time having a leak. Player-manager Daryl Addis was given his marching orders after he weed behind a bush. He said, it was unbelievable. I did my team talk at half-time and needed the toilet, so I went away from the pitch with nobody in sight and found a bush around 50 yards away, came back and the referee sent me off. I said, I asked him after the game what it was all about and he just walked off into the bar. Is that being taken offside, if you've had a wee behind a bush? Not too sure about that one. I do like the two sweethearts who sealed their love with a pasty. Although, to be brutally honest, looking at her, the last thing she needs to eat is a pasty. Plus here, he's down on one knee in front of her, which is quite sweet, isn't it, really? Obviously decided to sort of make her look as sort of chavvy as possible. He's a mechanic, and she's not. But he got down on one knee outside Phoenix department store in Newcastle and asked her to become War Lass. I don't know what that means, actually. It's obviously some expression. Rebecca says, YI man, and Tony took her to celebrate at Greg's Bakery. That's how it's done up there. So you go, YI man, War Lass, YI man, and then they're off to Greg's. That's how it's done. So if ever you go to Newcastle and somebody says to you, War Lass, you go, yeah, thank you. And then you go, YI man. And that apparently up there means that you're now married. provided you've been to Greg's, which is good. Also, Celebrity Juice, I turned it on the other day. We got Paul Rochelle on there. That's kind of about the level I expected from her. She's dreadful at reading autocue on this morning. It really is the worst ever. After the news and travel, our political editor Theo Usherwood will be popping up again to go through the reaction to what Theresa May had to say about her controversial Brexit deal in Downing Street about 11 hours ago. If you missed it, I'll let you hear a bit of it after the news at 6:15 with Thomas Watts. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So at about 7:20 last night, long past my bedtime, Theresa May finally emerged from number 10 Downing Street some 5 hours after she'd begun her crucial cabinet meeting about her Brexit deal. She made a short statement. Here's a little of what she had to say.
I firmly believe that the draft withdrawal agreement was the best that could be negotiated. When you strip away the detail, the choice before us is clear. This deal, which delivers on the vote of the referendum, which brings back control of our money, laws and borders, ends free movement, protects jobs, security and our union, or leave with no deal or no Brexit at all. I know that there will be difficult days ahead. This is a decision which will come under intense scrutiny, and that is entirely as it should be and entirely understandable. But the choice was this deal, which enables us to take back control and to build a brighter future for our country, or going back to square one, with more division, more uncertainty, and a failure to deliver on the referendum.
Lot of shouting in the background, I noticed. I'm joined once again this morning by our political editor, Theo Usherwood. Morning.
Good morning.
Apparently it was quite tense in the cabinet meeting.
It was very tense. The 29 members of the cabinet, 11 members spoke out against Theresa May's deal. Esther McVey, the Work and Pension Secretary, she reportedly asked that there should be a vote on the deal. That members should have a chance to vote on the deal, and was shouted down. The briefings have been very sort of me too. You know, a woman standing up to try and have her opinion heard and being shouted down, not by another cabinet minister, but by the cabinet secretary, who's only been in the job 2 minutes, Sir Mark Sedwill. He's just been promoted after the very tragic death of Sir Jeremy Hayward into the post, and said this was reportedly told Esther McVey that this was completely unacceptable, that there'd be a vote on it in the cabinet. Nevertheless, it got through cabinet. But now we're expecting the pushback today. There may well be resignations. Penny Mordaunt, Esther McVey as well. Yeah. May just, after yesterday's...
What do they do if they resign? Sorry to interrupt. If Esther McVey and Penny Mordaunt say, right, we're actually quit, where do they go to? They go
to number 10.
Right.
They go to number 10. They're driven into number 10.
Yeah.
And then once they resign, they have to walk out, because they lose their car.
There's no car.
There's no car.
I know the feeling.
So, and that was, I mean, you joke, but that was the threat with the Chequers deal back in the summer, was, okay, if you're going to go to the meeting and you're going to resign, well, it's 1.5 miles down the driveway, and at the sort of guardhouse to Chequers, they've got the cards of the local cab firm, and you ring them up and nobody answers, so you're stuck in the middle of Buckinghamshire. We jest, but this is that's exactly what would happen. But now, of course, they could just go in, tender their resignation, and just walk back across Whitehall and return to the benches.
Do we think they will? Do we think it's likely?
I think there's a good chance that a couple of them might decide to go. But also today, look out for the unrest on the Conservative backbenches, and that threshold, that magic number 48. You're going to hear it an awful lot today, which is the number of letters Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of the influential 1922 committee, needs. And then once that threshold is passed, he has to trigger. There's no, I'm going to have a little conflab about it. He has to trigger a no confidence vote in the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, of course, Downing Street has said that she will face down a no confidence vote. That would mean 156 Conservatives would need to beat her. But once 100 of your MPs don't have confidence in you, it would become very, very difficult. But at the moment, there's no alternative, and I think that's what's held back Conservatives until now.
So our prediction yesterday that she won't step down, we have to kind of shelve at the moment.
No, I think that holds. She's not going to step down. No? She's going to have to be forced out.
Do we think that's likely?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I was speaking to Conor Burns, Eurosceptic very, very upset last night. He described it as the deal as an embarrassment for Britain, and he told me that the letters weren't going. There was no concerted effort. They all have WhatsApp now. All these Conservative MPs have WhatsApp, and they all fly around the WhatsApp groups. You know, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And your WhatsApp group depends on your political leaning. There are multiple WhatsApp groups. So, and at the moment, there's no concerted effort to get rid of. To hand the letters in to the Prime Minister. People aren't going, well, you haven't sent one in, so I think you should write one, and I think you should write one. That's not happening. But what Conor was saying to me was that that people are so angry, it might just... We were close already, and it might just now, as he described it, happen organically. These letters go in, so Graham Brady looks at them and goes to number 10, I'm terribly sorry, I've got 48, we've got to have a no-confidence vote. That happens very, very quickly. Look out, Prime Minister speaking in the Commons at around 12:30. It depends if any other business is going on, urgent questions, that sort of thing. Listen out for the vitriol on the backbenches. We're going to get a much clearer indication about whether overnight people have had a bit of sleep, they've had a good breakfast, nerves have calmed down and they're willing to suck up the deal, or actually we've passed the point where Theresa May can hold it all together.
It's interesting because over the years of looking at the Conservative Party, it's spent most of the time stabbing their leaders in the back.
Well, it's going to be very much at the front this time.
It's going to be at the front. They're going to be in full view of everybody. As we had it with Thatcher, didn't we? We had it with Dave Cameron. Yeah. And now it looks likely it might happen again. Because I was looking at the figures yesterday and they were saying, and then you add in this lot, and all of a sudden the let's opt out of this pile rises.
What's happened in the last 36, 48 hours is there's just been this real hardening of opinion. So usually when you go into the Commons and I'm there and I'm roaming around with my microphone trying to just loiter, and you can pick people out, and what happens is you can get a sense that there's a sort of, not quite sure, we're going to back away on this one. But from Philip Lee, the Remainer, to Mr. Burns, Jacob Rees-Mogg, there just seems to be this steel running through the fact that they're just so angry about what's happened, and they can't. They just don't want to let it fly. They just don't want to let it materialise. Obviously, today there's this statement, and the Prime Minister takes questions from all sides of the House and that. Then, if she can, if she gets through today, then of course we can expect a summit on the 25th of November. That's a Sunday in Brussels.
I know. I'm turning on the Christmas lights in Twickenham.
Then we have
how significant.
So as you're turning on the Christmas lights, they do that thing where they have orange juice in wine glasses, and they'll come up with a deal. And they'll sign it. The EU27 will sign it, and then it comes back to Parliament. But at the moment, even if Theresa May, I don't want to be, again, let's not do the Mystic Meg thing. She gets through this week, she gets through next week, she gets that. She's still going to get it through the House of Commons, and how is that going to happen? And what's interesting about that part of the speech you just played for your listeners there is that up until now, she's always told MPs, she's told country, you can have my deal or you have a no-deal Brexit. Yeah. Queues at the border, planes grounded, medicines can't get your insulin in for your diabetics, whatever it is. But it's and what the Leavers dubbed Project Fear Mark 2. But the chaos that would ensue with a no-deal Brexit. But what was really interesting in that statement was she added a third option. So it's my deal, no deal Brexit, and then no Brexit at all. So she's trying, with that statement, trying to spook the Brexiteers. Look, I'm giving you Brexit. It's not perfect. It's not ideal. It may not be quite what people voted for in 2016. But okay, if you want to vote it down, if you don't think it's good enough, tell you what, the other option, no Brexit at all. That's where we're at.
And what of Jeremy Corbyn in all of this? Is he just sitting back, sort of?
I mean, he had a good PMQ's outing yesterday. The questions were well structured, forensic, and he managed to. He's one of those who, the more open the goal, the more likely he is to sort of blast it over the crossbar. But actually, yesterday he did quite well, held the Prime Minister to account. Labour aren't supporting the deal. They've created these six tests for the Prime Minister, and they say that you only set tests in politics, Steve, if you know the other side are going to fail the tests. So if Keir Starmer ever says he wants to come along and mark your GCSEs, don't let him. Don't let him, because you'll fail. But they've created these six tests. The government, they say, fail those six tests, therefore they can't support the deal. The other option for the government had been that they could offset the Tory rebels, Brexiteers, Remainers, whatever. They could offset them by pro-European Labour MPs who didn't want to see Jeremy Corbyn become Prime Minister. That isn't going to happen because, of course, the People's Vote campaign for a second referendum has actually been quite successful, and as the Prime Minister admitted there, no Brexit at all is one of the options. And so they're saying, well, and when you speak to people like Chukwuemeka, it's the MP for Streatham, it's not so much, well, if we vote this down, then there's going to be a general election and Jeremy Corbyn's going to walk into Downing Street, although he'd never say that on the record, of course not. But it's, well, there's this other option. There's a people's vote. There's a people's vote, and that's the option that they're really pinning their hopes on.
A final thing: there's a poll on our Twitter page at LBC. Theresa May's deal, no deal or no Brexit. The numbers are just 4% for her deal, 46 for no deal, and 50 for no Brexit.
Yeah. It's
my insulin's getting further away.
but what's interesting, and this is going to the second referendum, is if you have a second referendum, Steve, what is the question? So you could have remain in the European Union is one of the options. Then you've got Theresa May's deal is another option, and then you have a no deal Brexit is the other option, third option, right? But the Leavers will then hold their hands up and say, "Hang on, you're splitting our votes. We're being given two options. They're going to be two camps of Leavers. That's not fair. That's not democracy." So then do you take Remain off the table? Well, hang on a moment. The people who are campaigning for the People's Vote want to remain in the European Union. So they'll say that's not fair. So then do you just do you take Theresa May's deal out and just do the whole thing again? Well, the people spoke in 2016, didn't they? They had their say in 2016.
Far more complicated today than it was yesterday. Yesterday it was quite clear-cut. I was all right about everything. I'm going to have to start stockpiling Christmas lights and insulin. It's getting quite worrying. So today we're looking for what time?
We're looking at early indications 12:30 for Theresa May's statement. That could be pushed back or forward. Don't want to make any predictions on that, but that's absolutely crucial. And we'll have a much clearer sense, I think, about the levels of unrest after that.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. That's our political editor. Morning, everybody. 22 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast on LBC. Theresa May's cabinet has backed her controversial Brexit bill. Nick will bring you all the latest reaction. He'll be joined by the Health Secretary, the Shadow Brexit Secretary, one of Margaret Thatcher's former cabinet ministers, and key business leaders. You'll also find out why the government has U-turned over fixed odds betting terminals. Plus, he'll speak to the Armed Forces veteran going on hunger strike for a second time, and the new Palestinian ambassador to the UK. That's all with Nick Ferrari this morning from 7 here on LBC. Mickey Mouse celebrates this coming Sunday his 90th anniversary. The mouse is looking good. And they'll be celebrating all over the place, the Walt Disney Company, now in Europe, Middle East and Africa. Goodness sake, they're huge. And Issy and Annika at Disney are two people who will be celebrating with the mouse. 90 years young on the 18th of November. So, happy birthday to him. If I won the Euro Million, says Phil, and offered you 10 million to have dinner with Gemma Collins, Katie Price and Scarlett Moffat, no thank you. No. I don't need the money that badly. I don't know, though. I'll think about it. Steve, Spiker Mark here. Maybe you should do a Steve Allen Twickenham tour like they do in Brentwood for Towie. Yes, I could go, as Michelle offers to the Landmark in Teddington, just up the road, the Sparkle Fair. They've got the best cakes and other homemade delights at the cafe. No lights to turn on, but if I see you, I'll buy you a mulled wine. Whew, tempting offer indeed. And when does the Steve Allen tour of Twickenham start, says Kim? I don't think it is, actually, really. And Tracy says, Paul Rochelle is awful at reading the auto cue, but it's practically perfect when she asked if could keep the makeup they were demonstrating on yesterday's show. She can't read for toffee. I've never known anybody so bad at reading. It's almost like watching an amateur. It really is dreadful. And, she can't get it right. The trouble is, she's way out of her depth. When you look at Pip Schofield, he knows how to do it properly, and that's why, presumably, he wanted her to do it, because it makes him look even better. And he can pick up. I went to see Chris Farlow last night at a local social club, ably backed by the Norman Beaker Band. At 78, he's in fine voice. You're out of touch, my baby, my grand... That one. It's a great song, isn't it? Steve, they've just released a Barbie Doctor. Who? A Barbie Doctor. They do all sorts of things with Barbie. I have to be honest, I'm not particularly up with it. And I'm sure it'll be fantastic, because people who collect Barbie are absolutely on top of the whole thing. We had Barbie wedding dress, I think. We found it on eBay for about a couple of quid years ago, and we bought it. And it sort of sat in the cupboard for ages. And an event, we just looked and went, it's got to go, you know. They made millions of these things. The front pages of the Papiers. First of all, the Daily Express picture of Theresa May. The shouting that you could hear in the background was all the people the other side of the gate who were shouting to her. Obviously not supporters, I'm only guessing. It's my deal, and I'll cry if I want to, or no Brexit, she says. The Prime Minister finally wins cabinet backing after a stormy 5-hour meeting at number 2. Can you imagine 5 hours? That is really, really numbing in every sense. But she's warned the rebel MPs Britain could remain in EU if they vote against her. And what they've done in a lot of the papers, they've run through exactly what happened. And then all the people demanding the government say Brexit, they're out there with their slogans: no dancing to the EU tune, no thanks. Great Britain, 40 billion to be a colony, no thanks. So it goes on. You can't please people, can you? But a picture of Nigel Farage, who is a genuine Brexiteer. And he says any cabinet member who's a genuine Brexiteer must now resign. Jacob Rees-Mogg says the deal's undemocratic. And, I mean, if it all goes well, there's going to be the EU meeting on November 25th. Which is the Sunday, isn't it? Early December, MPs could be given a so-called meaningful vote on the agreement. The Prime Minister will then face the major battle to win enough support. Mid-December, if the leaders fail to meet in November, a European Council summit scheduled for December 13th or 14th could be viewed as the last chance for the UK and the EU to formally agree the deal. And so it goes on. It goes all the way through, actually. Goes all the way through. December 31st, 2020 is the transition period to end. Lord above. And so here we go. We shall watch. Departure from the EU takes place on March the 29th. Lots of pictures of Prince Charles's birthday, and a cake and a balloon, and then he also had a gift of some hot nuts to deter squirrels. But he likes squirrels. He's guest editing Country Life, and he loves squirrels. Meghan's family, we're told, were torn apart by the wedding. Such a bizarre family, aren't they? They really are. And Harry drove Meghan to his father's birthday event. And so even for his father's birthday event, they have to dress up for it. You think you just turn up in jeans and T-shirt, which is Harry's favourite outfit. Also, Elton John. So the advert is Freddie playing the singer as a 4-year-old. Can only hope, can't you? And then at the end, you got footage of Elton in concert. He doesn't know anything else. He only knows about playing. That's all he does. And so it's the John Lewis ad telling the Elton story. I don't quite get what that's got to do with Christmas. But it cost them £5 million to get him to do it. And also, they're being talked about. So obviously it must be worth it. There's a story about nearly all parents worrying about kids facing bullying online. It is the most common thing. And the passenger whose racist air rage became very abusive because the air crew wouldn't give her any more wine. She's obviously some drunk. And she shouts. I mean, obscenities I can't even hint at. This was on an Air India flight from Mumbai to Heathrow. She's 50, believed to be from Ireland, was arrested, detained on suspicion of racially aggravated public order, common assault and being drunk and disorderly. They said the woman had drunk 4 small bottles of red wine during the flight. Obviously a ghastly piece of work. She claims the Irish Republican Army would shoot the members of staff. She's obviously really quite revolting and just a sad old drunk, really. But that's what you could do. She targets one onlooker for handing the man a rich, rude word, money-grabbing Indian, rude word again. What a horrible piece of work. What a horrible piece of work. So I can't wait for them to find out who she is. We can all have a laugh at her expense. Also, here we go, Scarlett. I know now how to deal with the vile trolls who made me cry. I just hug them. Yeah, well, whatever. It's just a programme. Just a programme. Doesn't mean it. It's not life-threatening. It's just a programme. Also, Dementia Gran, trapped on bus, could have died. And day 2 of her weight loss special, Emmerdale legend Lisa Riley shares her tips to stay on track with your diet. I mean, she's gone from like woo to woo, blimey. And you can do it if you sort of fancy it. It's got different things. Start each day with hot water and lemon. I used to do that all the time in Vienna. Hot water and lemon. It was delicious. Right, let's push. Lisa Riley, going back into Emmerdale after 17 years, is pushing a book, Lose Weight for Life, and the slogan you all want to hear, ladies, and probably men as well, you can drop a dress size just like me in time for Christmas. So you're thinking, oh, Christmas around the corner, I can do it. It's hard work. It really is. You start each day with hot water and lemon. Now, I always used to do that. I would get some lemon juice, pour it into a cup of hot water. If you drink plenty of water throughout the day, it can help ward off hunger pangs, and the lemon is good for your immune system. So lemon and water in the morning is good, okay? And try to avoid snacking, because you're not going to help yourself at all. Remember, it's only for 8 days, this. You can have a small bunch of grapes or a handful of nuts to help you stay on track. Sounds boring already. But so then we go. So day 1, breakfast, 2 boiled eggs. Lunch is Thai veg curry, and dinner fish stew. Not really that interested, actually. Let's try day 2. Skinny omelette wrap for breakfast, whatever that is. Coconut chicken salad. And dinner on day 2 is white bean and garlic soup. What, just soup? Where's the chips? Where's the deep-fried scampi? Where's the sausages? Where's all this other stuff? And then it goes through overnight chia oats with berries on day 3, Italian-style chicken tray bake, and celeriac and apple soup with chill oat cakes for dinner. A lot of soups involved in this thing, I suppose, because it's got liquids and people quite like that. By the time you get to day 7 and 8, day 7 is a small bowl of fruit with low-fat Greek yogurt, spicy turkey and quinoa stuffed peppers. It's gone all posh. Most of you, won't know what that is. And then baked falafel salad. Not sounding that exciting, is it? Day 8 for breakfast: spinach, broccoli, kiwi and Greek yogurt smoothie. I'm not sure. I couldn't just survive on that. But where's the toast? Where's the bacon? Lunch is chickpea and spinach curry, which sounds sort of okay, I suppose. And then for dinner, spicy poached chicken broth. Always seems to finish the day on, and you will lose weight, they say. I don't know whether they guarantee this kind of thing. Just seems an awful lot, doesn't it? Town in a froth. It's in every newspaper today. Saying no to a 15th cafe. They've got all of them. The Boardroom, Soho, Wild and Free, Arcado Lounge, Indulge Yourself, Coast Coffee, Kelly's Kitchen, Baggies, Fleur de Lis, Costa Coffee, Cafe Nero, Cuckoo's Coffee Bar, The Coffee Pot and The Clay Studio. No Starbucks for some reason. No Starbucks at all. But it's my deal, she says, which is good. Queen, one won't eat like a monkey. She has a bizarre way of eating bananas. She uses a knife and fork. It's all right. Kids do that. They pick it up, don't they? Kids pick it up and they go all squidgy and horrible. Also, The Sun this morning, the PM's cabinet in disarray. Also, Charles at 70, sun cake for son and heir. So he's got himself a night. I bet he doesn't eat it. I can't see him eating cake. He's not that sort of person, is he really? The Times, May papers over the cracks. Split cabinet backs Brexit deal for now. You heard that with Theo a moment ago. And rest easy, there's no link between insomnia and early death. Oh, thank the Lord for that. Thank the Lord. The Guardian. There's no such thing as the perfect vegan. That's what they say. May's Brexit plan, a split cabinet, a split party and a split nation. The front page of the Telegraph. They've got, again, there will be difficult days ahead. I suspect they're probably right there. And a picture of Theresa May giving her speech in Downing Street, albeit a little bit late. The Daily Mirror, Lisa Riley, kickstart your day and with my 8-day plan diet. They must be making a fortune out of this. The amount of people who'll be buying books, because somebody says, lose a dress size before Christmas. You go, I think we'll have some of that. But remember, this is life-changing. This isn't just do it, you lose the weight and it doesn't go back on again. It goes back on again. It really does. As May warns, it's my deal, no deal or no Brexit. It's revealed 11 ministers rejected her proposals and 40 Tory rebels are plotting to bring her down. That's what they do in the Tory party. They bring people down. They don't seem to like anybody. They don't seem to like anybody at all. But on the LBC website, you can vote. You can vote. Adam says, how can Lisa Riley do a diet programme? She's had a gastric bypass. Has she? I wasn't aware of that. Has she had a gastric bypass? Well, she's got a book out, actually. Sounds lovely. And I used to have Steve, says Gem, a Steve Austin doll. The $6 million man toy had a bionic eye and circuitry in its arms. Wow! Will Steve Allen's souvenirs be available? Wait a minute. Lisa Riley passes. No, she's passed the lie detector test that proves she didn't have a gastric band fitted. The test was done by the same man who does Jeremy Kyle's lie detectors. So she didn't have a gastric band fitted. You see, that's internet, enhancing a situation which wasn't true. So once she's proved it, then it's all sorted. You could do the Twickenham tour on Kevin's milk float, says little Julie, like the tour buses in the West End. And somebody could take tickets, which would be quite good. And somebody says you could be paraded, this is Simon, around Twickenham in an open-top bus. Good grief, I don't think we have the time or the energy to do open-top buses. Thank you very much indeed for your time this morning. I'm very grateful. We do it again tomorrow morning, so we'll be celebrating. Actually, we'll be celebrating because tomorrow we'll find out who our special guests are for In Conversation. Always a revelation. Plus, we didn't get round to doing Carpet Lover Michael, getting the extra pile. You have to wait till that one sorts out later on. And, of course, the LBC voice that we lost, as you heard earlier on, was Richard Robbins. He used to do a classical programme on LBC, and together we used to do a programme called Sight Unseen. It was for blind people. We did a specially recorded programme which was made specifically for blind people. We've always done things like that, and that was very that went out all over the country. We recorded it every week. There were three of us, me, Richard Robbins, and Lawrence Spicer, and now both of the boys have gone, and it's just me. But we did Sight Unseen for quite a while, actually. The fortnight before Christmas, the board game version of the hit online game is the top toy for Christmas. Jailed, the luggage thief, 30 grand's worth of luggage, walked onto a train, picked up stuff, walked off again. It was as simple as that. The doors to close on more Fraser's stores. Elton John, £5 million for promoting himself to John Lewis. We can't quite work out how that figures, but it probably does. Huge tax bills, they tell us in the newspapers. 800 BBC staff in a pay row. And Theresa May backs the blaspheming Christian who had proven she wasn't blaspheming. But so far, no mention of any asylum being granted in this country. So she knows about it. I think she'll have to capitulate and allow the woman in. They reckon she's not allowed her in because, there could be disasters. Well, I think we can deal with things. We've dealt with things before. Just before I go, let you know what's coming up on the free podcast today on the Little Bit Extra. I'll be talking about the latest Spice Girls concerts, which have been put on sale. Some of those ones which have sold out as well, but I'll tell you who really, really bought the tickets. It ain't the fans. They're the ones who are going to have to pay through the nose for this thing because the touts are well versed in this kind of stuff. You'll also find the spanner in the works down in the jungle. Nobody bothered to check if any of the occupants can't eat creepy crawlies. Turns out 3 of them are vegan. I mean, I'd lie, but I'm vegan. I can't do that. Also, I'll let you know some old bald man from Chelsea who reckons he's 29, as if. Worse, he's been out to celebrate his girlfriend's 20th birthday. I know. My Little Bit Extra is totally free. Available very shortly from wherever you get your free podcast from.